Laden, which I have two people that want me to do Bin Laden on this show. Oh, we're live. We're live.
Yeah, Santa Bin Laden.
And so somebody wants me to do Santa Bin Laden. So
Santa Bin Claus.
yeah. So it'd be Bin Old Saint Bin Laden.
Lil Saint Laden.
All right, we got this. Bin
Saint
Bin Santon Bin. Wait. Old Saint Bin Laden. Santa Claus. We can do this. They did this all the time. If a fat Greek, a short Irish dude, and a gay Jewish guy can figure these riffs out, we can do this, Dalton. So we got Bin Laden and we got Santa Claus.
Santa Claus.
We got this. So it's Santa Claus. Been Santa Claus. I've been Santa Claus.
Yeah. Santa Bin Claus Bin Law. I don't know, dude.
Saint Bin Laden Claus. You got
the
thing. Yeah.
All
right, let's start off Cornfed.
Yeah, welcome to Cornfed Bob. We were trying to do a riff. Yeah, I guess hey, reindeer can't melt steel beams. How about that? You think Rudolph's nose was bright enough to melt the steel beams to bring down Tower 7?
Yeah, Santa Claus driving the sleigh into the building.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think enough time has passed that we could go ahead and write up our script for Santa saves 9/11.
Santa saves 9/11. Yeah, there's been enough time, I would say.
Yep. Santa just discovers that he actually has to go back in time to ensure that 9/11 happens.
I got it right here. Tim Allen gets bit by a Muslim guy, and he starts turning into Bin Laden.
Okay. Well, that's not even. Wait, no, it's not. I think you're conflating the Santa Claus with Spider-Man. He got his Santa powers by getting bit. Tim Allen gets the powers of Santa because he killed the other Santa.
Oh wait, all right. Okay, so
Tim Allen
kills Bin Laden.
Kills Bin Laden. He slowly starts turning into Osama Bin Laden.
Hell yeah. Okay, get pen and paper here. Let's put this on. Let's ink this out here. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he realizes that
he's in the plane.
Yeah, so he realizes that, like, as he becomes Bin Laden, he actually is, due to some also having some sort of reality bending powers, goes back and makes it so that 9/11 did not happen. But then, like, through the course of events in history and all that, when he gets back to the present, it turns out that 9/11 not occurring makes for a much more bleak and just worse future. It's sort of like Back to the Future 2, like the Biff future. So then, so it's actually
so instead of the Twin Towers, it's Lone Pine. Instead of Lone Pine Towers, it's the Twin Towers.
Yeah. So so that's why it's called Santa saves 9/11. Is he has to save the event of 9/11 to make and ensures that it actually happens. So now it's up to Santa Claus.
He has to make 9/11. He has to go back in time and make 9/11 happen.
So now it's up to Santa Claus to go back in time and radicalize Muhammad Atta and the entire. He actually Santa Claus goes back in time and supplies the Russians with weapons during the.
And he has to do it. He does it all in one night by flying the sleigh around and dropping off weapons of mass destruction to everybody.
Yeah, Santa actually has to. It's almost like a Doctor Who thing where he's got to go back to these like pivotal moments in history that foment, radical ideology amongst the Middle East.
Now, is this Santa going to be like one of, like when Indian guys make a TikTok and it's like an AI Jack Santa, like smoking a cigar, and then it's like,
like the most
shoots people in the head, and then it's like respect. Is it
Yeah.
going to be like one of those type of Santa movies?
A movie like what you just described, a movie like that literally just came out. Where J.K. Simmons plays Santa Claus.
Yeah.
It's J.K. Simmons and The Rock and Chris Evans who play Captain America. And it's one of the biggest piles of shit that I haven't seen it yet, but I can assure you it's probably a pretty bad movie.
Oh, so this is legit.
This is a real movie that cost like $250 million. It was in theaters for like a week before they said, well, it's on streaming now. This didn't make any money. So it's called Red One. Is J.K. Simmons plays jacked cigar gun Santa.
No way, dude.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, like the trailer opens. Like I saw the trailer in the theater like recently. The trailer shows like
it's like a fever dream. Yeah,
yeah. The trailer shows J.K. Simmons like a close shot of J.K. Simmons lifting weights, and then as it pulls back and like reveals to you how much weight he's lifting, it's like this absurd amount, this inhuman amount of weight.
Yeah. Magic Santa Claus.
Yeah, so because he's Santa, he can bench press like 1,500 pounds.
Yeah.
And so then he re-racks the weights, and his bodyguard, played by The Rock, is there. And then the Santa Claus, J.K. Simmons.
And The Rock is dressed as a giant elf or something.
Yeah, The Rock is supposed to be like an elf or something.
Yeah, makes sense.
So J.K. Simmons
it's so on the nose that I haven't even seen the thing, and I can just guess all this dumb shit that they did.
Yeah, so he re-racks the weights, and he goes, okay, now let's do something heavy this time. So the joke is that he's so jacked as Santa that even like 1,500 pounds is not that much for him.
Yeah.
And so then
in the bar, he's not only can lift that much, but he can magically make the bar that strong to hold that much weight. Yeah. And the bench underneath him and everything.
Well, yeah, there's probably like some sort of like alloy or some sort of mineral at the North Pole that we don't know about. Like a carbon
behind the Great Ice Wall. That would be even cooler. So they go up there and there is a giant ice wall and it's all government agents up there that we can't get at. And the earth is flat.
Well, yeah, that's also part of the movie. The government knows about Santa. And they keep him kind of under wraps, like they don't reveal.
I don't know if you're messing with me at this point.
No joke. This is what the movie is.
This sounds like
Lucy Liu plays a like government agent.
Yeah,
because Santa gets kidnapped. Okay, so now they got to track down Santa.
Lucy Liu in 2024.
This just came out.
Okay, all right.
Like a couple of weeks ago.
How's Lucy Liu look?
She's looking good, dude.
You love her a long time?
She's looking real good. Well, she was in Curb recently, like the 10th or 11th season of Curb. There's an episode where she's dating Larry. She still looks good.
And he's been dating her since she was 16.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of their things. It's just one of the things they're known for, along with like clipping coins and usury.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now. I don't know if this is how recent this is, but yeah, she looks good. I mean, who am I to say?
Yeah. But yeah, so they got to figure out how to track down Santa. So they find a guy who I guess is like good at finding people.
Yeah.
Her in the Rock.
That guy from the Bones spinoff there. The Finder.
Yeah, basically, yeah, but it's a guy played by Chris Evans, this character. And so they find him, and so now The Rock and him got to go. They employ his services to track down Santa, right? But here's the conflict: is that Chris Evans' character is a level 4.
I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. This kind of sounds awesome.
It does sound pretty cool. Chris Evans' character is
if you go into it watching it as a bad movie, then it's gonna kick ass.
Yeah, that's
But
what
if you-
I thought when I saw the trailer. I said,
Yeah.
"This is if you adjust your expectations accordingly, I bet this movie fucking rocks."
Yeah, just shut your fucking brain off and just be like, all right, I'm gonna be a retarded 16-year-old for the next hour and a half.
Yeah, and I'm happy to watch anything with J.K. Simmons. But yeah, so the conflict is that Chris Evans' character is a level 4 naughty lister, so he's pretty high up on the naughty list.
Yeah, he's a government agent and he's on the naughty list.
He's
Oh
not
my
a government
God.
agent. He's just some guy who's good at tracking people, I guess. So they
I gotcha.
They're like, this is the guy who can help us find out who took Santa and where he is.
Yep.
And so now there's this ongoing conflict from then on between Chris Evans' character and The Rock, because The Rock is like an elf or something. So The Rock they engage in this uneasy alliance with each other because Chris Evans is on the naughty list, and The Rock is Santa's right hand man. So
I gotta pull up the picture.
And this movie is called Red One.
Can we watch the trailer here?
Let's go ahead and watch it. You know what? Let's go
guys?
ahead.
Let's watch this trailer.
In the spirit of Christmas, let's go ahead. First, let's get some super chats going. Second,
tis the season, everybody. Make sure you donate to the channel.
Yeah, second, let's go ahead and get some super chats going. Let's see.
Remember, every super chat gets a
Yep. Okay.
And that won't get annoying, I promise.
Oh wait. Oh shit. Theater mode. Oh, I like that. Okay, here we go.
Okay, let's vamp. So while the producers pull this up, what's everybody doing?
We're just waiting on our dumbass producers.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So this. I think this trailer played before a screening of Terrifier 3 that I went to.
This is this year too. When did this come out?
497,
Like 2 weeks ago.
499, 500.
Let's go heavy. Got it.
Oh,
Looking strong, Nick.
yeah,
Go on,
skinny
brush your
Jack.
shoulders off.
Red one is on the move.
The rap music.
Evening, ladies.
This is
What are you
insane.
so
This is
excited
like
about?
a fever dream.
Of course, your boyfriend's here. Okay. Who's with Red? Reach! Someone took Nick.
Actually, this
We're
is
gonna
pretty
find
badass. Like if you were a
I'm bringing
kid,
in Jack O'Malley.
this is PG.
He's probably the best
Yeah.
tracker in the world.
All right, this is good. I
This is good.
I changed
Guys
my
are
mind.
What am I doing here?
Last night, Red One, also known as St. Nicholas of Myra, was abducted from the North Pole complex.
Complex.
Are you
Dude, if
saying
you were a kid, dude,
Santa Claus has been
this would rock,
kidnapped?
dude.
Garcia?
And the rocks in it,
What
dude.
the hell?
And there's
You can't
polar
trust this
bears.
guy. He's on the list.
It's rock.
You don't
This
miss
movie's
that
awesome.
list. NL4.
Are you telling me this clown is a level 4 naughty lister? A level 4 naughty lister?
Oh, is that funny to you?
You're gonna help us find Nick.
Come on, let's go.
Grab a car.
For what?
You don't have a Wonder Woman action figure, do you?
It's not how it works. Come
I say,
on.
don't put that in there for the kids.
There is much in here that is not of the natural world.
Look,
Who's that?
don't get me started on the people that have
They're playing crappish slop.
8 crazy nights. All right.
I think if you don't need me here, I might just go back to the car.
And they
We
got
need to
Jay Z.
prepare
That's
for
bad
possibilities
timing
for
for the
Christmas.
music.
Oh yeah, didn't it? This immediately did not age well.
Go out there trying to save Santa Claus.
We got snowmen.
Dude, I'm so in for this. Dude, you can't tell me if you had like a 10-year-old like nephew or kids.
Yeah, this is
would
awesome.
rule, dude. This is a
That
kick-ass
was-
Christmas movie.
So disturbing.
Dude, we're back. Christians are back, dude. Who's that guy supposed to be?
Interesting.
Krampus.
My turn!
Oh my God.
Are they doing power slap?
my face doing
contests?
Yeah.
Yeah, you look.
So yeah, it just came out last month. It's already streaming. So I did not. I don't
That's
think
perfect though, dude. You got a couple of 16-year-old kids at home. Especially boys, dude. You sit them down, you get to watch that before Christmas. That would kick ass.
Yeah, I mean, it looks.
I was thinking it was kind of like I don't know why I was thinking it was like an adult movie about Santa Claus.
No,
But like
it's
they make all those Marvel movies,
It's a
so
fun little romp, dude. I love how the trailer, like every movie trailer now does this, where they like take a like popular song and then like remix it for the trailer in some way.
yeah.
So that one they did like a chopped and screwed Carol of the Bells.
Yeah. It's that with
They did like the Linkin Park Jay-Z collision course, but for Carol of the Bells.
Jay-Z. That age really bad. I got so many jokes I want to make, but this is a Christian show.
Yeah. Well,
So
let's
I won't
see.
be talking about
What do we got
my
here?
kids.
We got from Lee Rector, damn near killed her, $5.
Fire.
We got Sean
It's
from
real.
Pittsburgh.
I promise this won't get annoying.
$2. I love you guys. No Diddy. I love you too. No Diddy.
Yeah.
This is very funny.
Everybody.
I like this a lot. Broso Smith, $5 says Crystal knocked Kringle.
Yeah.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah.
So, we're here to rejoice, and it's the Christmas. Jesus is the reason for the season. It feels like a lot of like Christmas tradition though in this country. It smacks of paganism though.
Yeah. I would say it mixes into a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but that's what this country's always been a melting pot. So that's what makes this country beautiful, is we can draw from all these different heretic sources and just say, yeah, it's all it's also Christian now.
It was supposed to have free will. So the point is you have to have the temptation so that you can stay on the path. Like if you can't sin, then it's not really giving yourself to like the cause, the Christianity, narrow path type thing.
Have you ever heard? I've had like just in my travels, I've made friends with some smarty pants people, and like the people in my life that I've met who are like on paper the smartest people I've ever met. Like people studying to get their like
Sal, his cousin Sal,
Sal.
his Sal.
His
cousin Sal.
Sal is fuming right now. He is upset, dude, because this is what's great about the internet is like apparently Sal's brother has like hacked the YouTube algorithm and is making dude, he's making like stupid money. His brother is doing like brain rot YouTube, just like opening Pokemon card videos.
Hell yeah, let's launch a meme coin, dude.
Yes, yeah. Cornfed is coming soon. But apparently his brother is like, we'll do a stream and make like $8,000.
Did he go to Hustlers University?
I don't know.
His brother opens packs of Pokemon cards online.
His brother does those videos, yeah, where there's like 100 people that do this. You have a what is this?
Let's go.
You got some Pokemon cards?
Dude, I bought these to sell on Amazon and I never did. These are
Oh yeah, you make more just like opening them on YouTube, yeah.
All right, guys. We're gonna go viral here, guys.
I think he told me it was his brother. Maybe it was one of the cousins.
These are
yeah, it's his brother.
I know nothing about Pokemon cards. These are from 2021, 3 oversized game cards. Should we open these up on?
Well, I don't think your camera is picking it up because of the green screen. So
all right, let's turn the green screen off for a second. Can I do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know how to do it. Hold on.
Well, don't worry. We can kind of.
So here we go. Here we go. Pokemon. I've never opened these. These are trading cards. Let's see what's inside. All right.
Okay.
This is going to be great. We're going to go viral, guys. You guys ready?
Go ahead and let's.
We're going to be on every home, and so Oh, okay. So we got. I know nothing about Pokemon.
Well, let's see.
So-
I know a little bit.
All right, so let's start.
Okay, so they're big ass cards.
Well, I got some small packs too.
What is it?
I
What
got
is that one?
I got 2 packs.
Okay.
We're starting off here. This is
What does it say? I can't. The thing
this
is
is Snivy.
Snivy.
He's got a slam.
Okay.
Hold
He's
on.
got a
Oh,
slam.
yeah, there's got a Snivy.
Okay,
with a
we got a big ass Snivy.
Yeah, dude, that looks pretty cool.
Yeah, that must be from one of the recent. I'm
Dude,
not
we got
familiar with Snivy.
we got a T-Pig.
A Tepig, a T-Pig,
Okay, yeah,
whatever
Ember.
that is.
Dude, that thing
Man, they're really running out of ideas with
that
these,
looks like mulatto Pikachu.
yeah, light-skinned Pikachu.
This is the Pikachu. Can I bring this back? How do I get this on camera?
I don't know, man. This green screen thing don't work that well.
Oh, there we go. There you go. Yeah, this
So yeah,
Pikachu is like,
we got a Tep.
don't touch my hair.
Yeah.
This Pikachu don't eat itself because
Yeah.
it don't dine on swine. Okay,
Yeah, we got a Porkachu.
Pikachu. Yeah.
There we go.
All right, and then we got this guy here. That's one.
Oshawott.
Yeah, he's got a water pulse. Dude, we're definitely gonna go viral on this.
Oshawott sounds like a Jewish physicist.
Yeah, he's got the Jew hair there. Maybe that's
Yeah.
what it was. This is actually the one Jew that died in Oshkosh.
Yeah, in the Kanto region, their
Yeah,
Holocaust,
they,
the concentration camp was Oshkosh.
yeah, Oshkosh. Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay, so these are, I don't know why are they big? I don't. Those are not like the actual playing cards. I don't
this
think.
is a triple card game. This includes 2 Pokemon TCG booster packs and then a Train on first bar oversized game cards.
Okay.
All
Oh,
right.
those are for So those are for practicing. Those are training
Yeah.
cards.
So now we got Sword Shield Battle Styles to open up here.
Okay.
This is going to be amazing.
Dude, Sal just texted me. He told me his brother's making like $8,000 a stream.
My buddy actually
Doing this.
sells them, and he like knows how to trade them, knows how to grade them, and all that stuff. And he makes more money on his YouTube channel opening them up without showing his face. He just puts a camera on the
Yeah.
cards and opens them up very slowly. What's his face does it too? This guy that I learned podcasting from.
Dude, that's that thing what do they say, that it's imitation, not innovation, that makes money? Just like copy something that's already successful and you'll make money.
All right, guys.
What is this?
This is
this is small.
This is Yamper.
Yamper.
Yeah.
No, Yamper.
Must be female. They're always yapping.
They always
Yamp. Dude, this thing looks annoying.
Yeah.
It's got a Pokemon ball in its mouth. So how do you put it in the ball?
Right. Yeah, that's sort of like a being John Malkovich.
Oh,
kinda.
it does have a ball. All right, so it's got ball search as its thing. So after you cast a Pokemon, it goes and gets it.
Yeah, don't you also have ball search?
Yeah. Oh. Pause.
Yeah, Dave used ball search. It's very effective.
All right. All right. Now we got this right here. Dude,
What is that? What is that one? I don't even know.
Oh, there
What
we
is
go.
that? Mienfu. So this one is just a Chinese guy.
Yeah, and he double stabs you. So he's half Puerto Rican, half Chinese.
They got a Pokemon now that's just a Chinese guy.
Mienfu.
Yeah, Mienfu. Keep him in a bowl. Let him out. To like put iPhones together. That's it.
Dude,
That's
it's pretty crazy. He's got his little. I can't. Oh, he's stretching. So he's stretching on there. I thought those were his eyes. Those are his evil eyebrows with his eyes underneath because he's stretching.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what horns on his head.
Okay, so he's a Jew. He's a Chinese Jew. He's Jewish and Chinese,
with
and
Puerto Rican skills of stabbing.
yeah.
Yeah. 60
Okay.
points. That one's probably worth a lot of money. So maybe we can auction these off on eBay afterwards. This one I've seen before.
Let me see that one.
All right, how do I get it in here?
I don't know how to.
Bell
Oh,
sprout. There
Bell.
we go.
Okay, I know about this. Is from when I was a kid. So this is from the first game.
Honestly, this thing, the way they got that mouth, it's like, dude,
Yes.
they shouldn't be doing that, dude. This is definitely like,
Yeah.
Look at
This is where Pokemon really become like man's best friend.
this should become Pokemon, man.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's he pulls that thing out of the ball, dude. He's all alone at night. He cracks the ball open.
Oh
All
yeah.
right, this thing looks a little bit satanic here.
What is that one? Let me see
It's
that.
just- let me try to get this guy on screen here. I
This
wish I
is
could
a-
turn the green screen off temporarily, but I don't know how to do it.
Don't worry about that. I can't, but I also cannot make out what that is. What does it say?
Hold on, maybe I can do it like this.
You can't. Oh,
My camera is good. It's just that the green screen's picking.
yeah.
It's Salandit
What? JD Salinger?
Salinger. Hold on. There
Oh,
we go.
Salandit.
There you
What is-
go.
Okay, so it's like
Also-
some sort of
It's like a salamander, dude.
yeah, it's like a fire salamander.
Dude,
Okay.
I can just feel it's going viral right now, by the way. This is
Well,
it.
yeah, that's probably the HPV.
Dude, how funny would it be if this went viral? Oh no, I don't know if I can show this one.
Is it a Jinx?
No,
What is it?
this one I feel like is racist.
What is it? Oh, it's one. Oh, Murkrow. Okay, yeah, the thieving magpie.
Yeah, this one. This
Heckle
one's a
and
little too
Jekyll.
on the nose. I mean, the Asians know. We can't talk about it here, but the Asians know. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we can talk about it later, but these white gloves that Santa wears are supposedly like from
Yeah, those are
the minstrel era,
gloves.
minstrel gloves. Yeah. Oh, dude, here we go. This is where this has got to be worth money. This one is like, it's got like a shiny decal on it. It's a hot chick.
Let me see. Yeah, that's probably worth a lot of money.
I'm probably rich right now.
Karina's Focus. Oh, I don't even know what the. So this isn't even a Pokemon. This is like
Can you
a.
see that? Can you see that hologram?
Yeah, this is like a stat buff or something.
Dude, she's buffing my stat right now,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah,
Getting
so
horny for Pokemon cards.
yeah.
All right, let's
I mean, honestly, with the right camera setup, like
if I had this face down without the green screen, this is a really good camera.
yeah, if you had the top down where it's just your hands, that's
Well-
that's a printing press. right
I have
there.
Bluetooth on this Roadcaster where I could get my phone and hook my phone camera up as a second camera, and I just hit a button and it switches back and forth.
Ooh.
Yeah. This isn't that fun. This is just stone journal. This is just like it's an inanimate object, basically.
Stone Journer.
But it looks like it's a cool thing because it does two things: land pulse or Giga Hammer.
What? So is this a Pokemon that's just a hammer?
This like it seems like a magic card type thing where it does like a
Stone Journer.
yeah, Giga Hammer, more like wait, where is it? Where's my
Oh.
I don't know where my beep is. Boo. I know where this is though. You guys put the rest of the joke together.
So yeah, so this is a Pokemon that's it's a hammer. And its moveset is it can be a hammer.
Yeah. So you can either go racist with the Giga Hammer or you can go to like the Giga Hammer like the Rizzler.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you got next? This is I mean, is this just like I've never played this, so this is just energy? It's not even a
Yeah,
Pokemon.
yeah. This is
So this is just like Magic the Gathering.
I think so. I don't really know how the card game works, but that's just like some kind of energy, some kind of like mana, I guess.
Guys, don't go anywhere. We got another pack.
Maybe we should save that one.
Guys, don't go anywhere because we're not even done with the first pack.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and put a pin in.
Hold on. Oh, dude, we're getting good, dude. Pig Knight.
There's more of these. How many are coming a pack?
This is Dalton's ex-wife right here, guys.
Oh yeah, it's my ex. Yeah, she's really killing me in child support.
Ram in combustion, yeah.
Combustion, yeah.
So after she fucks, she farts. She's the pig thing. Anybody else? What else? What else? What else? I think we got one more. Dude, we got another whole pack after this. We got three more. I didn't know. Guys, you never know what might happen here tonight.
I didn't know this many Pokemon cards came in a pack.
Yeah. I had these flown. Had these flown. What would be hilarious if I planned this all and then like they just started getting more and more races at the end, and I just had them made in a sweatshop in China.
Did you bought these to try? This is one of your like Greek.
I did
schemes?
sell a bunch of these. I did sell a bunch of these when they first came out, but like they quickly became unpopular. Like you know how things are just like
so
like the new stuff comes out. The double
blade. Yeah, I'll be studying. I'll be studying the blade.
Yeah. Where's my deep?
I'll be I'll be studying the blade.
Yeah, that's good. We got all the riffs out of that one.
Yeah, you trying to come over and we can watch the blade on DVD. I just got a DVD player. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch the blade with Wesley Snipes.
We can watch Wesley Snipes. I found it. All right, we got the Dottler here.
Dottler?
Yeah, there's a
weather radar.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, another Jew one. They control the weather. It's got a radar.
What is a Dottler? Oh, it actually is one of its moves is radar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like a little little mushroom guy maybe, or like a little greenhouse.
Yeah, some sort of bug, or maybe a crustacean of some kind. I don't know.
And that's it. I just got these lock-in card here. That's all that came in the pack.
Oh, it came with a scratch off. Nice.
Folks, stick around. We're not going to do it right now, but we have a second pack that could get opened at any time, so don't go anywhere. We can maybe open a second pack later, but
yeah,
it is. We're gonna just tease it for a little bit.
I wonder how much of the
Let me put my minstrel glove back on.
You know, scripture tells us to live in the world or not be of it. You know, so when I see things like I wonder about this when I see things like Pokemon cards or Beanie Babies, Funko Pops. I wonder how much of like our lives in our economy is just like collectibles.
I don't understand it. I make a good living off of selling junk to retards.
I think that's probably like 60% of the economy.
And we're working on trying to sell digital junk to retards. Actually, Shannon, cut that. Don't let the fans hear me say that about them. We love you guys. We don't think you're digital retards buying slop from us.
Yeah. Yeah, so much of the at least in the West, like the American mindset is like that of like a dragon, like Smaug from The Hobbit, where it's just like I need to like collect a bunch of like trinkets and tchotchkes.
Yeah,
and like hoard like stuff and money, and then just sit on top of it, and never leave my little cave.
Yeah. So when I was younger, I got into that, and I was like, I mentioned this on some other episodes, but like I had my video games that I save, and the receipts and the packaging. And then once you get into it, if you're like a mental completist, you just keep getting more and more because you want to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
And then one day I was just like, what am I doing with all this stuff? I don't use it. It just sits there. I don't have time to use it. I'm just going to sell it to somebody else. And it sold for a lot of money. But when I go through the toy stuff that I sell online, a lot of it is just impulse buys because there'll be a new pop head or whatever they're called, the thing you just said.
Funko Pop.
Funko Pop. There'll be a new Funko Pop. And it'll just skyrocket and I'll be selling like thousands a month. And then out of like literally the next month, it just doesn't sell. And I think some of it is people want it because other people don't have it. And then once other people have it, they don't want it anymore.
Right.
Because I've been in a store before buying like this rare toy. It was this Slinky dog like 3 years ago from the Toy Story. And I was just buying carts full of them. I had 3 carts and I was buying every one up the shelf. They were $10. They were selling for $35 on Amazon. And this lady came over and she's just watching me. And then she's on her phone. She's like, oh, I wanted to buy one of those. So I was like, oh, here, you can have one. I'll give it to you. And then she just went around the corner and looked at it and like looked it up online and stuff and tried to figure out like why I was buying so many. And then she just put it on the shelf. She's just like, she only wanted it because she couldn't have it. And then once she got it, she disposed of it. So it was like,
hey, that's life right there for you.
Yeah.
You know, you only think you know what you want. And then when you get it, that void is still there. So, you know, what's actually fulfilling? You know, that's the question. Because, I mean, I've had that mindset in the past where I'm like, I get really into like collecting a certain thing. Like I did that with comic books for a while. And it's just, you just sink a bunch of money into something that's not even like enriching. I'm not even like reading most of them. I'm just like, oh, I'll get around to this. And then one day I just have like all this literature, you know, all these like comic books and stuff just piling up. And now now it's a burden. Now it's like, oh, I have like 1,000 pounds of comic books that if I ever want to move anywhere or do anything, I got to figure out, well, what am I going to do with all these?
Do they have UPCs and barcodes?
Yeah.
You might easily be able to sell them online by scanning them if you ever wanted to get rid of them and make some cash.
Yeah, maybe. I might have to, because I'm definitely like, I got enough that like, I guess if I ever decided like I'm actually going to read all of these, it would take up a good chunk of my time. But yeah, like collecting things, it feels like such a like almost like a satanic practice.
Yeah,
you know, because living Bushido, way of the samurai, is that that's freeing. Like being like living minimal, not owning a bunch of stuff, and like releasing yourself from the burden of the material world is liberation. Whereas like owning all this stuff is slavery. So that's why I say own nothing, be happy.
Yeah.
You'll own nothing and be happy. Which, I think I talked about this before, that like of the like globalist Jewish conspiracies that people talk about, that one that one has when people like start telling me about that like World Economic Forum thing,
where
they said that, I was like, well, that doesn't sound that. I mean, that sounds that's a Bushido. That's how you're supposed to live.
Yeah, as long as there's like freedom in it, then I could see that. The way they say it is they're like, we're going to own everything and you have to deal with it. That I don't like. But there is ways to share, have community owned items that are community shared and individual through blockchain and all that stuff. I won't get into it here on Cornfed, but there is a lot of stuff that I like that could be done communal.
Yeah, like when you go to the park and they got one of them little free libraries, which is a little box full of books, and it's like
we have a lot of that here in New Hampshire, where you have a high trust society and a white Christmas.
Yeah, because that's something that we're really concerned about is black people stealing books.
Yeah, dude, I've noticed that, dude.
That's been a real problem. That's why anytime you go to a Barnes and Noble, all the books are locked up.
Yeah, during the riots, that's one of the things that they had to board up immediately was all the bookstores in New York City, because they were like, "Oh, damn, man."
Yeah,
They're
I
gonna
hate
be
it.
getting at all this knowledge, and then
Yeah,
we're
I
gonna be in
hate when I go
trouble.
into a Barnes and Noble. I gotta wait 20 minutes just to look at the back cover of a James Patterson.
Yeah, yeah, and they're in there.
Someone to unlock it for me.
Yeah, they got their books on speakerphone, dude. That's so annoying.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude, I hear you.
yeah. I mean, that would that might be. We should. That would be like that's actually how we can like improve the black population in this country is like start packaging books like at bookstores with like baby formula and condoms and stuff. Like the
Yeah,
items
because
that are
they're always
typically
stealing condoms too.
well,
Yeah,
like the items that are typically stolen at a pharmacy, like baby formula, shampoo, detergent. Like any bookstore, just like pet, like it this is like a to how I say this, like to introduce literacy and knowledge into the black community is goad them into stealing literature, to stealing books, because it's like, well, if you're going to steal the detergent, you have to also read Catcher in the Rye.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So now, like, as they
Well, black
continue,
people will tell you that they invented literature and that they wrote Catcher in the Rye, but they just don't want it anymore after whites took it over. But they're responsible for all.
yeah, but the black Catcher in the Rye is like, like rye whiskey.
Oh yeah,
What that means is like Thunderbird or Ripple or something.
Mad Dog 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, we're turning into fucking compound media over
Welcome to Compound Media Christmas. Yeah. Kumia Christmas. Welcome to a Kumia Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, this is a very Kumia Christmas over here.
These are all jokes, folks.
Yeah.
I don't put people on the naughty list just because of their skin color. All right.
I do feel that. I do kind of feel. I feel the Kumia particles activate a little bit when I do go into like a department store and see like black Santa Claus. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Is it it's Chris Kringle.
I like to call him Mr. Nogger.
What?
Eggnog. Mr.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Saint Nick, not Saint are racist. Nick. Yeah.
I'm kidding, everybody. We love everybody equally. I will say, I lived in Massachusetts for a long time, and over the years, it got very diverse in Providence and all that stuff. I moved up to New Hampshire, and it's like totally different. Then I went to like Philadelphia and like in New York City recently, and I went straight Kumia mode, dude. My brain couldn't handle it. I was like having really bad thoughts, and I was and the problem was like I went to the hotel, and the lady that was working the desk was so sweet and kind. Like she's putting her arm around me, she's talking to me. So I know to fight the urges. Like she was the sweetest old like black lady. She's all sassy. She's shown me to the park. She's being so friendly, giving me so much hospitality. And so, I treat everybody as an individual, but it's fun to make fun of the collectives. It's a lot of fun.
Sure. Yeah. Well, now I just remembered something. Anyway, so this is like a complete divergence, but I've been having like a World War I flashback. I've been having my own Vietnam today.
Okay.
My war flashbacks, because like something I was getting a little lambasted about something today that just brought up a lot of bad memories for me. A lot of deep trauma.
Are you based in a roast? Lambasting a roast?
I was basting a lamb, yeah. It was for my Greek Christmas.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Roast. Yeah, go ahead.
So that's actually what this is in reference to.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that one Twitter account, I don't know who the guy is an anonymous account, I guess. That account is Spurgeon Caster. He
that's the guy that does all the Matt and Shane stuff.
Yeah, he does like the
it's
podcast.
Like he's got like he does the podcast thing once a year.
Yeah, he does the podcast bracket. And look, Scripture teaches us forgiveness, atonement.
Yeah.
No one is beyond redemption, right? And I feel like I've paid quite a price for my sins in my life, and I'm on the path of righteousness now. But he tweeted something very very nasty, very rude, very nasty about Mike Racine. How like Racine is like condemning Mike Racine for being like a leftist kind of guy,
Pulling it
right?
up right now.
Calling him a failure, a failed comedian, all that kind of shit. Which
I can read it right now if anybody's interested.
No, I mean,
Is that going to trigger you?
I'll cover the broad strokes here because
I got it up right now.
Yeah, no, you don't have to read all of it.
Mike Racine hates me. Mike Racine blocked me on Twitter for making a joke. He said I got big things coming up this weekend, and I said, "What, a moving gig?" And then he blocked me. This is like a year ago. But I watched his special. It was probably my favorite special of last year. Very surprising. He's such a good stand-up. And I love his recent switch to anti-Semitism, which really warms my heart. I think, Mike, if you ever see this, reach out, dude. We could be good buddies. We're both Mediterranean.
So he was like,
love your work, Mike.
He was condemning Mike for his like political bent, his political bendings, leanings, all that. And so like I commented because this same guy like a few months ago was going to bat for Tony Hinchcliffe after that rally. So I just commented. I say you were deep throating Hinchcliffe when he aligned himself with the right. Just saying, when you think about it, both sides are kind of the same.
Yeah.
So then, like a bunch of like podcast fans, it's like such wrestling. Like they glom on to like things that happen in the world of podcasting, and then it becomes like these integral to their very being, and they just they're always ready to go to make me feel bad because so this requires some context. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree. You
by the way,
in the context in which you live and what came before you.
I'm wearing the whole get up, just so everybody knows.
Yeah. Saint Nicholas is here. Dave spent $600 on a realistic Santa outfit.
Yeah, I had to have. This is woven of silk.
Yeah,
by agents.
Through what? This is like over 3 years ago at this point. Yeah. When I got the invite to step up to the plate to go on Skanks at that time. That was around the time Hinchcliffe was starting to get he was getting in trouble, or people were upset with him for the Chinese play. He played. I
hope everybody saw the Pachinka meme that I.
Oh yeah.
I commissioned.
But yeah, he played joke, and so like when I went on Skanks, I was like, I went on there and just said how I felt, where I was like, he seems like a dickhead.
Yeah.
Like this shit sucks. Yeah, like at the time.
Yeah, I never liked Tony or could figure it out. The only thing that I had which is cool, is he seems loyal to the extent where Lewis and them helped him out when he got canceled, quote unquote. And then he had Jay and Lewis and all them on the show to build their brand and had him at Madison Square. So there's part of me that's kind of like, he must be decent to other people behind the scenes, but he definitely seems like a climbing, calculated asshole at the same time.
That's where that's honestly like probably one of the things that was like making, aside from like my own mental issues and drug use, one of the things that was like making me go crazy at that time was like just the sort of like weird duplicitous nature of trying to trying to I don't know, make your dreams come true or whatever.
Yeah,
it's like every act of kindness or being nice or just being a good person is always like what's the word? Yeah, there's always like this subversiveness to it, of like this ulterior motive of like still trying to climb the ladder. There's no altruism or necessarily.
You can kind of tell. I talked to quite a few people like in the comedy scene, and the longer you talk to people, you start realizing who's like legitly a good person and who's just networking with you as a fan to keep you around. Because like as soon as it starts getting real, some people just
Yeah,
shut
well,
it down. So you're like, oh, this is not them being friendly with you. This is them networking with you as a fan so that you promote their stuff for free.
right.
And other people legitimately are good people that like
Where it drives me nuts is it starts to make me wonder, at least at that time when I was like just pursuing that kind of thing more. It starts to make me even question myself and like what are my own motivations.
yeah.
You know, like every interaction I'm engaging in, every friendship, like everything is like how much of my behavior in the way I interact with people is transactional. Like how much of this is me trying to work my way up something,
Yeah.
right? And it was like driving me nuts.
I mean, it is tough because it's a fine line because you want to make sure that, I mean, like when you're in a relationship, you should be getting something from it and vice versa. They should be getting something from you.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, your
It just
network is
shouldn't
your network is your net worth.
yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Interesting.
Yeah. So, but anyway,
Tell me more.
so knowing that it's like that sort of like ladder climbing
Wait,
mentality,
it's this.
I was also like just dealing with this like constant, maybe irrational fear that I was like, well, it wasn't irrational because I did end up fucking everything up,
Yeah.
but that like I was maybe closing myself off from opportunities or just like not saving face the way I should for somebody who's not higher up in the totem pole, you know. I don't know, because after that Skanks appearance, there were all these people that said something similar to what you just said about Tony, where they were like, he's such a good guy. He's good for comedy. He helps people. And I started like spiraling in my head where I'm like, fuck, man. I just like, started like playing out all these different, and I was also
say that. I'm just saying, like, if you just look at some big like swashes of what happened when he got canceled, he repaid the favor to like Jay and Lewis because they immediately put him on Skanks and gave him a platform.
right.
And they immediately put him at Skankfest. But as soon as he got big and didn't need them, he was like, well, we're arena show, so we're not going to perform at Skankfest anymore. And so then it's like, so you guys, all right. So like that was like 1 year. But then this year he did do a secret show. He just didn't tell anybody.
Okay.
Like they did do one. So it's like, who knows now?
Yeah.
But
I mean,
like,
so
he's definitely a pompous, narcissistic asshole, but and he's not funny.
Well, what happened? What I ended up doing something.
But he has helped some people. Like he helps a lot of people out, even if it's Emperor's New Clothes. There's people making money because of Tony.
Yeah, and I ended up doing something like extreme, like debasing myself, like so humiliating, because I was spiraling over just like all these things I was like thinking.
What,
I was
3 years ago when you guys did the Rush the Stage, or just recently?
3 years ago. I ended like I don't know if you remember this. I sent him this horrid message just out of the blue, and then the funny thing is, like, immediately deleted it because I was like, "Oh, this makes me look like a fucking bitch."
Oh, I have heard about this.
Yeah,
and then he saved it like a little crazy.
He got a screenshot of that real quick because I remember deleting that and going, "God damn, I hope he did not read that."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about him being a calculated. So maybe he's got bullshit on all these people, which is why they're like, "Oh, he's the greatest."
Yeah, so eventually he ended up like posting that online, like sharing that message publicly when I was like engaging with him back and forth publicly on Twitter.
Yeah.
He posted that to like, you know, he roasted me.
I forgot all about that, but now that you bring it up, I do remember it.
Yeah, and so like and Raphael is right. That was one of my many public humiliations. I put myself through without even getting into the entertainment industry, I just went ahead and did my own humiliation ritual.
You're gonna sleep with 100 guys next?
Yeah. So then, like, to yesterday and today, when I called out that aspersion guy about his when he defended Tony
Yeah.
for the same thing he was condemning Racine for.
You guys are curious about the tweet. It's his pinned tweet right now.
Yeah,
on the Spurs Master Twitter.
So yeah, there were all these people who are like podcast fans who started like calling me out for that message that Tony shared, and they themselves were like repost. They were like going back 3 years on Twitter to find it. They had like unless they just had it saved already. I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, it's like, yeah, at that point, it's like, what kind of like you that does kind of like defang me at that point. I'm like, yeah, man, this is so fucking embarrassing.
So for me, I just keep going forward, and like, it's good to question your past so you don't repeat it. But honestly, like, I think so. When you look at Skanks is one of them. Dave made a calculated move probably about 3 years ago on Skanks that he was going to accelerate his career. And he immediately just during certain bits just zipped his lips. I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but he went from like dropping N-bombs and having fun to just certain bits he didn't do anymore when he decided to go a particular way. Lewis is like, come on, guys, we're going to lean into this. And we don't need mainstream, blah, blah, blah. And Jay kept a foot in each thing. So I think, everybody's like playing that line of like, do I try to create my own path? And if I do, I'm completely fucked and I can never do mainstream. Or do I keep one foot in this and one foot at this and try to balance it? Or do I just shut up, play the game, and get as high as I can and get as much money from my family while walking on that edge until the Overton window moves, and then I'll move over. And if it moves back, I'll move back to the edge.
Yeah.
But never stepping over it. And
well, that's also,
I see it very clearly on Skanks. Like Lewis has changed recently where he pulled back, and they still say they're most offensive, but they're trying to work the algorithm. They try to redo rap. They're trying to do all this stuff. They've pretty much say you can't make it on your own. If you want to do this, the algorithm will shut you down. I think that's what they've clearly decided. They want to make more money, so they're cleaning things up, which is okay. And I think you can do it. But I think there's other people that just say fuck it and go hardcore the other way, and they figure out a way. Like look at Kumia and friggin', not that you want to be Kumia, but I'm just saying, look at Kumia, Gavin McGinnis and all them. They've carved out a whole area up there. I don't watch any of that stuff. I used to like Gavin, but I don't watch any of that stuff. But they've just gone hardcore in that direction, and they figure out how to make it work. So you can
I'm happy having my own corner of the internet. And honestly, there are a lot of guys who I think are way more successful than you realize are not like mainstream.
Yeah.
Who like all these comedians are chasing like a very antiquated, they're living in like a pretty antiquated mindset. Because if you go on any of their YouTube channels, a lot of comics are, they have like decent followings. Yeah, like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of followers.
Yeah.
But then if you go to somebody like Meat Canyon's channel, right?
I don't know who that is, but I'll listen. Yeah.
Meat Canyon is a genius. He's an animator who does these really unsettling, disturbing cartoons.
Okay.
That are like riffing on either existing cartoons, like either like a dark, twisted versions of cartoons that already exist, or like riffing on current. Now he's more on like riffing on current events.
Yep.
Like his most recent one, I think, was like a Hawk Tuah cartoon. It's like this really disturbing animation style. And he also has his channel where he does like more standard YouTube stuff, where it's like Meat Canyon reacts to all the TV dinners. He tries, those kinds of videos.
Oh, is this a little skinny kid with
no?
There's a little skinny kid with like
he looks like a variant of Danny McBride.
The guy that I was thinking of, he looks like a variant of like a psychopath / Baron Trump, and he does food reviews but he does like McDonald's and Hungry Man and stuff like that. And he does
the guy with the slick back hair.
Yeah, I like him.
No, that's
I see him once in a great while. I don't search him out.
No, but I'm saying
I watch his stuff. I thought that's who it was.
No, but I mean, just like what I was saying is that like each of his channels, his cartoon channel and his like just regular YouTube channel, or over a million over a million
Yeah.
subscribers. So he's making like probably
So-
really good money.
I think you can, and just have an open mind. I see you as somebody that can go the path of like Sam Hyde. Like,
I don't
like-
want to do that, man.
No, but I don't mean it like that. I mean it like he's carved his own niche where he's mainly online, but if he wants to do stand up and he wants to do a show, his fans and him can go. He's making good money, but he's kind of like doing his own thing. And
Sure.
he's outside, but he's close enough to the community that people will invite him to Skankfest. They'll invite him on Legion every now and again, but he's doing his own thing online.
Sure.
And he's doing his own brand of comedy, and he's not answering to anybody for the most part. That's what I mean. I don't mean like go hardcore. Like,
I don't want to be like him at all.
No, but
yeah.
no, I don't mean like do what he does, but I mean that's the guy that I see that I watched him from the beginning because I was in Providence and Pawtucket outside RISD. I know where Sam's studio is in
Oh,
Pawtucket.
I watched $1 Million
him, like way
I didn't
come up.
I didn't see him from the beginning.
When he was
but
doing like videos in like the parking lot of like building 19 near where I lived.
I
Like,
remember
he was known in my area before he was known out like bigger.
Yeah, I found him because I remember when like 2016 when $1 Million Extreme was airing on Adult Swim. That was huge between me and my friends at the time. Like we were like, "Yo, this is awesome!" It was like the funniest thing ever. But none of us knew like what a psycho Sam Hyde is. We just were like, "This is a really funny show."
So I knew him from like the punk scene and open mics and stuff. And he was just like this crazy big ass dude that came in. He was, dude. When I saw him at Skankfest, I don't know if he's on HCG or if he's definitely
he's on something. He's doing something.
But he didn't just get jacked. Like Lewis is getting kind of big. He's getting like
he's
his facial, his facial structures and stuff changed. So I think he took HGH. But anyways,
he's on the Rich Piana bodybuilding regiment.
Yeah, so but like I said, I don't know. It's just funny how he has been able to carve out a real life career / stand up / internet personality without kind of dealing with any of the mainstream stuff for the most part is what was my point.
Yeah.
So you could go that path is what I'm saying. You don't have to kiss Tony's ass. You know what I mean?
I think that bridge has been sufficiently burnt.
No, those people are calculated. If you could do something for them, they would welcome you back in a second.
Here's the thing: is like 3 years ago, there was much more of a gap between entertainment and politics.
Yeah.
So like 3 years ago, I was definitely more of the mind that like you have like comedians and entertainers, and then you have like politics. These are like two different things, and like sometimes you have entertainers who comment on politics, but are still like not directly involved with it. It's so like at that time I was more, I guess like populist when it comes to comedy, especially where I was like, well, we're all like pursuing the same dream. So as much as we all like kind of hate each other anyway, we also should. I guess like it's good to try to have each other's backs as much as we can.
It definitely intensified.
Yeah,
I've been through the different eras. I went through. So Carlin and Hicks were right before my time. So comedy got back to kind of away from politics, but the older stuff was very political. And then it went full. Everybody was getting along in the 90s, and then like after Obama, it started like all this divide, and then now it feels like it's kind of going back to people are just getting along again. But for the longest time, there was so much polarization.
That's
enemies because of politics. Like we're just telling jokes here, try to have fun. I don't care what you're going to go vote or your thoughts. Just make it funny, and we'll get along, and then we'll go our separate ways. You think
it is like moving away from politics because it seems like that.
I think the comedians are like. As far as not fighting one another, I don't feel like.
Oh, Dave, you could be more wrong.
You think when they go to
dude,
open
that-
mics, they're even just still as mad now as they were like 4 years ago
well,
when they
okay,
were protesting like Dave Smith's show and like Lewis's show for being white supremacists?
It's not like that. So here's okay. So like it's that back then.
Yeah.
Pete, there were certain parties that were politicizing comedy and just like entertainment in general that may otherwise have not like where everything was becoming politicized where and so and myself and a lot of people were of the mind of just of like, well, these, I mean, it's just jokes, like yeah, some guys are offensive or whatever, but at the end of the day it's pretty like harmless, pretty benign. It's just some guy in a a nightclub that sells cocktails and chicken strips trying to be funny.
Yeah.
That was like my thought process then. But then like as the years have gone on, especially with this last election cycle, entertainment further enmeshed itself with politics just like willingly, where you saw that, and that's the nuance between like then and now, where you see somebody like Tony actively become a like stump for the Republican Party, where he's like performing at that rally, which completely changes that context.
Yeah, so growing up, right, I just missed, like I said, Carlin and Hicks, which were big political guys, and then it kind of like got away. But then when Comedy Central came out, one of the first things they did was put Jon Stewart on there and pretend like he was a non-biased fake news, making fun of everybody. But that was a very liberal, political-based show making fun of conservatives. So then they added Colbert, who is a fake conservative who also made fun of liberals,
right,
as a false, like, whatever. And then you had Bill Maher the whole time doing the same thing. So there's always kind of been political shows, in politics. But I think for me, the only part that matters is like, I don't care what Tony does. I'm not going to watch him whether he talks politics or not. I want to be able to go to a comedy show, and no matter what the political person's talking about that goes on stage, they're allowed to perform, instead of like, not that I'm going to back friggin' Jesselnick, but it's kind of like you got to figure out a way to get away with it.
Sure.
Like if you want to keep doing comedy, it's going to be harder for certain people at certain times. And if you want to do it, you just got to figure out how to navigate that.
My critique is just is like, I don't care what anyone's like acts, what jokes they're doing or whatever. If it's at like a club, a theater, arena.
Can I just say, Tom, if Tom Myers is listening to this, Dalton's not attacking your political set.
I love Tom Myers. Tom Myers
is a political comedian.
Tom Myers is very much
one of the most hardcore political.
But he's a political comedian in the spirit of, like, like Bill Hicks and George Carlin were like some of the original. Both sides are kind of the same guys.
Visionary here. All right, this is your arena of ideas.
Yeah, like Tom Myers is definitely, he's like a Bill Hicks. He's of the Hicks school of comedy.
Yeah, he's a badass walking back and forth. He should have a leather jacket on, really, instead of a suit.
But the thing is, in this, like, where it gets like tricky to try and talk about this with people, because like people conflate like political commentary or people doing jokes about politics or whatever with like actual politics, like being actively political. Because like Bill Hicks and Carlin and whatever, they were like some of the first, both sides are kind of the same when you think of it.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of like Tom Myers, even though like Tom Myers is definitely like kind of like a classic like Democrat, like Rachel Maddow Democrat almost.
So,
but he's not. But Tom is, to my knowledge, not like directly involved in politics. He likes talking about it.
So this is where I was getting. So like Ryan Long, for instance, not all his jokes, but a lot of his jokes are just political. They're not really political as much as they are social. But politics have jammed itself to the front of social discourse. So all his stuff is like, okay, here's this side, and go to the full extreme, and then go to this side of the full extreme, and then we'll show how both sides are kind of the same. That's pretty much the setup of every one of his jokes. I like Ryan.
I like Ryan.
I liked his special a lot. He was very quick, so it felt like a lot of jokes jammed into an hour. And so I rewatched it. I think he could slow down a little bit for some of the average people, but I liked his special, so I'm not attacking Ryan. But I can understand what you're saying. So I used to really like Dave Smith, and I stopped watching Dave Smith like 3 years ago. He used to be very philosophically sound. He still is, but he started moving towards politics. And then now when you see him on stage, he's kind of doing a Trump-esque type comedy bit, but in politics, where he's getting the crowd riled up, and he's got a little snarkiness to the way he says it, and it's kind of got
we've talked about
a little
on...
Charlie Kirk to it, where it's like he's not really making any. He knows the stuff, but he's talking very politically, which is not what he used to do. He used to be very philosophical based. Now he's very political.
We touched on this on Crowder Boys, that in the spirit of both sides are kind of the same, that Dave Smith is not much different than Destiny.
Yeah, he's changed though, is what I'm saying. I've watched him over the years, and I don't know if it's like chicks posting photos online, they're getting likes and they go towards the light, but he's going towards the likes and the money. But like when I watch him, it makes me cringe now, and I wish he would go back to, I don't know what he's going through, and I don't know what's going on with his family and his money situation or whatever, but I watch him on stage and he's just like making these talking points, but they're more like to get the crowd riled up. It hits me in the part where this is cringe. I can't watch it.
He's going through what any American goes through when they start getting shitloads of money, which is, I need more of this. So,
yeah.
So he's trying to figure out how to get more of that, more money.
It's not where he came from in his show. And so I watched a lot of people do this. So even Stefan Molyneux, people probably don't know who he was, but he was during the first Trump.
Hold on, speaking of
election.
money,
yeah,
let's get some super chats going. Continue. Drop $1 in the bucket if you can.
So Stefan Molyneux is a philosopher. He currently still is a philosopher now, but during the first Trump
He's a
election,
modern day philosopher.
Legit philosopher. I really like him. He's not even like he talks about all the guys. He's really good, and I think if people have problems, they could go and they could read some of his books, and it's really good. So anyways, with Trump's first election, though, he started doing some critiques about the false stuff that was going towards Trump. He was just debunking stuff on Trump, and it started off pretty just pretty basic. And then the left kept going harder on Trump, and he kept defending Trump. And the next thing you know, he's got almost 1 million. He goes from like 200,000 followers on YouTube to almost 1 million, but they stop him at 999.99.
Oh, and Metroid.
And they stop him, and he gets deplatformed. But basically, at some point he got caught up in politics and away from philosophy, just like Dave did. And then because he got deplatformed, he's over on Rumble, and now he's back doing philosophy. He gets very few views. He's doing like peaceful parenting videos and stuff. So what he's doing just doesn't pay. And I think he did get caught up in the ruckus last time. And he's another guy that's like, don't vote. I don't like, all politics are bad. Don't vote. It's forced. It's just, and then he gave that up right at the end of the first Trump election. I watched Dave Smith do the same thing this time. And then when it's over, they're like, oh, I didn't vote. I didn't say vote. I'm still an anarchist. And it's like, you're not in the middle though anymore. You've dug into a side, and you're going to political rallies. So from an outside perspective, it's sure hell, if you walk like a duck and you act like a duck, then you're a duck. I don't care if you tell me you're a goose. You know what I mean? It's like, so he can keep saying he's an anarchist libertarian, but if you keep doing Republican things and you keep hanging out with Republicans, and you have Ron Paul as a guiding light, because Ron Paul did that, but he didn't say the stuff that Dave's saying. So you can do that. It's possible to hold your principles and not do that, but I don't see that happening with Dave right now. So I hope he finds his way back.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, he catches a lot of heat online now for it because I mean, it's pretty blatant. I mean, it's like this year he was like condemning Trump,
Yeah.
and then like a couple months later was like, everybody, please, it's important that we all vote for Trump now.
Yep.
It's like, with the war criminal, you call him a war criminal. You say he should be tried at the Hague.
Hey, I'm from a state where my libertarian Twitter account is tweeting out the F slurs and the
Oh,
N
that
slurs.
guy's insane.
Yeah, dude.
That
Hell yeah.
guy.
But
Yo,
actually, he's
dude.
so I'm worried about him. I don't follow him, and he doesn't like me either.
Because I've heard that
we're
even
from different tribes.
I've heard that even libertarians don't like a lot of libertarians look at that guy like, yeah, we're not with him.
No, those are like the left leaning libertarians. The right leaning libertarians, he's got more good than bad. So he's just pushing it all the way to the thing. Like, this is how New Hampshire is. We literally had somebody put up a satanic temple in front of the state capitol building, which is about 15 minutes from my house. And within 15 minutes, somebody came by and just broke it all down and destroyed it. So it's like, we're pretty based here, and they're staying pretty.
The Church
good.
of Satan actually would be cool if they actually believed in like the devil.
Yeah.
But their whole thing is just
instead of Moses. Hey, everybody!
But their whole thing is like a much more like edgelordy kind of thing, where they go,
yeah,
no, we're actually very smart and scholarly, so we don't believe in the Abrahamic vision of hell and the devil as this demonic entity, as this supernatural thing. It's more that we believe in the sort of John Milton Paradise Lost spirit of Satan, of breaking free from the shackles that bind you and living a life unto yourself. But no, we're not stupid enough to actually believe in Satan.
Okay, so let's get into this. Let's get into this Bible study. It's an hour and 16. We've vamped enough. We got our first satanic. So the way I look at like God and Christianity, and I'm not a fan of Hitler. I didn't like his economic policies. All right.
What do you think of his postcards?
His paintings are good. I like some of some of his other projects, but not that. So anyways, but their National Socialism was based around natural order and natural law. And that's kind of how I see God versus Satanism. So a lot of what current day people are calling science is actually social engineering or engineering. So like science is the observation of God and how he works in the world. And if you're like, okay, if I have sodomy, I get AIDS. So let's stop doing sodomy so I don't get AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
And then the satanic person says, no, we'll just get a cure for it because we're in charge. God's not in charge. And it's like, there's just disease after disease built on top of one another that with prevention could disappear, like herpes, AIDS. Whether it came from bestiality or eating of unclean flesh or from sodomy or drug use, it's all sins and that perpetrates that stuff. And then instead of them, it's going to sound hateful, but instead of letting people that make huge errors like that, die off, so those gene sets and that disease goes with them, they engineer society to say, okay, let's keep this degeneracy around that's infecting society and causing a lot of resources, take the money from this people and cure it, which is the back end. So it's like that to me is when you're starting to be satanic, there's a natural order thing, there's a natural law that you could abide by the consequences, and you're like, how do we get around these consequences? So I see satanic people like that. Corinne Fisher's the one that comes up the most to me, and is when she has her show. No, because she's always talking about, she plays God is Dead at the beginning of her political podcast.
It's so edgy, dude.
Yeah, and so the idea is like
burn down, hot topic.
yes, basically. Yes, basically. So to me, it's one of those things where like all right, so if I have sex with a woman and I impregnate her, I can just walk away, technically.
Mm-hmm.
But the woman has the baby. So there's a natural imbalance and natural inequality between a man and a woman. So in her mind, well, we can just kill the baby and that equals things out. So if the man can walk away, the woman can walk away. Or we can just get on the birth control pill and that balances things out. And then, say the birth control starts causing issues with women or pregnancy or eggs or birth rates or the way children are born, anything, or the estradiol makes people like trans, you know what I mean, in the water, whatever it does, that doesn't matter. They're like, okay, well, now we just solved that problem. We just keep solving these problems that occur rather than do just listen to God's order in the first place. And to me, that's the satanic behavior that's going on today. And some of it is like you were saying earlier, like we didn't just fall out of a coconut tree.
Mm-hmm.
So some of it's like social sin that we're like locked into right now, and we just do the best that we can.
You just reminded me of something I saw today. This is what you're kind of what you're talking about. I'm a friend of the trans community. I have many friends who are trans, and a lot of them are trans sex workers.
Yeah,
that I've met through the.
I think they should be digitally stoned in the public square, but they're
very nice. Well, I've had one of them on Cornfed.
I think they're a plague on society.
Very, very nice lady, Jamie Castles.
Yeah,
very nice lady. Big penis, and there's one trans lady.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
There's this one trans lady who I'm like mutuals with on Twitter. She's gross, and she posts like some pretty hardcore stuff that like I've had to like shake it off after like I see it, and it's so shocking that I'm like, I gotta go for a walk. I gotta try and forget about what I just saw there.
Yeah, they're infecting your brain with satanic demons. Dude.
Yeah, and so it's like, so she posted something today where she said like, hey everyone, just a quick announcement. I know I haven't been posting as much or uploading videos to my whatever her porn thing is. She's like, I've been dealing with some medical issues because I really injured my ass recently. I was like, yeah. I mean, based on some of the clips that you've been posting, I'm surprised that hasn't happened sooner.
See, and that's what I'm saying. They should have to just deal with that anal pain as a natural consequence. But I'm not going to say what type of doctors were going to go in there and fix that, but it was a Jewish doctor.
I ain't going to say the race of the doctor. Yeah.
Dude, that is peak Kanye, dude. Oh, that was such a great couple of months when that was going on. Dude, when he went on Alex Jones, hidden. Which one? Wait, which one did? No, so he was hidden with not Alex Jones, somebody else. Yeah, and then with Alex Jones, he had the Net and the Yahoo, but somebody else he went on with Gavin McInnes too. That one was good too, because he's like, look, when when black people statistically create more violent crime. So when you see a black person, you treat them like an individual, not like the collective. So when you meet a Jewish person, you treat them like an individual first, right? And he's like, nope. And Kanye's just like, no, like instantly, no pause. It was so good.
Yeah, Kanye's a man. I mean, it makes a very kindred Kanye and I, because he's clearly unmedicated. That whole era of Kanye is obviously like, that was a manic episode. I mean, he probably still is dealing with like some sort of mania.
Yeah, he had me for a while, and then he lost me again. I didn't care for the whole Kardashian thing, and then I felt bad for him because he couldn't get his kids. But then he's like, oh, I'm a Christian and I got remarried, so I shouldn't fornicate. So it's like, oh, he's really living his values. And then cut screen 2 minutes later, his wife's naked walking around the street.
Oh yeah, he's
with
just
tits
like
out.
parading this woman around buck naked,
Yeah, so
you know,
now
all
you're
around
like,
the world, and she looks like, if not just like miserable, completely dead and like behind the eyes, like just all the life has been zapped out of her by Kanye's manipulation.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
she knows what she's getting into.
And-
She's in it for the attention and the money.
Yeah, and Raphael in the chat makes a good point. He's also addicted to whippets. He was probably the first black guy to get into Galaxy Gas. Like, now that whippets are starting to infest the black community,
Yeah.
Kanye was kind of on the forefront of being like a black guy who does whippets. Because dude, whippets have like historically been a white people thing. That's a white people drug, is inhalants, especially whippets. And then at a certain point, they like repackaged whippets and remarketed it for black people. So he's like, now you go to a smoke shop and they got Galaxy Gas, where you can buy like a tall boy of whippets. Have you seen it? Have you seen Galaxy Gas?
I've seen the videos online, but I don't go to. We have a nice community up here that's free of.
Well, you know, back in the
13, we don't have many 13%ers up here.
so back in the day, it was more. Yeah,
just in case anybody cuts that.
back in the day, it was more conspicuous or inconspicuous.
When I was
It
a
was-
kid, they just used to buy the whipped cream and do it out of the whipped
That
cream
was
bottles.
so that was the thing, is like you either could just like buy Ready Whip if you want to do that, like
Yeah.
or like if you go to any sort of like smoke shop, what they would have is like the accoutrement to make your own whipped cream. So it'd be this like big canister, right? That in the whippet community we call a cracker.
Yeah.
That where you load up the chargers, the little canisters that look like what you put in a paintball gun, but instead of CO2, it's nitrous.
Oh, we used to do balloons too. So I would go to like rock concerts and they'd be selling balloons, and I was like, "Who the fuck? What kind of retard buys balloons at a rock concert?" Because I was so naive. And then they were filled with they would inhale them as whippets. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you know, back it was, but when I was in my like early 20s, if you wanted to do whippets, it was still all presented more as like culinary. Like all the packaging was very explicit, and it looked like it was something for the kitchen, right?
Yeah.
Now it still technically is sold as like a culinary paraphernalia, but the actual thing itself, like the Galaxy Gas, looks it just looks like something that you inhale. Like
I've seen the boxes. They look like firework bottles to me. They got like stars on them and like
it doesn't look like something.
It looks like it's being advertised to like 16 to 22-year-old bros.
Yeah. And it still says like not for human consumption or something. There's some label on it that, you know, covers them. It doesn't make them liable.
Who's them, Dalton?
Yeah. From the gas chamber to the Galaxy Gas.
Yeah. Dude. Hell yeah. Okay. This is a great idea, dude. We got to get
gas chamber.
Galaxy gas chambers. We got to get these Zyklon B inside these Galaxy things.
Okay, no. That's actually one of the black influencers that does Galaxy Gas videos is Zyklon B.
Is that his name?
His name is Zyklon. No, I'm making that up.
You know, Zyklons be like this, but Germans be like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Zyklons be gassing.
Yeah, but black. But kind of, you know, my point is Kanye was like the first black guy to get into whippets. You know, the world. Yeah, the world now is we've for the problem really is that we've all turned away from the we've cast aside God. We've turned our backs on the glory of God and look at the cesspit, the hellish hellscape that we've descended into, which we've descended in doing so.
Yeah. Honestly, I trying to think back, like when I used to go drinking and stuff, and go out for the night. I used to do it to just relieve all the social anxiety and have fun and be around a lot of other people. And I'm thinking about like, but I never really thought about like getting fucked up as avoidance. But I guess it was because I was avoiding why I didn't have the confidence and why I had the anxiety when I was out in those crowds. And as I got older and I moved away from it, I realized, oh, I just don't like big crowds because it's full of idiots. And I'm more about having a small group of people that I feel comfortable around. But anyways, when people do those whippets and shit, they're basically just like they want to just check out from their life, right? For like 30 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, pretty
It's
much.
like it does nothing else for you, right? It just like you hate your life, so you're like, let me just get out of my life for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Like with weed, for instance,
that was yeah, and I went through that for years until it culminated in my brain issues. Because I mean, for years it was like if it wasn't booze, it was weed or kratom or any number of substances, right? And then eventually, I'm like I completely break from reality.
yeah.
You know,
I think
like,
so. You think it was just like you avoided the anxiety and the stuff you were supposed to do with so long that when you finally got back to reality, it was just like a wave of being like you felt so far behind. You had all this stuff you had to deal with, and it was just too much avoidance, and then it was all piled up at once.
no, oh no, it was
on your back.
It was I was eventually everything culminated in that like this was 3 years ago now. Boy, where's the time go? But at that time I was dealing with a lot
Oh, is that recent? Yeah, I guess it was that recent.
at the time I was dealing with like a lot of personal just like things that I was just like dealing with. You know, I was having like there was just a lot of tragedy happening for everyone at that time because it was during the pandemic, but also like I just lost someone who was like very close to me.
I do remember the bits and the jokes. I won't bring them up here.
Yeah, but I was like really struggling with that. It was like something that was like torturing me at the time. And then also it was like coinciding with all of this podcasts and comedy and attention seeking and all that, just like this internet thing happening at the time. And so like my coping mechanism or in an attempt to try and like honestly avoid, looking back on it, this was like avoidance, was like I was just constantly smoking weed and thinking I was doing like the like enlightenment path.
Yeah.
Of where I was like doing a bunch of psychedelics as well, like to eating mushrooms and acid like regularly.
Yeah.
Very irresponsibly. And so then eventually that caused like a complete break from reality, like where I, had a full on like manic episode that eventually mutated into like a psychotic break. And the funny thing is like what's funny is when you break from reality like that, when you go into like a psychotic episode, like a commonality amongst people that have experienced psychosis when they're in it is this like obsession they develop with religion.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Trust me, I've seen it with friends. I see it with a couple of online friends right now. I see it with all sorts of people. Yeah, I've seen it real life friends. My friend Ed that I talk about that's in that whatever is like all he does is read the Bible. There's a local homeless kid that snapped that I talked to named Nick, and all he does is preach the Bible and talk about how Jesus isn't really Jesus. He's the Satan. It's actually his name is this, and the Jews are
the Gnostic.
Yeah, he's standing on the corner reading the Bible.
Yeah. So like the issue with this is like you're like separated from reality. So like you get obsessed with the Bible, and so I'm like reading the Bible constantly, but then because I'm like in a state of psychosis, I'm starting to like, you start like seeing patterns and connecting dots that aren't there. So just everything is now like full of all this religious symbolism, and I'm
Yeah.
seeing like all the parables and patterns and archetypes of the Bible brought like being you know overlaid the world itself.
Yeah.
Like everything is now sacred geometry and angel numbers and all the schizophrenic kind of the obsessions you develop in that state of mind. So I was like losing my mind just like reading the Bible constantly. And it's like it's just a weird thing that like when you like try to avoid reality for so long, or like develop this break from it, this is it's weird how like everybody that's gone through that has this like return to uh I guess whatever religion that they were brought up in. Maybe I don't know. For me, it was Christianity, the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Like trying to return to some sort of foundational text or belief.
Yeah.
But that when you're crazy, it's I don't think you're ingesting it the same way, or interpreting it in a healthy manner. But I will
Yes.
say the interesting thing is like when I came down, like when I like came out of that state of mind, and I was just like starting to kind of recover from it, where I was like not crazy anymore, but still very like depleted of everything, and just feeling like lost and beautifully broken. I yeah. Well, when I was like trying to figure out like what, like I don't even know what to do. One of the things I did was just like went to a Sunday church service, and I
Yeah.
remember because I wasn't crazy anymore, so I was just going to a church service just to like be in the community and worship and all that. And I hadn't been to church in decades at that point. And I remember like going to that church service and like genuinely like breaking down, like really, it had the profound religion, having a profound like actual religious experience where I was like, oh, in my attempt to like completely avoid break away from this and then avoid everything in my life, or cope with my life in like all these unhealthy ways, it turns out that like I should have just been doing this.
Yeah.
Or something like that, just like something very wholesome and foundational that like brings me closer to like people, and for no other reason than like to rejoice in our humanity.
Sorry, I had to jingle my balls for a second.
Yeah.
My bells.
Like I genuinely just like that did completely like break me open and made me realize it busted wide open for me.
So I used to do hot yoga when I went through like a huge depression or whatever. And one of the reasons that you do it is you're in a room for 90 minutes. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody like that's out of shape, but once you're getting back into shape, you're 90 minutes in 105 degrees at 60% humidity. So it forces you to be in the moment or you panic. And it's called a practice because there's 26 moves and 2 breathing exercises, I think. But some people just lay there on the floor because they're just trying to make it through the heat and what's ever going on. And like we had grown men in there, like I made friends with this guy that was like married for 40 years and his like wife died of cancer. And like the first like just like month of him being in that hot yoga, he would just lay on the mat and cry by himself on his back. And because the room is so hot and intense that when you have to like lay there, everything comes forward. But once you finish the moves, once you can get up and start doing the moves, when you're done, it resets your whole brain because you get this huge endorphin rush of endorphins afterwards, which opens up all the neural pathways in your brain. So then it gets a reset. So think about your traumas or your life as like a path in the woods. and you keep walking the path that you're very comfortable with and familiar with, chemically and physically in the real world, and those paths get easily opened and they're easily triggered during your day. When people do mushrooms or intense yoga practices like that or weed, the reason why psilocybin mushrooms in small doses can help with depression is it'll open up all those neural pathways so you can start over and start rebuilding happy pathways. But it still takes time for the old neural pathways for like the brush to build in over the paths that you've been walking in the woods. So the old paths have to get overgrown, so they're not easy to go down anymore, and the new paths open. The problem with people that are doing mushrooms too often and all the time is your neural paths just keep opening and opening, and you never get like a reality check of a baseline of some good habits to get into that are comfortable. So it's like you're getting a fresh start everywhere. So then people that get stuck in it get trapped, like they're grasping at reality because basically their habits aren't forming in the neural pathways. Does that make like with habitual users? And that's why you see a lot of psychotic breaks. So I think when they use them technically for people, it's to give you like a fresh, clean start to make it easier to go to some happy places. And then you're supposed to get there on your own. If you keep doing it, you're just like constantly wiping your slate, and then you have nothing to grasp at afterwards. So I would recommend people not doing it with drugs. I do some edibles every couple of times a year. I go out in the woods and do like 2.5 to 5 milligrams of weed. And I just walk through the woods, and it brightens the colors and it makes me childlike and brings me into the moment. And then I just make sure that I don't then I learn how to get there, and then I go practice that in my real life, doing it on my own rather than like, being dependent on the drugs to do it. So,
Right.
yeah. We got a super chat here.
Oh, we do have a super chat. $2 from Drip Tank Swag Genie. Are you going to watch the Bob Dylan movie, buddy? No, I'm probably
I don't
gonna,
know what it is.
I'll just
Is it any good?
I'll just rewatch Walk Hard. That's what it looks like.
Is there a Bob Dylan movie?
Yeah, there's a new one coming out with Timothy Chalamet called A Complete Unknown.
Yeah, isn't it? I think I'm a lightweight. I think I take 5 milligrams.
That's probably the healthy way to do it, because the problem.
I take like 2.5 to 5.
So many people nowadays be smoking weed all the time and eating edibles that they forget like the doses they're doing are insane.
Yeah,
where they're like, man, 50 milligrams ain't nothing for me, and it's like, dog, 50 milligrams for the average person would like put them out for like a whole day. They'd be like clinging to their mattress because they're afraid they're going to fall into the sky.
Yeah, so I start with half at 2.5. It literally just takes cuts the edge off when I'm in the woods, and I can just see the colors sharpen. And then after like a month or two in the summer of doing that, I move up to 5 because you build up a tolerance, and it's the same thing. But I'm not trying to get fucked up and like sit on my couch. I'm going out in the woods. I'm being active. I'm running. So as soon as I start getting like comfortable with 5, I just cut it back, because after that, you start getting lack of REM sleep, and you start losing deep sleep, and then you're not as healthy, and then you're just not getting your own happiness drugs made while you sleep from you're not making your own dopamine, your serotonin, you're not getting your own endorphins anymore. The drugs supplying that, and naturally made endorphins make you happier and more excited than serotonin and dopamine, which is why you get depressed after you doom scroll or after the day after drugs or Molly or whatever, because you're coming down from
Speaking of doom scrolling, somebody in the chat asked me earlier about these glasses. These are blue blockers. These actually make doom scrolling a lot more enjoyable because I'm not harmed by the phone screen or computer screens anymore.
I have a pair that I was wearing for a while, and when I'm on the computer all day doing like technical analysis and stuff, they do help because you don't get that cluster headache behind your eyes after 8 hours of fucking.
Genuinely, of all the like snake oils and schemes that exist out there, and different inventions that they try to sell you, they're like, this is going to change your life. This is one of the few that I've gotten where I'm like, this is actually noticeably better. This is like night and day how much better I feel throughout the day.
Yeah.
Where in these, like, during work, because I work in front of a computer screen all day, where I'm not getting all the life zapped out of me by the screen itself. Like,
Yeah.
these are shielding me from the devil,
And
the devil rays of the
it's
computer.
And also, like, when you start just building, what's it called when you just utilitarianism? When you just keep building on top of like utilitarianism, like everything that you wear and do is just based on utility. There's no fashion sense to it. You end up creating a dope outfit in the end.
Yes.
So like if you're just like, oh, I'm cold, I just need a hat for my head. Oh, I don't want blue blockers, so you put those, and you just keep building on top of it. You end up looking pretty cool at the end, rather
Yeah,
than
you
if you
turn
try
into
to
like Mad Max.
yeah, rather than
You-
chasing something. Yeah,
So
yeah.
where you just
You're
all
gonna be
your
like,
survival
sometimes,
gear.
yeah. So you're gonna have like a flip up thing on a hinge eventually that you need to put on
Yeah.
that one lens. Yeah, yeah. It'll be sweet.
Yeah, I do nowadays. Yeah, I don't. I've never had like good fashion sense ever, and so
Oh,
like,
just preaching to the choir.
yeah, and so like
People
now,
literally say to me, "You know that clashes, right?" And I was like, "No, it's a Hawaiian shirt with camo pants clashes. I guess who fucking cares? It's fun."
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is at the end of the day, it's like who cares? It is fun,
Yeah.
and so like nowadays, I just like try to my whole thing is like what's easy, cheap, and comfortable,
Yeah.
and so I just wear like pretty like, oh shit, my thing fucked up. Am I frozen?
Yeah, you're frozen. We got
Hold
technical
on.
difficulties here.
Hold on. I can fix this. I'm gonna disappear for a second. Hold on.
I'll keep everybody entertained. Hey guys, can you guys hear me? Am I robotic?
Hey, Dalton has been taken away from us. We must pray to bring him back.
I'm back. Okay. I don't know what does that. Is my thing will just like flash, and then my screen goes black, and then everybody else just sees I'm frozen. I gotta like refresh the thing.
Nice.
Anyway, so I started like shopping like I'm a tech CEO. You know the way they dress, where it's just like,
That's what I do. I buy 5 of the same thing every time I find something that fits or I like.
yeah. So it's just like basic solid color shirts. Like I just ordered a bunch on Amazon for myself.
Yeah, I just
for
bought an
Christmas.
Amazon Basics.
Yeah, Amazon
Black.
Essentials.
I
Yeah.
buy Amazon Essentials. I'll buy the summer shirts. I just bought a hoodie that's all black from Amazon Essentials. I'm like, yep, I'm basically Jeff Bezos. I put the thing on,
Yeah.
I'm
I
like,
just
I'm
wear like
I'm basically a
solid,
tech giant like Jeff Bezos right now.
solid color t-shirts, sweatpants, and like slip-on shoes. And but then I look at myself in the mirror and I go, this is probably like the closest I've ever gotten actually coordinating an outfit.
Yeah.
Was just trying to dress as comfortably as possible. It's nice,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah,
And it's also like there's like a psychology behind it, because I used to work for a gender neutral children's clothing company.
Yeah.
And a very progressive like clothing company that sells children's clothes. And one of the things that they're like one of their missions.
it's general neutral, but it sounds pretty gay, but go on.
Oh, dude. When I was working for that company, when they started initiating Operation Gay or
Yeah.
Operation Woke, where they eventually, like on the website and advertisements, they started doing like promoting their clothing, where they would have like a boy wearing a dress,
Yeah.
you know. And I worked in the customer service department, so like this is like a coastal elite company, you know, an office in New York, right? But it's a national company, so I'm taking calls from all over the country, and the whole middle of the country ain't go for that gay shit.
Yeah.
So I'm getting calls every day from the angriest mothers in the world, just like Christian conservative moms, just calling to tell me like, this company is satanic and I will never do business with. I used to love your clothing, and then you got a boy in a dress.
Can I say something? So back in the 1800s, if you look this up, all children wore dresses. They were
Oh,
like
yeah.
these breeches things, and boys weren't called boys; they were called girls up until puberty. And so they knew, like, here you're a little bitch, and little kids act like they're gay around their mom and stuff until they hit puberty, and then they blossom into a man, and then they hang out with their dad and their uncles, and they go do cool shit, learn guns and knives and shit. And I think the modern day problem with that is, like, the pedo island people are like, oh, well, if they're little girls, can we fuck them? And you're like, no, stay away from them. They're children. So now people associate, like, homosexuality with molestation, which, if you talk to Milo, he's like, yeah, you should, because that's what's happening in the gay community.
Well,
is they're all molesting us.
what I was
underage.
getting at though with this company,
Not me. I'm talking about hate and
we're talking about the living the humble life of a Christian servant, right?
Yes.
A
I'm
very
talking
minimal-
Old Testament. Dalton's a little bit more New Testament.
Yeah, but with this company, one of the reasons that the company was starting to get a lot of notoriety and beginning to like make a lot of money was that they had the founders were like moms, and they had like tapped into this demand that I guess parents all over the country have that was not being met, that like clothing, just simple clothing. Because apparently, like, most places you go where you try to get, like, especially kids' clothes, it's like complicated bullshit.
Yeah.
It's just like, like graphic tees or some overpriced, like, just like
They just find bullshit that's cheap. They can put it on. They're going to outgrow it in a couple months, and they buy another one.
Yeah. So this was like a brilliant company where they were like, we're just going to sell like shirts and pants that are like solid colors.
Yeah.
Just like, here's a green shirt.
Yep.
It's like $12. And people loved it. Like, we did, like, the company did like crazy business. And they were starting to get,
Yeah,
like,
I used to sell Carter and Oshkosh for the longest time, and it was just like well-made, like basic stuff like that. And then they went woke too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to. I guess. I don't know. That was their whole thing, was like, it's gender neutral. So it's like, whatever, hey, let your kid be happy.
I was lucky enough that I didn't have to go through that. But you and Robbie went woke a little bit trying to get some pussy in New York, didn't you?
I've had some times in my life.
Wokeness.
I've had some times in my life where I've changed my behavior, like adjusted myself. Where I mean, in my mind, like, on what is actually happening is that I'm just trying to get some pussy. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
We all change a little bit. I just,
Yeah. And like, when you actually grow up and become a man, what you realize is they actually respect you less for having done that. And it's a great way to actually not get pussy.
Can I tell you the amount of, I just started, somebody messaged me that I never talked to before. I think I'm getting honeypot by this Italian lady in Maine. But we started talking, and like, she sends me a meme. And so I was like, oh, that's a pretty aggressive meme. So I sent her a little aggressive meme back. And then she sent me one of Jesus with a fire extinguisher blowing out a menorah, the candles on a menorah. So I was like, all right, this has got to be a federal agent. But until then, so they do respect you more when you immediately start like slurring it up and going hardcore, rather than finding out later that you're that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, I mean, honestly, yeah, if you just like be yourself and like just act the way you wouldn't just are.
Can you say slurs this late in the show without you guys getting in trouble on YouTube?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I won't say it, but I was dating this liberal girl for a while that would like go to the pride parades, and she had a camera that she would carry with her that had the rainbow flag, and she had glasses. She put rainbow flags on the side, and she wasn't non-binary or any of that stuff, whatever. She just was like, the LGBT ally or whatever. And I remember, like, we know each other for years, and I just said, I'm dropping F-bombs in the car one day. Not
Right,
fuck.
right.
The other
Yeah,
words.
yeah.
I don't know if you can say it on the live streams and you're going to get demonetized or whatever, but I was like saying that and she didn't even bat an eyelash. So I was like, if they like you, they just don't want you going up to one of their friends and saying it to their faces. But if you say it behind the scenes, they're actually get turned on by it.
Right.
Because they're like, oh, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's willing to lose.
You,
he thinks he's going to lose me and he doesn't care. So
there's
now I gotta
guys
get
of
him
a
back.
certain age who had to live through like a number of years where we're like what was being like told to us, like what was being propagated was this idea that like if you don't have the correct opinions, no one will ever love you.
Yeah.
They
still try to push that now.
There was like this palpable fear amongst dudes where it's like,
yeah,
well, I guess I'm never getting laid again, or I'm never going to find a wife.
Worse than that was when they mixed that with the Me Too. It's like you could say a word they don't like, and then they could just lie and say you sexually assaulted them and your whole life was ruined before anybody even checked to see if it was true.
Oh, yeah. We're still dealing with the fallout of all that because, like, that it was crazy. Like, during that time, that was like a lot of guys, like, complaint, and a lot of guys who actually were just like creeps would always say like you can't even like flirt with women nowadays, which they kind of were not wrong about that. It got to a point, I don't know, there was something going on where like guys were so scared of just like anything being said about them that a lot of guys I know, myself included, were just like, just not even going to chat. I'm not going to approach anyone in person. I'm not going to like talk to girls at the bar or do any. I guess I'll just like go on the apps, and then you have like an entire generation of dudes who's like the only way they understand how to like date and develop any intimacy with someone is through a application on their phone, probably owned by
So Match Group is fucked up because they own like 95% of all the apps, and then there's some Asian people that own Bagel and something, Meetup Bagels, and like a couple other ones. But so Tinder, Bumble, OkCupid, Plenty of Fish, Hinge, they're all owned by the same people. So if you get banned on Tinder, you get banned on Hinge, you get banned on Hinge, you get banned on Tinder. And the whole thing, and they've come out and they've pretty much said this, it's all a money grab for men. So if you sign up for like, say you start getting likes on Bumble and then you sign up for a lifetime membership, they immediately start hiding your account so that you pay for spotlights, which brings you back to the top. And then they run out and you got to pay for more and more. So it's just a money grab to like keep people single and grab money. And then if you switch apps, all that's happening is it's the same company with a different strategy to do the same thing. And women can basically ban you from those apps nowadays. There's a whole Reddit thing on this where if a woman just says she didn't have a good date, or you reject a woman and they get you banned on Hinge or Tinder, there's nothing you can do about it. And because you can't date in real life, you've pretty much been just ostracized to dying alone. So there's all these guys like working behind the scenes on Reddit trying to figure out how to get back on the dating apps.
Yeah, and you know what's really
gets rid of them.
You know what's really insidious, and this is what every like tech company like that does, where because you saw this happen with Uber, Airbnb, all these companies, and Tinder included, where when they first come out, they release a version of the product that works pretty well.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is making everyone's life awesome. Because I remember when Tinder first came out when I was in college, it didn't work for me, but I do remember at the time the sentiment towards Tinder was that it was awesome. Like everyone I talked to that was on it was like, dude, this is crazy. It's just, like I go on Tinder and I'm getting laid so much.
Yeah.
You know,
I was before Tinder, I was on OkCupid doing that.
Yeah, it's the methodology of like a crack dealer because like they get you hooked on it. They release something that works really well and then is like, I can't believe this is real. And then they start adjusting it. like the way it works, how much it costs, all of that, to where like as of now, the Tinder and all those apps is a product that does not really do what it's advertises.
No, it's
like what it
actually
should be doing.
the whole point of it is no, it is a dating app, right? And it works good at dating, but people have the mindset that I'm looking to date to marry or get into a relationship, but it's not that. It's focused on keeping people dating and breaking up and having opportunities. So I think one thing that happened is, yes, they changed it, but when I first got on the app, everybody that I said, "Oh, I got on OkCupid," was like, "What are you, a crazy person? You're one of those losers that can't get a date in real life, so you're on up dating." I'm like, "No, I advertise in real life when I'm out at the clubs and the bar, and I advertise online, so I got multiple whatever." But since nobody was on there, especially men, you had your pick of all these women. As time went on and everybody's on there, I think people, and even I get this, I just get exhausted. Like I get a match after like a month, you get like 2 matches, and then you look on it and you're like, you know what? I don't even have the energy, because even if I like, all that's going to happen is I'm going to put some energy into this. It's going to turn into nothing. And so picture that times 1,000 on the female end.
Yeah.
So they're just
It's really preying on everyone's most like basic primal human instinct, which is like I would love to like find someone to fall in love with and get married and have children with.
Yep.
And so this company was like, well, how about instead you get addicted to this application and give us
and even the swiping part is like addictive. It's like, remember Hot or Not? The website. Did you guys have that? So we used to have this website. Oh, let me tell you, boys, you young bucks. There was this website called Hot or Not, and you could just put your photo up there, and people would just rank you if you were hot or not on a scale of. It started off just hot or not, one or the other, and then it got changed to a scale of 1 to 10. So you could, so you'd get a number 1 through 10. And then more and more people would view you. And then if you became an 8, you get to see other women that were roughly ranked like 6, 7, 8, 9. And all it was is you're just getting these rankings. There was no way to communicate with these people or know anything. But it was just addictive because people were trying to see where they ranked on like the sexual market scale.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So you're like, I think I'm a 5 or a 6. So you go on Hot or Not and you put a photo, and then like market analysis comes in, everybody's ranking you hot or not.
You know, even back then, that's still just good old fashioned fun. That's just a website somebody made for people to have fun.
But it was hitting the biological need of you would get on there for hours and just rate women.
Oh, sure,
and then it got changed to swipe now. Like
nowadays,
hot or not this chick, and then maybe I can meet her if we both think each other are hot.
Yeah, and it does seem like nowadays the objective of these like apps is just to get you to a point where you're like so desperate and frustrated enough that you punch in that credit card number. Like you eventually cave in and go, I'll subscribe to the premium, I'll pay for the supers or whatever.
Yeah, so that's what happens. So you're swiping, you're like no matches, and then you get 5 swipes a day, and you're like, well, that's it, I'll swipe tomorrow. And then you swipe, and then Saturday comes, you still have no matches. You're like, for $11, I could get 10 extra swipes, or for $19.99, I can get unlimited swipes for the month. Maybe I'll find somebody then. And really, in the behind the scenes, they have no interest in you matching with anybody. Like you don't even know if the people are seeing your profile.
I have used,
unless you're Sweeze, dude. We should get Sweeze on. He can teach us how to set our apps
up on Tinder and Bumble.
Yeah.
He's with a new chubby Latina every night, dude. He might be the only one who's having any success with these things.
I mean, people make fun of Tanner when they see that stuff, but if you see his videos and stuff, he's a little bit chubby. He's a handsome guy with a fun personality.
He's a cutie patootie.
So if he can get that going and he can show them that, plus if he's doing that and he's getting the confidence up, and he's in the panhandle too. So he's also willing to drive 90 minutes on the panhandle.
That's actually the only element of it where it's like kind of believable.
Yeah,
he is in a part of the country where a guy like that could just given what the market is like there. It's like, yeah, maybe.
Oh, dude, I'm doomed. I got Boston right next to me, and then if I open up a little bit further, I got New York City. So like I'm getting like I got a Wells, Maine. I got a Portland, Maine that I might be able to work on. That's the kind of city
New York
for me.
New York is cool because it's a city with everyone in it, and because there's so many people.
Well, my Bumble would say it's only fat black women that are in New York
and
City.
trans, and sometimes just like just a dude.
And just like
a picture of like a Dominican guy.
And you're like, yeah, and then you're like, yeah, did he read it wrong or what?
You don't look like an Angela. Yeah, but the interesting thing about New York is it's a city it's a city of 9 million people, and every one of them are extremely lonely. It's like this weird psychological thing that happens where there's like so many people that it creates this like paradoxical event where each person is like dealing with like this insurmountable loneliness. Yeah. So New York actually, like the New York dating scene is probably like different than what a lot of people think it is, because it's like truly the most desperate people alive, just trying to feel some sense of human connection.
Here's where I think it goes wrong. Is people have been sold like to the movies and media or just life, how they live, that it's like you're going to find this person you fall in love with, right? You find love, you fall in love. And especially women, because I'll meet women and I'll be like, oh, wow, like you want to do this? I want to do this. You have this value, morals. So all our morals, all our values, all our principles, the way we have our life set up, like we don't drink, we do this, all fits in perfect. So you're like, it doesn't matter that we like different movies because we can work on all that stuff because we have these baseline principles.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't see it like that anymore. Like used to build a relationship when I was younger. Now everybody's like, no, I don't like this guy because on Saturdays he goes on a racist podcast. So we'll never work out. And it's like, well, we can grow together. Maybe in the future we can both be on a racist podcast together, you know? So I think you're supposed to be finding people with shared values, principles, and ethics, and then grow the relationship. But nowadays it seems like people want, like they talk about in the Ken and Barbie movie, like women are claiming like, or that, what was that really hot TikTok, like half Asian, half Caucasian, Bella Thorne? No, maybe Bella Thorne. Who's the one that
Belladonna?
She did a song about like building the perfect woman. She does a TikTok video where she's just like bouncing and doing like anime stuff for their face. She's like this Asian shit. People know who I'm talking about. Chat, help me out here. It's Bella Porch.
Bella Alice. Now, Bella Alice is actually one of my favorite cam girls. You ever seen her?
Yeah, it's Bella Porch, Poarch. She's like this half Asian, half white, and she did this TikTok video that was like the first big popular TikTok, and all this is her bouncing up and down, making like anime faces to like a song. But then she made a song about like building the perfect girl, where she said guys they don't care if you're about anything except they're just like, I want this size boobs, this size eyes, whatever. And it's like, I feel like I understand what she's saying. I can feel that because I feel it's the same way for dudes now. They're like, you have to be this tall, this much money, this whatever. And even the girls that are away from that are still, you know, we live in a society.
Mm-hmm. I made peace with the fact that I'm like, you know, fat and ugly a long time ago. So it's like, that's fine.
No.
I made my peace with it. The thing that gets me now is when I go on Twitter and see like like some lady, like a woman on Twitter be like, if a man say he makes six figures, that means 100,000.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Like, that's not a lot of money to you? Like, it's not enough for you?
They're
Like you should be
delusional, yeah.
you'd be lucky if you met a guy who made 40,000.
Yeah.
You don't make nothing.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to get too anti-woman right now, but I met a great woman. We had all these values. We had a great time. We're just laughing, talking, video chatting, have so much in common or whatever. And then her single friends just chirp in her ear. And then every time we having a conversation, the first
Well,
15
they need to
minutes is
replace the
me.
batteries.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Luckily she didn't have any friends knowing that I had to be like around. No, but so her friends just chirp in her ear. So the first 15 minutes of us talking every time is all the negative. Her friends haven't even met me and they already have all this negative whatever. So it's like they're just crabs in a bucket nowadays. Like when people get along, not only do you have to make the relationship work, it's hard enough. I feel like I'm constantly deflecting. It's always her female friends causing bullshit that I'm fighting. It's like, well, it's like, so it's like, well, this relationship is going to end soon because I'm dating 5 women that I'm like,
dude. This might have been like a
Beating
brilliant move on the woman's part, but it definitely hurt me in
Yeah.
the moment when I was dating this woman who just didn't want me to meet her friends.
yeah,
She just was like, church and state,
yeah, yeah.
She just was like, don't even like worry about my friend group. It dawned on me as this relationship played out that I was like, this woman must be like extremely embarrassed by me or something. Like,
Yeah.
why is she so against me meeting any of her friends?
Yeah.
But that didn't.
Oh, is that the conclusion? Because I thought you were going to say, but maybe she was just embarrassed of her friends too.
Maybe it seemed like she just didn't want. Maybe she was embarrassed. I don't know why. I don't know what was going on. I to this day, I still don't understand why that was such an issue with her.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, given that that relationship was never going to work anyway, but I'm sure her friends would have told her like,
And that's sorry, I was going to say that's a very traditional thing too. Nowadays, it's like girls used to be like, okay, I'm going to meet his friends so my friends can like go through and meet him and see what he's like. And it's another thing, like I said, that's been cut, like we were talking about earlier, it's been cut out, like the whatever. It's all done digitally and third party. So it's like, why aren't you supporting your friend? And she likes this person, bring him in, get to know him, and go like with a positive atmosphere. It seems like everything's so negative, tearing everybody every day. I don't really, this chat's going to go crazy. I don't find Sydney Sweeney very attractive. She's not my style of girl. I know she's objectively beautiful, but she's not subjectively my type of girl.
right.
But online Twitter is crazy right now with the gender wars between the women being like, I can't believe guys are calling her fat. She's not fat. Like everybody with those bikini pictures or whatever. But I don't know. It feels like everybody just wants to tear everybody down. Even Sydney Sweeney, who's,
Yeah.
I mean, compared to the average American woman's like 5'3", 170 pounds. Sydney Sweeney's doing all right for herself.
Dude, what makes Sydney, because I know what you mean when you say like there's somebody who's like hot but not hot to you, because there's like tons of women like that where they almost are too hot for me to even be attracted to them. Like they're like that's been my experience where like there's a woman who's like everybody's fawning over, and I go, I understand why she's attracted to everyone, but she's so like striking that I can't even like fantasize about this because she's just too hot.
I don't
Sydney
wanna-
Sweeney, to me, what makes her attractive to me that's different is A, big fat tits. That's
Yep.
awesome. And B, she has kind of like a dim-witted face. She has kind of like a
poor person's face.
yeah. She
she's
has
got
kind
poor
of
face.
she has kind of like a droopy, like dumb face.
Yeah.
that makes her like more just more like seemingly human, like more is I guess attainable maybe is the word, where it's just like, oh,
Yeah.
this is more of a like a real person versus like when I was a kid, like 2007, Transformers comes out, everybody's all up on Megan Fox,
Megan
right?
Fox, yeah.
Who now is a mutant, right? But
Yeah.
back then, perfect woman, just the
Yeah.
most gorgeous, striking, beautiful woman, leaning over the motorcycle where everybody's horny for her. But even then, I was like, this is too like curated.
Yeah.
Like her whole thing is like too perfect. Whereas like Sydney Sweeney has like big dumb titties and dumb
Yep.
face. She's kind of I wouldn't say fat, but she's got some cellulite here and there. You know what I mean? So that's that's why I
like
really
I can
enjoy her.
like when I see her and she's like laying on the couch and stuff doing a photo shoot, I'm like, yeah, obviously that's a beautiful woman. But she doesn't trigger my genetics. Now, if I see like Jenna Ortega, the dark haired Adams Family chick,
Oh,
is that
okay.
her?
So you like girls that look like teenagers.
Yes,
You're
young
attracted to teenagers.
teenagers. No, actually, I don't want to have her get a big head, and she wouldn't watch this. But there's a Greek woman on Twitter that I follow that's an anarchist or like a libertarian chick, and I wouldn't be interested in her because she's older and she's got a kid. And as we just established, I like young people, but her facial features and everything just triggers my biology, and she's like 100 times hotter than Sydney Sweeney to me. It hits me on that primal level that is beyond my choices,
Right.
which is like dark hair, like more butt than breasts, and like bigger nose, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. It just hits me on that primal level. But it's brunettes too. Like that's what I like about Ortega is she's a brunette. I got another buddy that just likes skinny. Like every time I see like skinny blonde chicks in the casino when I'm with him, I'll like nudge him. I'm like, there you go. That's what you like, blonde boys. And he's like, yeah. He's like, yes, I love them. I wanted to marry them. And I don't get it. It's just not my thing. Like
that's what Robbie's
like
into
blonde
that.
Barbies. Like blonde Barbies just don't do it for me.
Dude, like there's this lady Robbie follows on Twitter, and I'm in the group chat with Robbie where he's constantly like sharing her thirst traps that she posts. And I go, Robbie, this is a boy. She has the body of like of a boy.
Yeah. Oh, so Dasha has like she's posting like
that's one of the women that Robbie really enjoys. Is
Dasha's posting like she's basically selling used underwear in socks now. Like she's got a Depot store where she's selling her used clothes, and she's modeling it in her. It's not her underwear and her bras, but she's selling her used clothes on Depot or whatever it's called. And she's taking photos of it with like no bra on and stuff. And like people clicked on it, it's like all sold out. Dasha, maybe it's because I'm Russian. I don't like that body type, but she knows how to be sexy for being like a 4 out of 10. She just knows what triggers a man.
Why I'm looking at the Red Scare Patreon right now.
Yeah,
it's making $48,930 a month. Why is she selling dirty panties?
She's not selling dirty panties. She's selling her used clothes of all types, but like. So if you go to her page right now and go down to like, she's posting a picture of her like with, you can see her breasts through a white sheer shirt.
I saw some of these pictures. I didn't realize that this was her.
And if you click on it, all this stuff is sold. But if you go to what's sold, it's her used bras. It's like used shorts that she's photoshopped, like showing that she's wearing without like any underwear. Like,
but
I think it's all dudes buying this for outrageous prices. So she's basically like buying a $10 shirt, wearing it, and then probably selling it for $200, which is a huge grift.
So yeah, and I mean, let's just say that show probably has like no production behind it. So it's just her and Anna saying the dumbest things you've ever heard into a microphone, right?
I've never listened to it. I used to find them both very attractive. There is something that they know how to appeal to men's biology. But if you just take a look at them, they're 4s.
Oh, I mean,
with
that's
great
being,
bodies.
that's being
with good
generous,
bodies.
dude.
Yeah, with
That's
good bodies. Yeah.
So let's say that the show itself is making $587,160 a year. That show. So let's say split two ways. So each one of them is taking home, and this is before taxes. So show me the 1099s.
Yeah.
But each one of them is bringing home just from that podcast $293,580 a year with no overhead seemingly for the show itself. Plus like any speaking engagements and like whatever other deals they get going on. I just find it odd that somebody who's able to make like $300,000 a year.
Well, it could be a grift. Like maybe one of her producers or whatever needs money, so they're opening this thing, and then her producer is just gonna sell these used clothes and make another 100,000 a year.
That's just one of those things where it's like if you were able to carve out income for yourself without having to do like that kind of thing, like the sex work or sex work adjacent stuff.
Yeah.
Why you would just all of a sudden start doing that? Like
Oh, so she's not even selling them. I just opened it up. So she's selling them for like the actual prices.
Oh, so she just has a clothing brand.
It's 30, 55, 35. No, that's just one item. It's used clothes. So this is where women can sell their old clothes.
Okay.
So
I don't understand.
$85, 50, 25, $80 bra sold.
I don't understand what
$10 shorts.
these ladies deal. Yeah, I don't know what either of these ladies' deal is. I don't like them. They're very off-putting to me. They're their voices are annoying. They seem pretty dumb, and they make more money than me. So that's the main reason I hate them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a grift, but it's men's fault though too. So I think it's the same thing like the dating apps. Is eventually they're just listening, and one day they just get triggered and they pay for something from Dasha, and then they're in.
I listened to one episode of Red Scare years ago, and it was horrified.
I made it 5 minutes into a Nick Mullen on.
That was the one I listened to.
I couldn't do it past 5.
I genuinely was like,
I was like, if I listen anymore, I'm going to lose the little respect I have for Nick.
I genuinely, as I was listening to it, I was like, "You're telling there's people that pay for this, that listen to this like at least like 2 hours of this every week." There's
I think it's habit forming because all right, so you're a Cumtown guy like I was. Like, remember the episode where they just named different breads? And like you're about 30 minutes in and you're like, I literally can't turn it off, and they're just naming different breads, and I'm gonna I'm continuing to listen, and they're literally belittling me, saying, "Yeah, the fans will listen to this. They'll listen to."
That's like that's like such an old school comedy trick, or like a comedy tactic.
Yeah,
is that like the funniest thing that a comedian can do is just monumentally waste your time.
Yes.
So that is just like a funny bit. That I mean, there have been many comedians before them that did that kind of thing, where the joke is just that this is just completely wasting your time. This is going nowhere.
They just kept doing it over and over again and trying to see how low the quality. And then sometimes I'd have it in my car, and I'd be listening on the speakers. I had to keep my thumb on the steering wheel volume because you could hear Adam and Stav fine, but then when Nick talked, you couldn't hear him, so I'd have to turn it up because the sound wasn't done right. And then you'd hear it, and then they'd go and I have to turn it immediately back down because it was too loud when the other guys were on. So it's like, here's this, and at the time they're just making tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And they just do no video, no audio editing, no sound checks, no nothing.
That's
what
the Crowder boys now.
But anyways, how many times did you listen to an episode where you're like, what am I even doing? Why haven't I turned this off? And you just stayed. And then they would get like one joke that you just lost it at the end. for like 5 minutes. And
Yeah,
you're like,
you would.
okay, it's all worth it.
You would suffer
I
through.
mind the one bit that just hurt my
You would
stomach.
suffer through weeks of nothing to get to like one good riff where you go, now this is why we tune in.
Yeah.
But I've done that with a lot of podcasts. I'm sure there's people that do that with the shit I do, but I've done that with like there's been times when I still listen to like the Joe Rogan Experience where like 2 hours in I'm like, why am I listening to this?
So
they're
I
talking
don't
about
listen to
nothing.
So, all right. Drama alert, everybody. I got a question for you. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. But, and maybe it's just the zeitgeist of where you guys are at because you guys are like in the same universe, whether you know it or not. I don't listen to Lemon Party religiously, but I listen to Crowder Boys and Cornfed religiously. And then I went back and I listened to Lemon Party like when I went on my long trip recently, like one after another. I listened to like 12 episodes in a row. A lot of what was happening on the Crowder Boys was similar to Lemon Party, almost to a T, but the fans were bringing it up to you guys. So I feel like the fans are watching Lemon Party and then bringing somebody up to you, and then you guys are doing the same bit that was done from Ben Avery and those guys.
Look, that ain't me, dog. Because I haven't watched.
I don't think you guys are stealing the bits. I just wanted to make you
of Lemon Party.
All right, I just wanted to make you aware that that's happening, right down to the fact that like they got David Blunt or the fat dude, and it's like right in line. So they're also all extremely online and on Twitter.
Yeah, that may just
especially
be
Ben.
Yeah, that may just be like a zeitgeist thing because like shit goes viral, and then somebody described the Crowder Boys as like somebody said like just what we need, another show where guys talk about what they saw on Twitter that week.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah, man.
Yeah, basically. So
yeah, we're just like a gossip show. Yeah,
it's different, and I watch both shows, and I get the span. I just wanted to say there's a huge crossover, and I got to think there's a huge crossover in the fans because.
Well, Ben was one of the first guests we had on Loud Boys.
Yep.
When the pandemic really kicked off and we were doing everything over Zoom. Robbie knows Ben.
Yeah.
So Ben
zoomed in. People would tell me to watch Lemon Party for a long time, and when the incident between Ben and Tim happened, one of my buddies was like, "Dude, have you watched Lemon Party?" I was like, "No, I'm still watching Tim, and like I don't really care what Ben's up to or whatever. No big deal." Now I haven't watched Tim in 2 years, and I started listening. I was like, "Oh, this is really good. This is Come Town on Adderall. This is like."
I think it's just that we're all extremely online.
Yeah,
like all of our.
Also, Ben does the same bit that I do, which is just like being the racist, like being the ultimate racist guy.
Sure.
But he like walks that same line, and it's hilarious. So I do find, because he's kind of being serious, but he's also joking around about it.
Yeah.
when they're doing this pitch, you've never listened to it. I don't know, so you wouldn't know. But like,
I've seen
clips.
Really I've seen clips,
and like,
but I don't like nowadays.
Devin Costa is really good on that show, but like they all have their own dynamic.
We had Devin on
really,
the Loud Boys.
really, really good, dude.
Back in the day. I don't listen to really any podcast nowadays, and that's not it's probably just for no other reason than like I am an active participant in like doing podcasting or whatever. That's just like I don't want. If I'm going to listen to anything, like if I'm going about my day and I'm putting in my headphones or whatever, I just listen to music.
Yeah, I cut way back. Some of them just aren't doing it for me anymore. So the ones that I do watch is, so I drive. So I'm in New Hampshire, so I drive a lot. So if I go to play poker, that's an hour drive. I'll usually throw in Cornfed or Crowder Boys, and then I got to drive back an hour. I throw in another pod, and then during breakfast, I usually watch either Legion of Skanks or Story Wars. And those are pretty much the four.
You just do it on YouTube, right? Because there's some guy that's up my ass every week
Just on
'Cause I-
YouTube, yeah.
because I'm not as routine about the audio feed. What'll happen is I'll just like after a couple of weeks I go, oh, I forgot to do the audio feed, and then I update. I just throw the episodes up.
Yeah.
And then there's some guy who's like constantly like chewing me out like, is Cornfed just over? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Go to YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Hey guys, just so you know, audio listeners at home, make sure you watch this one on video.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if I want to actually do this professionally or whatever, generate some kind of income, I need to like make sure that it's available on all the feeds regularly. But I gotta, but then I gotta get the video file and then convert it to audio and then upload that. It's a whole to do. It's a whole thing, and I don't have a producer. It's just me.
Yeah, there's probably a way to like do it. Maybe there's not. I was gonna say maybe there's a way to automate it. I know, like if you open a Rumble account, you can just automate your YouTube videos going on to Rumble.
Look, to be honest with
If
you,
you open a BitChute account, you can just automate them going on the BitChute too.
Yeah, I mean it's not that difficult. I should be better about it.
Yeah,
especially since
that's where you get your numbers up. But you guys live stream, so it's like I just don't catch the live stream. If I do, it's because
the live stream. It's cool that like people.
I like the idea of the live stream.
There's 33 people. There's 33 people tuning in, which is really cool.
Yeah,
that there's folks tuning in live, but it's also like how many people are going to be around when it's live and want to actually tune in live. So like the bulk of the numbers come from when the video is just up afterward.
Yeah, it gets dark here. Like I'm sure it gets dark there early now. I don't know. Well, probably not as dark as up here in the north, but it gets dark here at like 4:00. So I play a lot of poker in the winter. So I play poker from like 2 p.m. to like 8 p.m. Usually Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. And so, like I said, if I go to Boston, that's an hour and a half and an hour and a half back, sometimes 2. And if I go to my other poker, that's 45 minutes. So that's a lot of drive time. So if I get sick of music, then I'm listening to a lot of podcasts. Yeah, catching up on podcasts. But I like the live streams that you guys do. We might not need to be able to call this Bible study if we keep this up.
Sometimes we
talk about the Bible.
Sometimes we actually, I mean, even when it's just me, sometimes it'll be like a lot of just meandering around. Sometimes we actually get into the Bible.
I'm fine with that as long as the fans understand.
I'm down to keep bringing you on here and there. Maybe some weeks I want to maybe do a solo or I don't know. I don't have any like structure to any of this, and so I'm trying to figure out how to. Ultimately, I'm trying to figure out how to not have to work like a day job.
Guys, this is how good the show's going. We didn't even get to the show notes. I made show notes for the week, and we didn't even need to get to them because we've been vamping so well for 2.5 hours. We were gonna try and do an hour live like this, and then go do another hour behind the paywall at Patreon for the super hardcore fans that really gonna get the secret special show for Christmas.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we could try something next week with that. I got something loaded up for the Patreon. Anyways, patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. I'm gonna upload a little bonus tonight actually to make up for the week that we lapsed, Sal and I, old Sally boy. But what was I? Oh yeah, so. To go back to the thing. So yeah, anyway, so some folks were clowning on me online about this the thing that guy posted about Racine, and then and they dug up the history of my interactions with Tony, and what does scripture say about gossip? Don't do it.
Yeah. That's what I think Jesus said.
Yeah, just don't.
But having said that, Jesus never saw Tony Hinchcliffe, so
Well,
maybe he would.
you know what was interesting at that time.
Maybe he'd be like homosexuality. It's bad. Tony's gay.
What was interesting.
I don't know why Jesus sounds like Trump, but
What was very conflicting, or what was difficult to navigate, was just that like I want to make my dreams come true. You know, I want to be able to live the life I want to live, or whatever. And then everybody's telling me like, oh, you know, he's just the sort of thing where it's like, don't like close yourself off to opportunities before they happen, or he's a nice guy, he's helped a lot of people, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh, I guess maybe I'm wrong about him.
Yep.
And then even like when I met him, we had a good interaction. You know, he was friendly, bought 2 T-shirts from me.
Yeah.
And he was a nice guy to me. I mean, he made me look like a dang fool on the internet. You know, he burned me pretty bad. And that's on me for being gay. And I guarantee, by the way, if you talk to like most comedians, they probably have sent some pretty embarrassing messages to a number of people. Yeah. Mine was just made public. And I'll pay for that forever. But what I was getting at though earlier is that back then there was a more of a delineation between entertainment and politics. Like, as much as entertainment was being politicized, the people in entertainment were still like, especially like with comedians, were making the argument that like, well, this is not like political. We're just telling jokes.
Yeah.
Jester's privilege.
Yeah.
And then where I really soured on a lot of these guys completely was when they did decide to become explicitly political. You know, where you got guys like Tony performing at the Trump rally, or Rogan.
In his defense, he did do jokes. He didn't just be like, "All hail Trump."
He did do jokes, but it was
Santa Claus doing hail.
Sure, he did do jokes, but they sucked. They were bad. They were bad jokes.
While I'm dressed like this, that's all.
They weren't that funny to me.
No, none of that roast stuff really is like.
Well, because it's not roast. First off, it's not roast comedy. He's just going up there and being like denigrating people that aren't there. That's not roasting. Roasting is telling jokes and making fun of people that are there, looking at JD fans and saying you look like a baby-faced queer or something. You know.
There was probably some Puerto Ricans in the crowd.
Yeah. Did you have fun with the couch in the green room? You know, making some flippant remark and, or, you know, making fun of the people that are there. He, like, bent the knee to these people, it seemed like, and was very careful not to make fun of anyone that was actually there, and just made fun of, like, vague groups outside of that room. Puerto Ricans and black people and blah, 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 liberals.
What's crazy?
That's not roasting. That's the thing that drives me crazy is that's not roast comedy.
the joke that he got in trouble for, I kind of feel like that. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I feel like that was Kurt Metzger, like a good political joke written by Kurt Metzger. That because Tony read it, they're like, well, Tony's a dumb retard, so he doesn't know about the actual trash issue because of the hurricanes with Puerto Rico. So this must be attack on Puerto Ricans. And then somebody like Kurt Metzger that's writing this intelligent joke is getting off scot-free, and Tony took all the heat for it because, like, he doesn't write most of his jokes anyways. He just reads them in a pompous manner, right?
Yeah, but what I really take issue with, like, where I really am, just you know, not a fan. What I'm not a fan of, what I take umbrage with, is that like you got all these guys who for years were making the argument like, oh, it's just, hey, these are just jokes, you know, we're just clowns, you know. They were invoking the sacred jester's privilege, right?
Yeah.
But then when you start like explicitly enmeshing yourself with a certain like political movement and begin like stumping for them, then it's like, well, now the context has changed where it's like, okay, he did tell jokes, but it was in support of the Trump administration.
So I have this problem with Jon Stewart and John Oliver and Steve Colbert for years is they'll say the most horrific political things, going a whole tirade with their party, and then you're like, well, you're getting pretty political, like, oh, it's a, and as soon as there's a kickback, like, oh, it's a joke, I'm a comedian. It's
Oh
like,
yeah,
you're doing a news show.
Jon Stewart. I mean, there's a lot about Jon Stewart I liked, and as I got older, I realized like
I'm not defending Tony. I'm saying I know what you're talking about because I felt
Jon
the same
Stewart
way
did
growing
always
up with them.
Jon Stewart did always was able to always shield himself from that criticism by saying like, "Oh, the Daily Show is first and foremost a comedy show."
Yeah,
and I'm like, well, then why is everybody coming to your show for news now? Why does everybody give it more credence than what a comedy show normally would get?
Yeah, that's what bothers me when, like Joe Rogan, for instance, that if you look up his podcast, it's a comedy podcast still, and then if you tell a joke on it, he gets pissed at you.
Down.
What was that? The best one in recent mind is the guy that does all the little short guy with the beard that does all the voices. Tried to do an RFK.
Oh yeah, Tyler
He's
Fisher.
Like, don't do that. He's like, you had a voice guy on that does impressions, and he tries to do an impression on your supposedly comedy show, and you're like, don't do that.
Yeah, I mean everybody online, like all the just people that are extremely online that's the big criticism. One of the big criticisms of Joe Rogan is like, for a guy who is a professional comedian who claims to be this like a craftsman of comedy, he just has like no sense of humor seemingly. Like jokes fly over his head, or he's like actively antagonistic toward like the telling,
or
of
he does
jokes.
that fake laugh because he knows he has to, like the one when he says something about bombs, and Mark Norman's like, they should see your act when they're at and that one went viral, and Joe's like, ha 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 ha, and then he goes back on after his fake laugh.
Yeah,
but Mark Norman basically calling Joe a hack or a bomb, his bombed or whatever.
Yeah, but then like Rogan eventually, like he interviewed Trump and then endorsed Trump.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, well you have your jester's privilege is now revoked as well.
I'm saying that's similar to Jon Stewart on a higher level, where they're like, this is a comedy show. I'm a comedian. I have comedians on. We tell jokes, and I'm just here to learn. And then now you're having Trump on, and it's like, well, what is it? Are you a news show or are you a comedy platform?
Yeah, I think the context of what you're doing completely changes when you do start to have an effect on the country in that way, like politically. Whether like Trump, like Rogan interviewed Trump, Theo Vaughn interviewed Trump, and JD Vance, and Tim Dillon's getting in with all these guys, and like I don't know what their motivations are, or what they think they're doing. But I gotta
say that was the only episode of Flagrant I've ever watched, or Flagrant 2, whatever it's called.
Oh yeah, the Schultz had Trump on.
That was actually pretty good. I thought Trump was pretty fun in that episode.
Trump is, I mean, it's been said before, he's more entertaining than all of these guys. And the job he should have is like what Joan Rivers used to do. Trump should just be like the new Joan Rivers. Like just like a gossipy queen.
That dress is so 2000.
Yeah, I mean, truly.
I'm telling you, she's fat pig. She shouldn't be wearing that on the red carpet.
He would be the most beloved man in the world if he just was like on the red carpet roasting everybody. Just like going to events and just as like a gossipy personality.
I saw Adele. She's looking kind of fat in that dress. Am I right, folks?
Yeah, man. That's what he's good at. That's why even when he goes on these shows, like I watched the Rogan interview and I'm like, he is captivating. He is very entertaining.
Ariana Grande. She needs to get a grande-sized McDonald's meal. Am I right?
Yeah, this bitch needs to eat something.
just
being calling Ariana tall,
just being catty, making bad.
Yeah, that's what he's. Yeah. He is the best, like just catty bitch we've ever seen, and he's completely going against his like destiny of just being that by wanting to be the president, and then achieving that goal because like. Yeah, the thing is like I don't need, nor do I really want the leaders of this country to be entertaining. They need to be diplomatic and professional
Yeah.
and boring. I don't even want to fucking think about them. So
Well,
so
I mean, it's unfortunate, but like it's become like, late empire Rome, where it's like we live in a socialist country. So
yes.
like there's a lot of social contracts. So even the president now has to be like socially fun and likable. It's not about issues anymore. It's like he has to make the populace like him. I know it's like you're trying to get the populous amount of votes, but it's you almost don't have a choice. Like if you want to break the system and get in there, they created this beast where like Beyonce and Jay-Z and Cardi B are going to the whatever to do speeches at the DNC to try and get votes. Literal retards with 60 IQs that shake their ass on stage like vote for Kamala. So it's like he almost has no choice but to be entertainment to combat, because that's how dumbed down the voters are now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not like trying to back Trump. I think the whole system needs to be burnt down, but it's like I think he knows how to win, and that's how he won.
yeah, he knows. I mean, like he knows the art of the deal. He wrote the book on it. Well, he paid someone to write the book on it.
Yeah.
According to the TikTok clip I saw from the movie that just came out about him, which looks like a good movie. But I gotta watch that movie. Have you seen?
Home Alone?
This? Yes, Home Alone 2, Lost in New York.
Yeah.
No, the movie just came out about Trump, like his rise to power in the I guess the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Where he
is that the one where he benches 15,000 pounds? The Rock and then the Rock.
No, it's like the Trump origin story kind
and
of.
then they're like he talks to his watch, he's like, we got Big Orange coming in.
Yeah, no, yeah. It does star another Marvel alum. It's Sebastian Stan plays Donald.
Sebastian
Maniscalco. Yeah,
my father was a real estate agent.
My father
was a real estate agent.
He was. He didn't. Contrary, he was actually cool with black people. No, it's Sebastian Stan stars as Donald J. Trump, and it's about like when it's called The Apprentice, and it's a movie about when he was the apprentice to Roy Cohn. So it's like when Roy Cohn becomes his like lawyer, and then takes him under his wing, kind of to teach him how to become Donald Trump.
Yeah, he had the confidence to do it. Like I did read about him, and there is a pretty awesome deal that he did in New York City, which was like that when he bought his first big building, the people that were trying to sell it, no one could. They didn't want to sell. They had all the money. Like there was nothing that they could offer him, so they weren't getting rid of it. And he went in there and negotiated. And basically, he said, "We'll put it in the contract that I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna own it. We're gonna do this, but we're gonna put your name on in the lobby on this restaurant, so forever you'll be remembered as whatever." And then they signed the deal with them. And it was basically like he knew because they were rich that the notoriety was more important to him. And then he left, and he didn't have the money to buy it. So he made the deal, he seeded the deal, and then he went out and he got the investors, and then he came back and
he was doing like uncut gems.
Yeah, so his first deal was very like good, and then everybody was like, "Oh my God, this guy's a superstar! No one could get that deal closed," and he closed, and he did in this particular way. And then his other deals weren't that great. It's just that he kind of rode that deal socially, that they thought he was just great negotiator, so people were willing to go talk with him.
Right.
And then, I mean, he's obviously entertaining. He's charismatic. People like him. I mean, he was always in the news, like I mean, this idea that he was like ever like a racist or whatever, he was just a dipshit hanging out with all the politicians and all the celebrities forever. He was hanging out with Tyson back in the day.
He was,
hanging
like
out
a
with the Clintons.
socialite. He was like a Kardashian.
He was like Paris Hilton. Yeah, the Hiltons, all them. Yeah.
yeah,
Like you said, he's Joan Rivers on the red carpet.
dude. That was his calling, was to be Joan Rivers, and instead he became the president.
Yeah.
And I think we're all like worse off for it, probably.
I don't know. I mean,
Although
I don't hate the guy.
he's very pro
But
crypto.
also,
He's very pro crypto, which might benefit us. Did you see MSTR just got added to the QQQ? And MSTR is one of the companies that has like a huge Bitcoin reserve. It's like a big deal that
I did not see
a company that just got added to the QQQ index, which is the NASDAQ top 100, has like a shitload of Bitcoin in their treasury. And so it's like very bullish for like the whole crypto market. And like Trump is very, he just appointed that one guy to the SEC who's like very. So I do think like if you're paying attention these days, you see the way the winds are blowing. If you could, position your money accordingly, Trump could make you very rich.
Yeah, I've been doing okay since he came into office. So this is a good way to tease. We're in that DM. Are you going to do that show tomorrow? We can tease
with Troy?
Yeah, we can tease it here for the fans to come see.
Yeah, I suppose so. I got to figure out what I'm doing because me and Sal usually record Cornfed on Sundays.
Yeah.
So I got to see if I can record with him like earlier maybe, or
I'd like to know because I'm gonna go play poker during the day, and I need to come back in an amount of time where I can get ready to go on.
Yeah, well, it sounds like Troy wanted to do it at 10, so I mean I could.
Well,
yeah, I mean if I could, I'll do it. Yeah, I mean I'm down to do it.
We're gonna do a little financial show with Troy tomorrow. If everybody wants to meet us over there, Troy has something planned. He said he wanted to talk to us about crypto and finances, basically. So it's going to be Idiot Investor spinoff on Troy's.
Yeah, I'm down.
Primitive State. Everybody tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with myself and the star of Cornfed and the Crowder Boys.
Yeah,
Dalton
because like retail is starting to catch on. So I don't think it's hit the with the Warren Buffett shoe shiner thing yet. Have you heard? You know about that? You know what I'm talking
about? How Warren Buffett sold all his stocks?
Yeah, like because his shoe shiner told him about a stock, and he's like, "Oh, if he knows about this, that means that's the top signal." Yeah. I don't know if crypto's hit that yet, but it's definitely.
I hear about it so much in the poker room that I don't even bring it up anymore.
Yeah, I think by the time. Yeah, I don't know what the top signal looks like because it seems like a lot of people are still like maybe not paying attention, but I am seeing more and more like retail investors talking about it.
So you typically what happens, and this is a bull run like no bull run before, because we just had the Bitcoin halving. The Bitcoin halving usually aligns closely to the 4-year election cycle. It depends on how many blocks are mined or whatever, give or take some time. But you had Trump coming back into an election, everybody holding their money, the 4-year cycle, the Bitcoin halving cycle. And so everything correlated at once and went straight back up. Typically, when there's a run, the annual run, it lasts from about now until taxes, because people are like moving their money around in and out of shelters through crypto and then have to pay taxes and everything. And so like the market's just going crazy from like November, December, January, February, March, and then April. So usually it's going to go up. I don't think it's going to go up with the same trajectory that it's been. I think it'll just slowly keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll have a pull. You'll keep seeing those pullbacks. Those are the dips that you're supposed to buy when you're in
I'll be buying the dips.
Yeah.
I'm
cheddar cheese, ranch, chive and onion, bean.
Yeah. No, because I've been stacking XRP, which is either everyone says is going to make them a millionaire or it's dead. But I'll be buying the dips on that one.
Yeah. So what you can do is if you have been laddering out or pulling a little bit of profit, then what
Oh
you would
no,
do is like,
not
yeah.
yet.
So then no. So like if you had a ladder out thing where you're like, okay, XRP is going to hit $5 by April, right? And then you like figure out what 20% all the way up. As soon as it goes like up to 3, you're like, I'm going to sell 20% and pull my profits back or my initial investment, hoping that it's going to go up to 5. And then when it gets to 4, you sell like another 20%, right? If then it dips back down to 3, you put that 20% that you sold at 4 back in. So now you've got more, you've bought more, you're stacking it. So using the profits that you're pulling to buy the dips back in.
Yeah.
So if you're buying 100 XRP at $4, and then if you bought 100 XRP at $3 and it goes up to 4, and then you sell a percentage, and then it goes back down to 3, you take those profits that you'd pulled and buy.
Yeah.
So you're constantly putting more into
this
your
is
bag.
a very like refined strategy. This is like,
yeah.
it's not like timing the market necessarily, but it's also like a difficult thing to have the discipline for and like figure out.
One thing that I wanted to see if I could show you in Troy, because you guys both have MetaMasks now.
I have a ledger.
Okay, well, we can easily get you a MetaMask, and then you can hook a ledger up to it, which just allows you to get access from your ledger to Web3 and like transfer stuff pretty easily between the two.
Oh, really? Because the ledger, you got to download the Ledger Live. And
yeah, so when you put a Web3 thing like MetaMask through your extension, one of the things it allows you to do is to hook a cold wallet up to it. So your everything will still be offline, but then you can look at your wallets in the MetaMask, because all the ledger doing is communicating with the blockchain, showing your wallet addresses. So you're just looking at those same wallet addresses that you're looking at Ledger on MetaMask. And that would allow you to use that same thing to lock into Web3. And then you would use your handheld device still to type the code in, so that when you see those wallets, no one can get on them on your computer, only you, because you have the handheld.
yeah, I still haven't transferred
Anyways,
everything yet because I was waiting for some money to clear.
One thing I was thinking you guys could do is we don't have to get too deep into it now, but you can basically say you have $1,000, right, in Ethereum. Say you had $1,000. You could buy Ethereum, but instead of buying it and holding it, you go to a lending platform and you buy a 1,000 Ethereum on that lending platform that's attached to your wallet, but they have it, and they pay you interest on it. I think Ethereum is only like 2 to 5% a year, right? APY. But you have that Ethereum as collateral. Now you can borrow up to 75% of that Ethereum in another token. So what you would do, because that collateral is there, is you would buy say you had 1,000, you could borrow 500 in USDC. And now you can do whatever you want with that. You could go buy a car, Pokemon, whatever. What I would suggest is you put it into DeFi.
Mm-hmm.
And now you still have your 1,000 Ethereum. You haven't spent it. You've borrowed 500. You put that into DeFi. That DeFi now makes you money every day. And you take that money and you pay off the loan of $500. And when that's done, you still have your 1,000 in Ethereum, your loan's paid off. And now you have a DeFi fund with $500 in it that's giving you daily income. And you haven't ever spent your original collateral to do it. So now you would have 2 DeFi projects. And so in the meantime, if that Ethereum's going up, you still own it. So if you had sold it to get into that DeFi position, you would lose the value of Ethereum rising. But since they're holding it as collateral and you're taking the loan to do this third-party thing, as that Ethereum goes up, you're still getting the benefit of the appreciation while borrowing against it to make money somewhere else. And I could show you guys how to set that up pretty easily. So me and Troy were talking a little bit. Maybe we could go through that on the financial thing.
I'm down. Because the DeFi thing still kind of eludes me. Yeah, I saw that what you could have done at some point is just throw a bunch of money at Fartcoin and become a millionaire.
Yeah.
Did you see that Fartcoin, the market?
I've seen Fartcoin, I've seen Diarrhea Coin, I've seen Ass Coin.
Dude, Fartcoin, like the market cap on Fartcoin just hit like $100 million or something. So like there's like tons of people who bought like a ton of Fartcoin when it was like a penny or fractions of a penny,
Yeah.
who are now millionaires because of Fartcoin.
Who was it? I was listening to a podcast and they were just mind blown about Hawk Tour, and they were like, I don't understand why people are buying this. But basically it's just like anything. Like if you think the meme is going to last, then people buy in and the community holds it up. So
That
like,
one definitely though appeared pretty obviously like it was going to be a rug pull.
who Hakatua?
The Hawk Tour coin.
Yeah. We went into this. Actually, what's crazy about it is like it was the people that produced it that stole the money. I don't think she got away with any money.
No, I don't think she ever was in control or had any clue she was doing.
The way it was set up is her wallet and her handler's wallet, and then the other ones were locked up for 3 years. And then they seeded, and the seed wallets started selling, and those were the people that set it up. But anyways, people, I forget what it was. Oh, it was Bobby Kelly on the regs, and I think he was just trying to be like, what, like, I don't understand what the value is. And it's just like anything. What's the value of Pokemon? What's the value of, like, I don't know. What's the big meme online that everybody's into? Like Pepe. Pepe coin is through the roof.
Pepe just skyrocketed.
Because Pepe's name is in everything. It's been going strong for like 5 years. People love Pepe. They buy Pepe. There's a Pepe community. So that one's probably like similar to Doge. There's a bunch of idiots that will stay into that and they think it's funny. And you can spend Pepe with one another. Like you and me, for instance, right now, right? If we bought Pepe coin and you wanted to, we won't use you and me because I don't want there to be undertones. You and Sal are on Cornfed and you owe him money from the Patreon or whatever.
Yeah.
You could pay Sal from the Patreon in Pepe coin.
Yeah.
If you guys both had it, and the fees would be pennies if you were both doing it and fucking around with Pepe. You know what I mean? And so you could just use that as your currency that you think is funny. And you'd be like, send me my Pepe and whatever. And it technically has value when you do it. And it's cheaper than Venmo. It's quicker than Venmo. It's, you know what I mean?
And it's similar to just like the way Bitcoin started, where Bitcoin just like came on the internet and people that knew about it were like trading it and playing around with it. And now one Bitcoin, back in like 2010 was worth like,
don't even get me started. It was like 30 cents.
Yeah. And now one Bitcoin is worth like $102,000.
Yeah. But there's plenty of coins that are like,
what's happening. I think the reason people are like baffled by it or confused is because it's probably the first time in, I don't know, centuries that we've seen an innovation in currency itself.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's one of the things that people don't talk about. Bitcoin doesn't do anything that it claims to do.
That too. They say it's a Ponzi coin.
So Bitcoin Cash does what the original white papers by Satoshi said to do. You can actually spend Bitcoin Cash. People get it quick. You can text. I can text you Bitcoin Cash. You can open the text and put it in your wallet. And if you don't receive it within 30 days, it goes back into my wallet.
That's the thing I hate about crypto that scares the shit out of me is when you're sending shit from like an exchange to a wallet or between wallets.
Yeah.
Any little error, it just gets lost in the ether and you go, oh, I just lost like thousands of dollars.
Yeah. So there's a lot of responsibility that'll be cleared up by third parties. So that's going to be like, so when it goes mainstream, what'll happen is like Apple Pay is adding Bitcoin. So when it goes mainstream, the people that are grandparents or the average IQ people will just let Apple hold all their Bitcoin. They'll kind of get fucked sometimes. They'll pay fees. They'll pay for stuff. Apple will use the Lightning Network. So what'll happen is to make it cheap, everybody will scan. It'll stay in the Lightning Network. And then when they actually consolidate the ledger to go on the Bitcoin chain. It'll go through there, so you won't actually own the Bitcoin. Apple will. So they'll be like the new banks, which is still better. It's still kind of decentralized, but at least it gives you and me the option to own our own Bitcoin. Where right now, only Wells Fargo and the Federal Reserve owns the stuff, and we don't have a chance. At least if you want to be intelligent enough to get out of the system separately, you'll have the option. But like Bitcoin is too expensive, too slow. They said you couldn't make bigger blocks. They found out that that's not true. Roger Ver did it. And the reason I know that Bitcoin Cash is right and that I've had it for a long time and that Bitcoin's wrong is that they just arrested Roger Ver and he's sitting in a Spanish jail for back taxes from a decade ago that he already paid. And he was also the guy that funded WikiLeaks when all that came out. So
yeah, and the weird thing about Bitcoin is like, and this was something that always like baffled me about it, is that this claim that it exists and functions as a currency when like most people, yeah, you can't really spend it anywhere, and most people treat it as more of like a commodity, like an asset.
Yeah, so it's turned into a reserve currency. So if you want to think of Bitcoin more of like gold, and the reason it's tied to society now or tied to reality is through electricity cost of mining. So similar to real gold or real copper, if the price goes up, then it's worth going into the mines and digging more up of it because the amount of electricity, man hours, and going into the soil to get more of the precious metal costs less than the precious metal that you get.
Yeah.
But once the precious metal goes down, it might be cheaper to recycle it. So then people recycle it. And you'll always see this in the cycle. Gold is heavily manipulated by the precious gems.
Dude,
so
gold is a scam, dude. Anyone, dog, if you're old and still listen to AM radio, you're going to hear Glenn Beck promote some fucking bullion website.
Yep.
Bullion website
Peter
where
Schiff,
where you can invest in gold. Yep. I looked into it recently just as like a Christmas gift. Like, what's a 1 gram bar cost?
Yeah.
Fucking like 30, anywhere from like $30 to $60 over spot. So like gold trades at like as of right now, like $2,700 an ounce.
Yep.
So which means a gram, like 1 gram should be about $100.
Well,
but anywhere you go to buy a gram, they're going to charge you about like anywhere from $130 to $160.
So here's the big scam. Do you remember? Maybe you're not old. So what they do is they prey on people that need money before they pump this. So they have the commercials. We buy gold, or you can mail in gold. And so what they do is you have gold and they weigh it. And they're like, oh, wow, you have 2 ounces. An ounce of gold right now is $2,000. We're going to give you $4,000 for your gold. You just have to pay shipping. And so then the people pay $30 shipping. They get exactly what gold is worth. And then they melt it down and then they sell it to everybody at $30 over spot. You know what I mean? So they just constantly do that to people because it's cheaper to buy the gold than it is to mine the gold. And they've been doing this for years, just shearing. It's just a call to people that have like old jewelry and stuff that they don't know how to get rid of. And then they've been doing it for years. So I mean,
I do like this point though. Gold is cool because you could dive head first and swim in it.
Yes. Well, I've been to Pork Fest and stuff, which is the libertarian festival up here. And you can buy like lunch and gold and silver coins and Bitcoin Cash and Litecoin and
just throw a satchel of coins.
Yeah, people literally have scales and they have coins and they have these like plates and you rub it on the plate and they have a real piece of gold and then they have your gold and they rub it and then they see if the color is the same and then if it is and they weigh it, then you can pay in gold. It's a whole hassle because you have what we were talking about earlier, and there was a meme going around today with the money clippers, why the side of a coin has ridges on it. Because there was a group of people that have been in multiple societies that would clip the ends of coins off.
Yeah.
And smooth.
Yeah, I I was on the gold subreddit recently, and it's like so funny to like view into a different world because like the folks on the gold subreddit hate crypto. They're like, the reason I buy gold is because it's real.
Yeah.
It's a commodity. Crypto's garbage. Gold I can hold in my hand.
Yep.
And I'm like, you can
And
also
they should
hold
buy
it.
land. They should buy land then.
Yeah. And I'm like, you got like a handful of doubloons.
Yeah.
That's your retirement or that's your financial plan is just to like that's what my fucking like backwoods uncle did. He didn't have a bank
That's
account.
what crows do. They take
This is
shiny
what
things
birds
and they put it in a nest.
Dude, I got an uncle who just like never had a bank account, didn't trust like
Yeah.
he's never had money or like invested anything or like traditional the way we do economics now. So like when he died, all of his money like that could be bequeathed to anybody. It was you just had to go ransack the house and find his gold.
Yeah.
Like I remember like one of my uncles just went to his house like and just like
Took a
found all
sledgehammer to the wall.
yeah,
It's
just like rooted around to find all of his gold because there was like no estate. There was just
yeah.
just like doubloons. Yeah, it's a very like inefficient
crab lagoons, crab doubloons,
Yeah, it's a very inefficient and
crab lagoons.
antiquated form of money and it also just as a commodity. It's like it has it doesn't exist nowadays. It truly does not exist beyond anything more than just like it's shiny and cool to look at.
So there is something that scares me about crypto recently. Did you hear about quantum computing?
Yes, where they can it basically either crack into these wallets and exchanges or nullify the mining process by just being able to create it wholesale.
Yeah. So the main ledger behind the blockchain is so intensely difficult to crack that the only way to get in is with your seed phrase. The smaller encryption stuff on top of that that's done by computers, the mining it allows after that encryption thing has happened, other people just to validate that if that thing was true. And those codes are set up open source that people can do that on purpose to check if the two encrypted people that talk to each other put it together. What they're worried about with quantum, because it's so much faster now that they could actually crack the original encryption codes and pretty much get your seed phrases. And if they're as intense as they think they are, then they wouldn't even have to focus on you. They could set the computer up to just start like go, and it's just going to go through every wallet and just steal your money. But here's the thing with that, because I thought about this from a libertarian point of view. If they set up a quantum computer and they start stealing it, as they steal it, they're just taking a commodity that if no one uses becomes worthless. Because like if you just steal all the Bitcoin and no one can use it and you have it all, then it's like, okay, well now it's worthless because it's so rare that no one can get a hold of it, so we can't spend it anymore. So there would be a supply and demand.
Yeah, it's like if you took the
point where okay, you can steal it all, but now you just own all the Bitcoin and no one wants it anyway. So it's like it's not actually worth. The more you steal of it, the less it's worth. At some point.
Yeah,
it becomes
like
worthless when you have all of it.
It's like going to a pawn shop with like stolen jewelry, where they're like, "Well, this is hot, so I can't buy this from it. I can't give you cash for this."
Yeah. So what would work best if somebody figured out with the quantum thing, if they could just steal small things. So like I have like so many different wallets that like I have wallets like on Optimum chain that I don't even use that have like $50 in it. Then I have one on Lina chain that I don't use that has 50 Ethereum in it. So I used to use them and sometimes I do, and I keep it on there for fees if I ever need to use it. But I don't
wait 50 whole Ethereum or $50 worth of Ethereum.
Just $50 worth, like just enough for fees. Oh, trust me, if I had 50 Ethereum on these chains, dude, you wouldn't be talking to me. I'd be gone. I'd have 2 Asian chicks like this sitting on a yacht somewhere. So, and so like they're all tracked because I know what my wallet addresses are. Like it's all one address that has these different chains on it. But I don't know the exact one. So if somebody had an algorithm that every time like Ethereum went up, it just shaved like 6 cents off, like the Superman like thing,
Yeah.
or whatever, and then it went back down. And I just logged in. I'm like, yeah, there's $50 in there. There's whatever Ethereum worth of money in there, and they did that to a bunch of different accounts. That's where it would be more useful. Like if they crack the code and they could just steal microtransactions from everybody in the blockchain and they didn't get greedy through quantum computing, then they could technically just, you get 1 million users and you're stealing a penny from them every hour, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and they don't know during the transactions. That's where that would be the way to do it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
We should get in on that scheme.
Yeah. Well, think about that, right? Well, like, you pay a gas fee.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of tells you what it is. And before you approve it, you pay a gas fee. If they just added 2 extra cents in there that got pulled out into their wallet and it wasn't tracked in the ledger somehow, that would be the tough part. How would they not track it on the ledger? I don't know.
A fraction of a cent.
It would still go on the ledger. That's the thing with
Yeah.
Bitcoin. It's so trackable. But anyways,
I wonder what's up with the people, because I'm sure there's like people that we're never going to hear about who, I'm talking like probably just like guys that worked at GameStop or IT guys or something who like 10, 12 years ago bought like 10,000 Bitcoin.
yeah.
So I've thought about that where it's like there's just some guy who woke up one day and was like, "Oh, I have $7 billion now."
I have a friend. She lives in Texas near you. She's off grid now, but she was in Bitcoin in like 2014. She talked about it a lot online, and then it kept going up, kept going up, kept going up. And then one day she just deleted her accounts, disappeared. And like I knew she was getting married and having kids the last time I talked to her, and they bought a ranch. But like Bitcoin hit a certain point and she just disappeared. So like I know she got in real early.
That's how you know someone actually has gotten rich, is when they just go, "Oh, I can walk away."
Yeah.
Like, is the people you like, if you go on TikTok now or Twitter or whatever, and you see like crypto influencers, it's like, well, if you actually were rich on crypto, why the fuck would you need to do this?
Yeah.
Why would you need to like generate content and try to sell something to people and get them to subscribe to a thing? If you just had millions and millions of dollars off of crypto, wouldn't you just like fuck off?
So here's the thing. One thing I will say. So I'm on the other side of it now. I'm not going to say that I'm a multi-million-dollar crypto lord. But when I was broke and I was poor, I was like, all I want is money so I can fuck off. And this goes back to the Bible study where it's not that money is the root of all evil. It's the love of money is the root of all evil. So when you're chasing money as your carrot on the stick, that you eventually become soulless and you lose passion, you get depressed. It doesn't answer. Like for me now that my purpose is I'm doing crypto because I want to end the Fed. I like doing the podcast because I like just chit chatting and talking, and hopefully people get some like life benefit out of this to improve their life. I'd like to get back to doing my philosophy show, which will never become political. You can mark my words on that. But you get to a point where you have to have a passion project. So I think some people don't walk away because when you get like to the top of Maslow's tower type thing, if you've done
Yeah.
it properly.
The hierarchy of needs.
You want to give back. Like what's driving you is helping and solving problems. And the byproduct of that is income instead of you're looking to make income. So like right now you're kind of in a survival mode for yourself, right?
Yeah.
And it's good because it's forcing you to do this stuff. I think
I'm just staring at candlesticks all day.
when you make your money and then you're going to go back to like wanting to do comedy because you love comedy and you're making people laugh, you're going to find it hard because you're going to need the fire under your ass and you go through another stage. So for like me, I'll tell you guys right now, I was delusional. I just funny to have these talks when I'm dressed as Santa Claus.
Oh yeah, let's get a super chat going.
Get some Goober chats, guys.
Going. Go ahead and drop $1 or $2 in the bucket there,
guys. We're 3 hours 19 minutes of super entertaining content,
dude.
here.
The people love this.
So, well, like, so
dude, we had a big drop off at one point when we started talking about crypto. Dude, people fled for a minute.
So I'm like. So I meet women, I talk to women or whatever, but thinking that if you get money, you're going to be able to get women to an extent, like you need to be able to go out and stuff like that. But if you're thinking getting money is going to get women, it's not going to get you, like it's not going to get you women. So this whole thing, even like, so I work out, I'm in good shape. Most women that I meet think that I'm in my 30s and I'm almost 50. And they don't give a shit about that.
Because guys in their 30s now look like dog shit.
Yeah. But so like just getting jacked and getting money, all this stuff online, like I can tell you from experience, I didn't do it to get women, but I did it to be healthy. And it doesn't do anything for you with ladies. Their brains are wired like dogs. So like as soon as they get a higher level,
you just have to have a pocket full of treats.
You have to have a pocket full of treats, but even as you go up in the chain with them, like they're excited at first because it feels like it ticks off all these things their friends are telling them it should. But when they're there, they're just not happy unless there's a thing. So it's similar to guys. If you're just chasing money and like sex, you'll eventually get to the point where you just feel empty. And hopefully you don't turn into like a Russell Brand type grifter after the fact and go the reverse other way.
Yeah.
But it really is a spiritual journey. And the older I get, I realize is like it's a good way to explain this on a Bible podcast is like, so I did for a while there, I thought God was mad at me. And it was kind of in my schizo zone on the other end. And then kind of when I got to the healthy part where I was like, man, I'm like a good person. I'm doing good things. And like, I'm not wronging anybody. I'm doing the best I can. I'm being a good person. And nothing good is happening for me. Like God obviously fucking hates me or doesn't exist. And then I just realized like, oh, once you just like, you call it the universe or God or whatever. Once you realize they never leave, it's you that leaves them. And then you just go back and like sit and be in that grace and like lay there in comfort, knowing that everything's going to work out and stop forcing and fighting it along the way. Then everything starts falling into place and you don't feel as rushed. And even the stuff that's not that spectacular that happens to you makes it feels more spectacular because you're perceiving it as a miracle. And it's like, I mean, sure, you've heard the thing, like you can look at the world and think that nothing's a miracle or everything's a miracle.
Oh, yeah.
And if you have the everything's a miracle mindset, it gets a lot easier and things start opening up for you because instead of thinking like, oh, I'm not going to do X, Y, and Z because nothing works out for me, you just do it. And you're not God or godly or omnipotent. So you don't know where it's going to go. And then you just let it lead you. And next thing you know, you're like talking to Dalton in a Santa costume in front of 60 people online, and you're having a blast. So my little rant over. Super chats.
Hey, it's like the Queens of the Stone Age once said, go with the flow.
Did you feel like that during your hard times where you felt like God left you to be like, or was angry at you, or any of that stuff?
I had this like feeling that I perhaps had not been like attuned to my own values or any values maybe, and that I just had lost myself in the pursuit of money and success and being liked by everybody.
Yeah.
And so that was like my sabotage. That was my folly. Um, but I don't know if I ever had the feeling that, like, God was mad at me. I just had this feeling that like this is the story I've read many times over of like just living against your own values or like an anathema to the way a human should be living, and then facing the consequences for it.
That
Just
was
like
one of the dopest things that Kanye said during his thing. They were all in his face. He's like, "Oh, you're losing fans, you're losing money, whatever." He's like, "No, I'm not." He's like, "I play for an audience of one, God." And then he just walked away. And I was like,
whoa.
"Dude, that's pretty dope, dude." Yeah.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
had to. Yeah, I just had a feeling that it was just like a cosmic adjustment, like just like cosmic balance. That like, oh yeah, if you live a certain way, your life will end up a certain way. It's like I don't know, the wheel of Ka and samsara. That whole chestnut. I don't know if I ever thought like God was mad at me. I just thought like I was lost in the abyss, and God was just like there being like, well, whenever you're ready
Yeah.
to return to the path of righteousness, or,
I can see this now. I see through philosophy, which is how I ended up getting to like God, the universe, whatever. I can see the morals woven into cause and effect of the science, which is so crazy to me when people try to take God and science like out of the equation, but it's so clear. So, like, for example, like when people like, oh, like abortion is not a sin. And they're like, explain to me how abortion's a sin. And to me, it's like, okay, well, you're in a situation where you have to make this decision. First of all, wouldn't it be better if you were in a situation where you didn't have to make that decision of abortion, where, either you were in a loving relationship with somebody and you wanted to have a kid, or you're financially stable enough, or all this stuff? Can we at least agree that, like, if you have the choice of never having an abortion or having one, that you would hopefully get to a point where you never had to have one? And then if you get there, you're like, okay, now is there preventative measurements that you can make leading up to not having to have an abortion? And if you made those choices and you keep going back, like, wouldn't your life be better if you did that? So, like, those consequences being built in, if you're getting to yourself where man has to intervene on the consequences because they're negative,
mm-hmm.
you're off track. And can't we see like that's kind of morally woven into thing? Like,
Did
they
you watch Oppenheimer?
no.
It's good. It's about 3 hours. There's a lot of people talking to each other, but one of the implications that they introduce in the movie, like when they're
About to
all
push
these,
the button.
well, no, even before that, like all these genius physicists are like trying to work out how they're gonna be like split the atom and contain it to make a bomb or whatever.
Yeah.
One of the concerns that arises is that there's a chance, however small a percentage, that by in doing this, we could set off a chain reaction that like obliterates
Destroys the whole
the whole
universe.
planet. Yeah, we just set
Yeah,
the atmosphere on.
a reverse Big Bang. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
it
yeah.
just like, yeah.
And so that's like one of the fears. And they continue with the project anyway until as they're like getting ready to do the first test to detonate it. Oppenheimer finally tells Matt Damon, who's like the army guy that's there, is like, By the way, there's a
What do you
chance
think
that-
of them apples?
Yeah, he's like, by the way, like just like we're kind of maybe it's not a big deal. It's probably nothing. This might like end the world. And Matt Damon's like, what? He's like, so you're telling me that this could like blow up the Earth? He's like, no, not really. No, maybe, but no.
Yeah.
And so, but then they set off the first test, the Trinity experiment, or is it the Manhattan Project? Is it the Trinity? Whatever. The first one.
I think the Manhattan Project was when when Matthew Broderick befriends monkeys. No.
What?
There was a movie. I think wasn't there a movie where Matthew Broderick like befriends a monkey and saves it from radioactivity? Oh, that was the Manhattan Project.
Maybe. Well, anyway, when they do the first test in New Mexico, right? They detonate it, and then it's just a nice big pretty explosion, and they go, "Ha! Success! Now we have nuclear weapons. Now we know how to make the bomb, and we can dangle this big stick in front of the whole world now, and then eventually drop it on Japan.
Yeah.
And so then as the movie goes on, and you get into the sort of all the hearings and trials, and then Oppenheimer himself becoming vilified, it becomes this like moral and philosophical quandary that goes on, but in a very like human way, where it explores this idea that the chain reaction that was set off by that was not that it blew up the Earth. It's just that was like a pivotal moment in the course of human history, that now moving forward, because of the creation and detonation of the bomb and its use, now the entire world is like stun locked in this perpetual cycle of fear and violence and warfare.
It's opened a different timeline, basically.
Yes. And so it explores that idea from like the perspective of Oppenheimer and Louis Strauss, Einstein, all these players that were around at that time.
Was there any similarities between all the players that did that?
There was one similarity.
Just curious.
I
didn't see the movie.
So in some way.
I didn't see the movie, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, you could say that there was about 8 crazy nights. So then, even before the movie Oppenheimer, but then you go to the metaphysical exploration of this concept. Twin Peaks season 3, episode 8. Have you seen this?
I haven't seen Twin Peaks.
So Twin Peaks is a show that all throughout the first 2 seasons in the movie, and then the first 7 episodes of episode 3, there's all this like these supernatural occurrences happening, that like the idea being that underlying Americana, these quaint, wholesome, idealistic towns like Twin Peaks in the show, is this like sinister. There's this sinister undercurrent, which is something David Lynch explores in a lot of his works. And then in Twin Peaks, it's explicitly like whatever this hum of evil is explicitly like supernatural, but they don't know what it is. Like it's this big mystery. It's
kind of like Lost. I did see parts of Lost where there's like an undertone of mystery throughout the whole thing that's you assume is evil.
Yeah, so you have this like supernatural entity that they only know as Bob, who's just like a guy in a jean jacket is what he appears as. He's like a guy with long gray hair, and he wears a jean jacket, and he's very menacing. But he's like this like entity that's able to possess people,
Yep.
And then you have like this other realm called the Black Lodge that nobody knows what that is. And there's just all these like creepy, sinister. And sometimes like some entity from.
Can I pause for a second? I gotta piss.
Okay, yeah.
I'm having difficulty listening. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead and go piss. I'll do some plugs.
All right.
Folks, I think we're about 3.5 hours in, so we'll get started soon. But please be sure to subscribe to the Patreon for this channel. Patreon.com/Cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. Obviously, this is right now we're doing Cornfed Bible study, and I think we haven't really opened the Bible on this one, but we've touched on biblical subjects, and then there's the main show Cornfed, and then all the other odds and ends that I do. And so on the main show Cornfed, my co-host Sal, his life is falling apart. His children need to be fed, and so I need everyone to. And I did see Dave doing a little number in the background there, on running back and forth. I caught that, so don't worry, chat. I did catch that. So anyway, so I need everyone to subscribe to the Patreon, patreon.com/Cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. If not for me, for Sal's children. And then we had, obviously there's the Crowder Boys, the show I do with Crack Amico and Robbie Goodwin. That's youtube.com/@the-Crowder-Boys. And then the Patreon for that is patreon.com/the-Crowder-Boys. And also, please, let's get some super chats going. Dave is back, and he's going to put his headphones on now. So,
sorry, I was just doing some slapstick visual comedy for the audio listeners.
yeah. So this goes back to what you were talking about, the sort of cause and effect of science and God, the metaphysical. So you got all these like spooky, creepy things happening, and they don't know like who's good and who's bad from this other realm. They only, a lot of it appears as a dream to the people in Twin Peaks. None of it feels real to them, and even as an audience member, the show itself does not feel real. It has a very dreamlike quality.
Okay,
and so then show gets canceled at the end of the second season. David Lynch is able to make a movie that's a prequel, but also kind of a sequel to the show. And then it's gone until 25 years later, we get the season 3 on Showtime, right? Twin Peaks: The Return.
I wish this for Firefly, but I don't think they could do it with the actors.
We got the movie. We got Serenity.
I've been saving it.
Yeah.
But go on.
Wait, you never saw Serenity?
I don't want it to be over. So if I watch Serenity, then it's over. So I watched all of Firefly, and then I was like, I still have Serenity. And
Serenity is really
I bought it, and I
it's
own
good.
it.
Serenity's good.
I know it is, and as soon as I watch it, it's over. You know what I mean? So I should watch it. I want to watch it, and I bought it, but I don't watch it because when I watch it, it's over.
Serenity's very good, and it does look. It's satisfying. It's a nice.
That was my that show is just everything that I ever wanted in a show. Like it's got all my anarchistic, hate the government stuff. It's sci-fi. It just there was a lot of cool stuff, and then they just took it away from us.
Yeah, that's show business. So
yeah.
Anyway, so you get to episode 8 of season 3 of Twin Peaks, where it opens in Twin Peaks and there's spooky things happening, and then it abruptly cuts to where it says White Sands, New Mexico, 1945. And it's the detonation of the first atomic bomb.
Oh, okay.
So the bomb detonates. We get the mushroom cloud, and then there's this. I forget what the name of it is, but it was a piece written based on the detonation, like the Hiroshima bombing.
Yeah.
That he uses for this sequence that's playing like. Over this mushroom cloud, and then as the piece is crescendoing and getting louder and louder, the camera is like zooming in on the mushroom cloud. And I remember when this aired, as I was watching it, I was like, wait, what is what is happening? How does this have anything to do with the mountain logging town of Twin Peaks? And then the camera just keeps going in further and further into the mushroom cloud until it gets into like the subatomic space.
Yeah.
And then from there it gets so insane. I can't really do it justice trying to explain it to you.
Yep.
What I
It's like,
gathered,
I've seen those you ever see those cartoons where it's like they have them sometimes on Twitter, and it's like a picture of like cats sitting on top of a hill. And then the guy grabs the picture with his fingers and like opens it and zooms in. And then
yes,
in the cat's eye, there's like toads sitting on a thing. And then they
yes,
zoom
I've
in and the
seen those are
toads
cool. I do
back.
like those. Are cool.
Yeah. So it's something similar to that.
Is some of where it keeps going further and further into the mushroom cloud until
Yeah.
you get into like the subatomic space or whatever, and then you see like the image of Bob, the supernatural evil villain within that space, and then it goes from there into this even more like dreamlike, intense, surreal experience all throughout the rest of the episode. Right, the idea being, and most of the episode there's no dialogue, like nobody even talks. It's all like played silent. And there's nothing is explicitly explained throughout the episode, but what I gleaned from it, and then everybody on the internet as well, is that this was like his attempt at this was his kind of origin story for evil itself.
Okay.
Where with the Oppenheimer, you have like the hard science and like moralistic consequences of the bomb.
Yeah.
Where it's all rooted in like trials and hearings and presidents and diplomacy, right? Then with this, you have what you're talking about, the sort of like metaphysical consequences, where David Lynch is saying that the detonation of the bomb, like the creation of the bomb, opens a schism in reality itself and introduces a new kind of evil into unto the earth.
Yeah.
That has like far-reaching consequences throughout the rest of moving forward throughout history. It's like obviously it's a TV show, so it's it's entertainment first and foremost. But
It does.
I do think it was like
though. It makes you think, which is
it was
better
a-
than some TV shows.
Yeah, it was a very like poignant commentary on what we're talking about, where the far-reaching like implications and consequences of things like that are like we'll never be able to wrap our heads around. And so like he's saying that, and David Lynch is the kind of guy who grew up in like this idealistic time in America.
Yeah.
And but also like I guess saw the things change over the years and like gained an understanding of like the sort of like sinister nature of humanity or whatever, right?
Yep.
And so like he paints this picture with this like the bomb episode that that kind of development in to like alter reality in that way, like to take science and then use it to like twist reality, use it to create a weapon in that way, does something to us beyond just like the explicit violence that we see.
Yeah, but also now that the violences can be there, like I didn't grow up in this era, but the generation before me grew up in fear of like nuclear attacks. And I remember just recently some women coming to me and saying, "Oh, aren't you afraid Russia's going to start a nuclear war?" And I was like, "No, why? Is that something you worry about?" And they're like, "Yeah, I've been losing sleep over it." And I was like, "Oh." And so you think about all that stress that's being caused. Has the nuclear weapon not been created, then that happens. And then how does that affect other people's anxiety and their relationships with different countries and trade? It does have a big ripple effect of fear throughout society, from the personal level, like people worrying about it, and then governments worrying about it, because there is something that can end it all.
For better or worse, nuclear proliferation is what's driven all of humanity since its conception.
Yeah.
Like that's been the, like if you were to strip away all the other layers
Yeah.
and get down to like what is the driving force of humanity for the last 60 years or whatever. I would say it would be the creation of the atomic bomb, and then like the proliferation of that kind of weaponry,
Yeah.
just locking the entire planet in this constant like Mexican standoff with
Yep.
nuclear weapons.
And then you have other people that have like the Samson option, where they're like, are you familiar with the Samson option?
Was that?
So supposedly, and you can look it up online, but Israel's like, if you ever come after us, we have nuclear weapons pointed at these particular countries set to launch. So we're not going to retaliate against whoever comes after us. We're going to retaliate against, I think it's like Russia, China, the United States, New York, LA. So they have nuke bombs supposedly pointed at like a bunch of things. So the idea is if you come after us, we're going to take the whole planet with us.
Okay.
So some
well, we don't
people
have to
think-
go after them necessarily, but do we have to keep giving them billions of dollars?
Maybe.
Is
Maybe.
is that part of the agreement? Is like also if you stop giving us money, we'll.
So right here, they say it's theoretical. It's not theoretical. They've mentioned it a couple times. I'm trying to see if they have the list of the places that they're going to.
Oh yeah, I guess what we're talking about also is like a very, like just like woven into the fabric of humanity, going back through the stories we tell of ourselves. This is just like the story of Prometheus, also.
Yeah. So the idea of it is when Samson was in the temple of the dragon, and he killed himself by taking down the temple by pushing everything out. So basically, like if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna take everybody with me type option or whatever. So that's why it's named that.
Okay.
But anyways, I don't know. I forget what I was gonna say earlier. I don't live in fear of nuclear war or all this stuff. It would be nice if we could end a couple of the wars, but with the Federal Reserve, it seems like they're just going to perpetually go on and
Yeah.
on because they're so profitable for not us. We're getting like we're funding it via inflation, but these companies like Raytheon and Halliburton and even BlackRock are just making literal fucking billions of dollars killing people. So it's like
Yeah,
they're not going to stop.
It's not. Yeah, I'm not like afraid of a nuclear holocaust or anything. I just think that the like that advent in science and technology and the creation of the weapon accelerated human evolution in some way. Like,
Yeah, I understand.
that set us on a much different course.
It's it's a step like you had gunpowder and now you have nuclear weapons.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was a meme, if this was fake or whatever. I saw a couple of articles circulating on X. I didn't get the chance to research it, but they found, you know what Chernobyl is? You're old enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Supposedly they found a bacteria that is now eating the waste, the nuclear waste.
Oh, the elephant's foot.
Yeah, so that would be pretty cool if like nature's healing itself to the point where like we've actually can produce bacteria that you can eat the nuclear waste and bring it back to its like stable functions, because nuclear energy, that's what's crazy. It's always two sides, a positive and a negative. Nuclear energy is probably the safest,
Yeah, it's very
healthiest,
clean,
most
efficient.
energy. If they could just do so, like discovering that you could just create a couple of nuclear like power plants in a couple of areas and like get so much energy for the whole world. And then vice versa, if it gets into the wrong hands, they take that same energy and they drop it on you and it blows up the whole
Well,
world.
yeah, that's what set us back.
Yeah.
Is that we used it first and foremost for weaponry, and
Yeah.
then there's just a couple examples of it actually being nuclear energy being used for energy to as like nuclear power plants where something went awry,
Yeah.
which if you look into it, was just due to extreme negligence and oversight. That if the necessary OSHA regulations were followed, would not be an issue. It's just like, yeah, you have some, like Chernobyl. Chernobyl happened just due to like cutting corners and complete negligence.
Yep.
And then like when the meltdown happened, this like weird thing where they didn't want to actually face it or expose their own incompetence, and so in like trying to cover it up, or like just made it exponentially worse until that entire town you just can't go to now.
Yep.
The whole town melted down.
I think Rogan talked about this like years ago, but you know who Fritz Haber is, or Haber?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Zyklon B.
They're talking about Zyklon B in the chat. So what's interesting is, so he was the scientist, one of Hitler's scientists that came up with Zyklon B. And it was used for a lot of things. So it was a cure for some diseases. It was used on other features. But he was also...
Some would say it was a cure for the worst disease.
Yeah, yes. But I think it helped with typhus, but I'm not sure.
Oh, that black guy that's always on Gutfeld?
Yeah. Get your ass in here, typhus. Get your ass on Gutfeld, typhus.
I told you to take the meat out the damn freezer.
So he was, the scientist with Hitler given all these resources or whatever. But back then, all fertilizer for all foods was done via manure. So if you needed to fertilize crops in land or whatever, you had to have manure and you put it through, and then you have to rotate crops, and crops could ruin. So they're having a lot of difficulty with agriculture. So the same guy, Fritz Haber, I don't know how you pronounce his name, that invented Zyklon B, was also the person that invented nitrogen fertilizer. How you could take nitrogen and put it into a fertilizer and then put it back into the soil so that you could magnify your agricultural growth. So I guess that
also make bombs.
Yes. Well, yes. But the philosophical argument is Zyklon B, if it killed 6 million Jews, it might have been more. Who knows? It wasn't 6 million exactly. We don't know what the number was. The same guy that did that also did nitrogen fertilization, which that's where we got our population growth for agriculture. Our boom has created well more than 6 million Jews. So if you're just going to look at numbers, Hitler's scientists have created more Jews.
Gets on base. Yeah. In the aggregate. If you do the money ball stats on
on Hitler and the Jews, he's created far more Jews than he's ever killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he succeeds in the aggregate.
So they should
sabermetrics.
So if you're gonna call Hitler anti-Semitic, it's a little weird because his scientists have created so many Jews, over the years. No, but it's going back. It's similar. I bring it up because it's similar to the timeline thing, or just government plans like never working properly. Like you put the government in charge of a final solution, then the result is you get more of them than ever afterwards through nitrogen fertilizer. No, but anyways, that's the philosophical discussion. That same guy that's like a linchpin in throughout history in this event that we hear about all the time now. If you, like you said, if you just look at his numbers, he's actually created more Jews now today than existed back then. So some would call him a hero. I wouldn't do that, but some could, depending on which way you want the numbers to go. Hey guys, clip this. We're at 3 hours, 52 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Who knows why we do what we do? We could have we didn't have to do any of this, like develop things or make new things.
Yeah, we could have just been happy in 1-story mud huts in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
We could. I heard there's people that love that.
Yeah. Like I guess it is like the big Promethean question, right? Is like, why do we keep wanting to explore and discover new things and innovate and build new things? To to what end? Especially given the fact that it seemingly doesn't. It seemingly makes, as much as it can make life better and easier, and just in some way better. It also there's an offset where it makes it somehow also worse. Like is it like we struggle and suffer in new ways.
One of the things that always I don't struggle with it because I don't think that like their hypocrisy is based on emotion. It's not. They're trying to stay true to their emotions, not true to facts with the left. But the progressives, not necessarily Democrats in the left, but like the progressives are like, move forward, go forward, new science, all this stuff, are also the same group that watches Avatar and is like, yeah, we should live like that, close to Earth, or like the Native Americans, and the Pilgrims were terrible for wiping out the Native Americans. And it's like, well, technically they were progress moving forward at the time, which is what you're trying to do right now. So like, which is it? Do you want to go back to tradition and conservatism, which would be like
Well, I think
living off the ground?
There's a difference between social progress and scientific progress.
But it's kind of all in the same, right? Because like you have to squelch the science if you're going to stay in the Avatar world
I
of
think
being
like
one with nature.
I think like the difference is like the libtards, of which I'm one to some degree, would say like as far as like what they want is just like trans people have a right to exist, whereas somebody like Elon Musk is like, I want to go to Mars.
Yeah,
and they're like, so that's where there's like this conflict.
just send the trans people to Mars, right? And everybody's happy. Everybody's happy, bro.
Yeah, go take a piss wherever you want on Mars. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's the world. The world of Mars is your bathroom.
Yeah, we're solving big issues here. I don't think. I mean, so I'm not like a conservative or a Republican or whatever. I don't hate trans people. I hate that transgenderism is politicized. I grew up with people that were androgynous / trans back in whatever, and they just mind their own damn business and live their lives. And especially in New Hampshire, we have. Oh, actually, they moved out. Oh no, they still live. I have a trans woman in my building, and they just go about their job. They go to work, like whatever. They're not in your face. You go. I got a. I think I've mentioned this a couple times before, but I have a restaurant that's dimly lit, and there's like a chick that's pretty passing trans that I've. If you don't hear the voice, you're like, oh, that's a lovely woman.
Would you let her pass her penis between your butt cheeks?
Would not do that. There's more to a woman than looks. That's what it's weird for me for the left is they just turn a woman into like a sexual group of holes, which is why I think Gen Z is more like comfortable with transgenderism because you're like, yeah, it looks like a woman and it's letting me fuck it. So it's a woman.
Oh, I don't think. I've met trans people that where I go, I'm very confused because this is a woman in more ways than just like sex. Where I go, oh, this is like spiritually, I guess you are one. You just happen to be born with a penis and testicles, but
yeah,
you know what I mean. Whereas they don't have like masculine qualities as much. You know what I mean? Like,
for me, as long as it is voluntary, organic, and spontaneous, then it doesn't bother me. It's when the government gets involved on either side of it that they start forcing this stuff down. And so, like, for instance, the government now has convinced everybody that marriage is a government contract. But if you look at it from a biblical point of view, marriage is the child. So it can only be between a man and a woman. So you have wedlock, which is an agreement to your fellow men that you're going to stay together with this person. But the marriage is having sex, and then a baby marries the DNA, and now you have a baby together. And
I thought you were
God,
saying like you marry a child. I was like, I don't know.
no, and only God can marry your DNA.
Libertarian Party, New Hampshire. Yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, no, so the man and the woman marry their DNA, it intertwines as one and then becomes the child, which is the marriage of them. And that can only happen between a man and a woman. And so on a godly level, if you look at it like that, the contracts that they're putting together are not marriages. So you can put contracts between people that are government enforced, but that's not the ability for those two people to have a natural thing. What'll be interesting is, like, Giannis Pappas has a joke about this. Like, you're looking at the early stages of transgenderism right now, right? But if there was a machine that you could walk into, and it was like, instead of a teleport like Star Trek, it like changed you from male to female or female to male, and you couldn't tell the difference, then people would probably, then they wouldn't be able to like they actually would be able to transform into a woman. So then would you still be bigoted towards them? And I guess at that point, you know, the science is out, like, you know what I mean? I just don't think we'd ever get to that point, you know? And also it's like, when you're born, you get XX or XY chromosome. I know there's some other combos, but it's like, that's also a godly choice. It's like a random godly choice, whether you're born into the world or of a man or of a woman with those chromosomes. And they're working on it now where they can pretty much like start at birth, which one you are, but they still can't spark life into, like, they still can't create life. They can only start life from, but God still has to spark it. That makes sense. So I don't know. It's at a point where it viscerally bothers me. Like, it's in my genetics. It viscerally bothers me to see, like, I used to watch Bye Guys with Ian and Zach, and I would viscerally get sick during the opening scenes when the guys would like make out and stuff. And when Ian Finance talks about it with Jordan Jensen on the podcast, sometimes it makes me viscerally sick. Like, it's not me being like shaking my fist at the whatever. It's just my stomach's turning and I'm getting a sick feeling. That's just like I'm breathing, I'm whatever, I'm getting sick listening to this. So I think a lot of people have gotten that kind of genetically modified out of them nowadays. So maybe I'm the last generation that's going to have that in me.
No, you're these are just coastal liberals you're paying attention to. I mean, there's huge swaths of the country where the predominant like sentiment is like, I would say, if not like anger, aggression, or vitriol toward trans people and gay shit, but the very like old school sort of like boomer Gen X mentality of like, look, do what you're gonna do, just don't I don't want to see it. Don't shove it down my throat.
So what do you think about this? When you live Christian and you live in a biblical manner, right? A man has his duties and a woman has his duties, and the kids are taught the same way.
Did you say a woman has his duties?
Her duties, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Freudian slip, right? So, and you have a skill set, but I'm noticing as like I get older, a lot of people don't have the same skill sets. Like I can work in my car, I can build a house, I can suture my wounds, I could sew, I can cook, I can bake, I can garden. I can do all this stuff, right? But even beyond that, like I'm capable of protecting myself physically. I'm not going to say I'm beating everybody up, but I can protect myself. As you are born with different gene sets, there's people that are like skinny dudes, for instance. Let's just poke fun at like Adam
Skinny
Friedland.
big hog. I know
Like,
that kind of guy.
so like Adam Friedland versus me. He's not as, he doesn't have the protector genotype as much as, you know, somebody like me
He
standing
is the
next to him. Whatever.
collector.
Yeah,
Genotype.
yes. So, but so I can see why they have like polyamory, because like if you need a certain skill set to keep your family to survive, and you don't have all the male and all the female skill sets, you can introduce a third or fourth.
Yeah, but the
Like-
way polyamory is supposed to be is
Not
like,
polyamory, like non-binary polyamory.
well,
Like in a communal sense, not in like a relationship sense.
yeah, it's supposed to be like one man, 20 concubines,
Yep.
not a polycule or whatever they're up to nowadays, where it's like 10 greasy balding guys and one fat chick.
Yeah.
Or
Well, I
whatever,
was
you know?
picturing it more like, just picture you like in a tribe, right? Instead of like dating, more like, you know, I'm here in the woods of New Hampshire and it's cold and I'm evolving, right? And so the woman has to take on a very special needs of taking care of the kid in the house, and I'm going to go out in the cold and get food. And you have to have very strict rules for survival,
Yeah.
because if you don't, you're not going to make it. But if you're living in like Africa, for instance, and it's warm and you don't have to worry that much, you can go out and get food. I can see how you would have like different genders that would take on different roles in the tribe. Like you have like just like a Chad and a Beta, or like a non-binary that's kind of like in the middle, because you don't need such defined roles as we have in the cold. So I can see how different genders and different sexualities would come about in different situations. That's not my issue. My issue is, don't force like this is right and this is wrong. Just allow people to congregate. And if they don't want to sell a wedding cake to a gay couple, they shouldn't have to. You know what I mean? Like, or vice versa. Like if I'm a Christian and I go into a Jewish deli and I want to buy some pastrami, they could tell me to pound sand. And I'm fine with that. As long as it's no guns being used, it's just voluntary. Like somebody shouldn't have to be forced to interact with me
Was anybody
if
being
they don't like
forced?
me.
Oh wait, has anybody been forced, or I think that's all just like very like a isolated incidents.
No,
that
I
have
mean,
been,
so
like, sensationalized, but I don't think like
so marriage is forced, gay marriage is forced. The true thing that they should have done if they wanted equality is they should have removed marriage from government altogether, because now it's special interest groups and it's actually a tax on the single, because we don't get special privileges like married people or gay married people. So what they, instead of getting gay marriage approved, they should have removed government's tentacles from marriage in general. In that being left to,
I don't know if gay
churches.
people could have pulled that off though. That would have there would have to be more unity between all of us to do that.
What do you mean? I'm saying, you know how they passed gay marriage?
Right.
Because they were saying like this is more freedom for people. What libertarians, or what they should have done if they actually didn't want a special interest group, was what they was creating. The true thing would be government's out of marriage altogether, and they should have gotten rid of government dealing with any marriage. That's my thing.
Okay.
So all I see now, I'm not mad that there's gay marriage. I'm mad that there's any government marriage.
Right.
That's my thing. So what and gay marriage falls underneath that. And in a free society, if two gay people went to a church and said, "We want you to marry us," and the priest said no, pound sand, they should be able to do that.
Sure.
That's all.
I think I was just saying that like social progressives want like just peace and harmony amongst people. Just like I think what they want to idealistically, sometimes maybe it's misguided even, but like, hey, the road in hell and all that. And you see this on with both like people that are like socially progressive, and then guys like Elon and Peter Thiel who are more of the mind of like scientific and industrial progression. Whereas like social progressives are just like, yo, nobody should have to suffer or in at a time of so much excess and innovation. Why are people still being pushed to the margins and having to live on the fringe?
Yeah.
You struggle to survive. This like imbalance and like all the wealth inequality and all that kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
That's like social progressivism, and then like on the flip side of that, you got guys like Elon who are like, "Miss me with that shit. I'm trying to go to Mars."
No, I
And
get that, but the social progressive stuff, I think they're the most violent people that I see, besides the warmongers.
well,
Because it's
maybe
always the government forcing down the barrel of a gun. So if you don't do this, it's basically saying you have to deal with this. And if you don't, you get a fine. If you don't pay the fine, you go to jail. If you don't go to jail, you try to escape, we kill you. So it's like, well, if it's such a good idea, just convince me.
right,
Like I lived in Rhode Island in Mass for 30 years. They've always had neutral gender bathrooms. You go to
right,
a restaurant and they just says bathrooms, and it didn't matter if you were trans, straight, gay, male, female, you had a bathroom. Then they turned it into this, everybody has to have a, like, you have to allow trans in the woman bathroom. And it's like, no, this is for women. Like, they go to a restaurant that has neutral gender bathrooms. Then, like,
damn,
that's
this is like Dune. This is just like Dune, dude.
well, you're forcing that person that you probably don't even want to. If they don't say that person doesn't want you to use their bathrooms, then why even give them money? Just go give money to people that
Dog.
give you bathrooms.
Dog, no joke. Like, because what just clicked with me because what you're talking about is like the sort of explicit violence of the subjugated, what we're talking about, versus the like subversive violence of the elite, right?
Yeah.
So like you got the people that are marginalized or just broke or whatever, who are much more openly and explicitly calling for like a brute force
Yes.
method of changing things in the way they want.
Yeah.
Versus like
Getting rid of CEOs and
versus somebody like one of the people in power, like people in positions of power and wealth who have so much power and influence and access to resources that just they could just make a phone call and say something to somebody that has like far-reaching effects that can cause like greater level of suffering and violence and all that. It's just that they're like removed from the actual like reality of it or like the actions that occur from that. You know what I mean? So it's just like the sort of like imbalance in power and like the way people at the top can mold reality as they see fit, just with very like
they literally write words on paper and then say, and I'm like, I didn't agree to that. And it's like, well, if you don't follow it, we throw you in a cage. And if you leave the cage, we kill you.
Right.
That's how powerful they are. Magic spells written on paper can get you killed.
So this is like, I guess what Frank Herbert realized when he was doing Acid and wrote Dune, because this is what you see in Dune is that you have the Freeman who, and this is, by the way, this is also just like revolutions that we see throughout in the real world. Because like in that story, you got Paul, who's a rich kid who shows up, and he's the one that sparks their revolution, which is like what's happening now with Luigi Mangione, who's a rich kid who has now,
That was killing me. It's me, Luigi.
who's inspired everyone to now.
Yeah, kill
The call
CEOs.
to action was made by a rich kid, in real life.
Yeah.
But so Paul shows up and like inspires all the lower people and the subjugated, the oppressed, to rise up, and they're much more like outwardly violent. These are people who just like grab their weapons and go kill everybody, right? And then you have like the oppressive.
Wait, which was the one? No, it was Mad Max. Forget it.
Yeah, Mad Max.
They were huffing the spray paint.
Mad Max is the same thing. Like
yeah.
Immortan Joe gets to sit at the top of the Citadel and just make commands, and then all the violence is carried out by the people squabbling with each other below him. And so, so then in Dune, you have that Freeman and the lower class, right, that are very much more outwardly violent and brutish, and then you have like the oligarchs, the elite, like the Baron Harkonnen, who can just, big fat guy can just sit in his throne and just say something to somebody, and then as that like reverberates, it changes the course of the galaxy or whatever.
Yeah, he never has to pull the trigger to kill somebody, but he just says the word, and it's like casting a magic spell. It's the wizard in the tower that says sparks the word that then creates the spell.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like people in like high positions of power and influence, they're not like outwardly or explicitly violent, but what they're capable of is almost much more terrifying and sinister in a way where, like like George W. Bush and Dick Cheney never killed never killed a single Iraqi.
Even like the guy like Hitler, maybe he didn't physically kill anybody. It was his words that reverberated out.
Sure, yeah. So it's like, I guess I guess really what I'm saying is that the one constant throughout all of humanity, and that which makes us human, is our violence. That's the one thing that we always had, we've always had, and have now, will have, and that's the one thing that really makes us truly human on this earth. We'll go whatever bathroom you'll go to, trans, gay, black, Asian, whatever. We're all the real spark of humanity is violence.
So let me get a little political here. So you're familiar with the NAP?
Yeah, you know me. No, yes. I don't know what that is.
So the NAP is the non-aggression principle, and it's the libertarian main principle for libertarians, not for Big L. Like Big L is like political libertarians, like government libertarians, with the exception of like Ron Paul. Anybody that joins the Libertarian Party is Big L. They don't follow this. They just want small government. But a libertarian or an ANCAP, the non-aggression principle states that aggression can only be used morally in self-defense. So to combat what you're talking about as far as violence, people are going to use violence, and you have the right to defend yourself because you have self-ownership of your life. No one owns your life. So how do you determine who the villain was when two people attack one another and you get into a fight? It's the aggressor. So you're allowed to use force and violence in protection or self-defense, but not in aggression. And once you overstep that aggression, you're basically signing a social contract saying, I think it's okay to use the initiation of force, which allows the other individual to force back. And then there's an area of gray in the middle, because obviously if you wait for the guy to actually pull the trigger and you're dead to retaliate, then you can't retaliate. So there becomes some gray in the middle.
And then within that gray area is like what counts as aggression, because like with this ongoing saga with Luigi, right?
Yeah.
Is like, could the argument be made that the first act of aggression is like a for-profit insurance company?
Yes. Yeah.
Making
government controlled insurance that's fascistic in its manner that the corporations that they work for are an arm of the violence.
Right.
Yeah.
So that so
he's defending himself versus that guy indirectly, similar to how he attacked him, or he felt attacked indirectly.
yeah, like the natural cause and effect
Yeah.
of like the sort of implicit violence of an insurance company saying like that their real mission is to just widen their profit margins,
Yeah.
right? Is to make more money.
So you
So-
understand. So a corporation has a fiduciary right. So their whole design is they have to, by written words on a piece of paper under the government, make money for the people that are invested to them.
Right.
So, and the corporation is a government entity, which allows corporations to also privatize their profits and then subsidize their losses while having to do this. So the violence goes even deeper because those corporations are protected by the force of the government and the government guns and the military and the police that Luigi was paying for through his taxes and inflation.
Right.
So yeah, that's the libertarian stance that a lot of people don't realize, because they just think that libertarians would be pro for the corporation, and they're not. They see that
Yeah.
they see that hidden violence that we're talking about.
Yeah, if the corporation exists as a like malicious entity that is enacting a violence which we cannot fathom on people, that's so widespread and intricate and rooted it just in our lives, it's like beyond us, but we like if you can start to conceptualize it in some way, you realize like, oh, this whatever this like monolithic entity is that is United Healthcare has done violence against me in some way, then the just the natural cause and effect, like the way just like your immune system would respond to a virus is to send in something to try and attack it.
So this is where the disconnect between the far left and I guess what would be considered I don't consider the far right. I consider the far right and the far left currently as far left. And
are you saying that
meaning that they're both sides are kind of the same? No, it's seriously because they both live within the idea that the government needs to exist, and I live outside of that, so I'm technically way to the outside. So in a free market, you wouldn't have a corporation. A corporation is a government entity, so the government violence is what's holding up that corporation. So they're both guilty. It's just that they use the corporation to be their scapegoat, and they, similar to how Hitler did it fascistically, is they control the corporation through heavy regulation, and then the lobbyists, when they want that regulation, they get the government to pass those laws because it cuts their competition out. So once they have enough money and enough lawyers and stuff that those regulations, they can overcome them at the top, they have those regulations set by the government so that the smaller companies trying to compete with them that might be nicer than United Health get cut out. So in a free market, if you went to an insurance company that wasn't paying you out, then people are like, well, I'm not paying this company anymore. And I would have infinite amount of companies that could offer me health insurance. Right now, you can only go to the ones that the government tells you. You can only go at a certain time of year. There's all these rules that you have to follow. It's like, why can't I just, if this guy here is a doctor and he can help me out and he knows better than you and he can offer insurance, why can't I go to him? Why do I have to go to the ones that the government tells me at the same, it's a certain time of year. So you can't even get insurance full time. You can only get it a certain time of year when it's open from a certain amount of companies. They control every aspect of what can go on. And then, the left is like, well, we need more regulations on these corporations. And the corporations are the ones that are like, great, because this is going to cut out even more competition and we'll be even higher at the top. Anyways, I do see the implicit violence, and this is exactly what the non-aggression principle is. So you're trying to sort out where the violence is coming from, either directly or not. What I'm concerned about, and just to finish this up, the recent thing with the Daniel Penny thing, is that what his name? The guy in the train?
Oh yeah. The guy who killed that black guy.
Yeah. So people, people are saying that it's, I didn't follow it, but he got off and it was self-defense and it was protection. So if you're getting attacked physically, you need to be able to self-defend. And if you do that enough at the bottom, where you're saying people are very violent at the bottom, you would quickly, and it seems very barbaric in Old Testament, but you would quickly get rid of the very violent people. They would either get killed or they would ship up or ship out. When the government intervenes and starts trying to put like their finger on the scale and be like, well, they're pretty much recently been just saying, like, as far as I'm concerned, when you watch the media, saying, well, white people are smart and black people are dumb. So you can't just like strangle black people because they don't know any better. They're like monkeys on the train.
Well, Dave, relax, man.
No, that's
Dog.
basically what they're saying. And I'm saying, well, everybody has to be held responsible to the same abilities. So it doesn't matter what the person is. If they're going to be violent, you have to be able to defend against them. So when they're trying to protect that guy with rules and the media and stuff, they're basically saying that he's not smart enough to make his own decisions. So you have to protect him by treating him like a child and not defending against him. Because they wouldn't do the same. They're only doing it with certain groups. You know what I mean? Whatever
Right.
we call them. Mike, I got
But
one
then
glove
again,
on, just
you
like he
could-
did. We're pretty much
the
the same.
argument
I think
could-
I can say the word, Dalton. I have one glove on, just like he
Yeah,
did when he was on the train.
but here's the thing. Because I've been shuffled through that system. Like
Yeah.
I've not been like homeless, but I've dealt with mental issues that are like the root cause of like
Yeah.
somebody becoming that like homeless and that kind of person. That's not like, just somebody who was down on his luck or refuses to get a job or whatever it may be. That's like a true like mental illness. That's a break from reality. And I've been in that. I've had that happen to me, and I've just been going to being in psych wards. Had roommates that were homeless. If they were fortunate enough to actually get into a psych ward, and you start to like begin to understand what I've started understanding, like getting moved through that system and having to deal with all that. And this goes back to like, what's the first act of aggression actually? Is that these people are being like, just like completely cast out. Like they're not, the world is so hostile towards them, and they're like truly like suffering. Like they're not capable of functioning, and it's that for whatever reason, there's no they're not able to get the help they need. Maybe it is due to like corporate interests, where it's like, well, where's the profits in actually helping these people? Okay, well, if you push these people to the margins, and there's no like shelter provided for them or care, like health care, or like the things they need to even begin to get better, then you create this situation where you got some guy screaming at everyone on the train and throwing haymakers. Whereas like
makers.
Yeah. Whereas if it were not due to like
my best Michael Jackson I can do.
Oh, that's right. He was a Michael Jackson impersonator.
Yeah.
Whereas
I was saying the one glove earlier. We're pretty much the same, so I could say the word.
Yeah. Whereas if it were not due to this constant like attempt to placate shareholders, if there was actually something that existed which did kind of exist at one point, as hostile as the facilities were, like you see in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest,
Yeah.
there was this infrastructure in place where it was like, if you are completely incapable of functioning in polite society, there's nurses and orderlies and doctors in a big fluorescent building you can go to that at least will keep you off the street. Where it's like you're not being left to just out in the cold, and then inevitably you get a situation like this, right? And then along comes Reagan, who, acting in the interest of shareholders, says is like, we're gonna, like, that's done. Like, we're not gonna allow for mental health facilities like that to exist anymore, because it's the scourge of socialism, or whatever the reasoning was for getting rid of that. And so and then you just, so it like, it's these like corporate decisions that create what we know of as the homeless crisis.
So pragmatically, I understand what you're saying. So when those people were on the train, there was a guy with mental illness that doesn't know what he's really doing. There's no place for him to go. He's stuck there. And this guy defends him and kills himself. And it's like, pragmatically, he's like, is this what we want to do with people that are mentally ill? And my rebuttal would be that whatever you subsidize, you get more of. So go back to, when the black family was 80%, had a better success rate in marriage than white families did. And then they started subsidizing them with welfare. And now it's completely flipped, where you have almost 100%, divorce rate, 80-90% divorce rate out of wedlock. So if you're going to keep feeding the lowest common denominator in your society with funds that are stolen, right? Then when you get more of those people that are homeless and mentally ill, you're going to get more funding, and they're going to keep increasing the funding and keep going and creating more, because it becomes a profitable entity within the government to create sick people, because you get all the social workers and all that stuff. And not like they're becoming rich multimillionaires, but the lawmakers that are putting that stuff in are the healthcare insurance. So my friend Ed, for example, that I mentioned to you before, he lives in a halfway home. He's kind of schizophrenic. He's on $650 worth of medication a month that he can't pay for. So basically, the government writes a check. It goes to Ed's healthcare provider, and then it goes to the pharmaceutical company. And so he's being used through government printing in the healthcare system, which was originally Romney Care, which is now Obamacare, Romney Care down there, to be money laundering for pharmaceutical companies. So I believe the government is the culprit, and that people would have evolved differently in different standards had they not been subsidized to this bad behavior to get off track, and that the way to help them is voluntarily, not through force on either side. So not only do you can't force like not to pay, you can't force people to help them either. That's where the breakdown is. People are like, yeah, we can't force them. People agree, but then you said, but we can force people to help them. And I was like, no, you can't force people that don't want to give these people charity, give them charity, because then you don't know who really should get the charity and who deserves it. There's no natural consequences. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
well, that's the thing. In One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, the only person that was forced to be there was the only one who was not mentally ill.
I'm using force meaning taxation. So like, if you have a charity that helps people that are mentally ill, and people are giving money, they want to know where their money is going and how it's helping their community. And if it's not working, it has to get changed, right? When the government, if it's not working, they just raise the taxes or the funding to pay for that program that's not working to try to fix it. So they're actually being incentivized to make people more sick. Or like,
Sure.
for instance, if the cops show up, right, and it's paid for by the government, and there's crime, And they're like, well, crime just went up. They don't get less funding because crime went up. They're like, you're not learning your lesson. They get more funding when crime goes up. So even if they're not trying to do it, they're acting in a manner they're repeating themselves and they're getting more incentives. So people respond to incentives, and the government makes it satanic and upside down. So like in a free market, I hire security, and if my neighborhood crime goes up, I was like, you're fired. I'm getting security, new security. And crime goes up again, you're fired. I get new security. Crime goes down. You continue to get my money. Crime's going down. Crime's going down. In the government cities, crime goes up, taxes go up, they get more money. Crime goes
Dude,
back
the
up,
fucking
taxes go up, they get more money.
Dude, the budget for the NYPD is like the same as like the GDP of like Thailand or something. It's
Yeah.
like billions of dollars for seemingly the most incompetent.
And they can't do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, the most incompetent police force in the country. Dude, New York polices itself. They don't do a fucking thing, the NYPD. New York truly, like, the people of New York take care of each
Yes.
other.
That's mostly everywhere.
Yeah, sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean, most of the police in this country are like a, what's the word? It's like police state, militaristic.
Yeah. They'll pull you over, they give you tickets, but then when you need help, they can't solve any problems.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because and that's the thing with this. Well, I've heard interesting theories about this Luigi guy, where it's like people wonder, like, is the police force so incompetent in New York that they couldn't find this guy? And I guess what people are speculating is that no, actually, they've been using illegal surveillance methods, and they've had a lock on this dude from day one, but they couldn't just like go out and arrest him and reveal that their methodology was illegal.
Yeah.
So they had to like bide their time or just like keep tracking him until they could figure out an entry point to then start like like backtracking this investigation, like construct the like a false investigation or something that would cover their tracks to still conceal that they've been looking at him through everyone else, like the Dark Knight, like the Sonic,
Yeah.
the radar thing that he makes in the Dark Knight, like they've been doing that.
Yeah.
But that's technically illegal. So
I had when I was 18, I bought 8-unit investment property for a carton of raspberries back then. And like a couple of years into it, I started getting a lot of drug deals on that street. And so this cop kept coming by and he said, hey, if the drug dealers are out here, call me and I'll get rid of them for you. And so I kept calling the cops on these drug dealers, and it was great because he was cleaning up the street in front of this investment property that I had. So I'm calling him. He kept coming down. He kept getting busts and collars, and time went on. And eventually he became a detective. And the neighborhood was like in a so-so area. So I had put some cameras out, and the guy that lived there turned them on. Like, this is when you had to have a VCR. So they would just like record, and then when it stopped recording, it would just rewind all the way and then record over itself. So you only got like 24 hours of whatever at night. So if something happened, you had to shut that thing off immediately to get the footage. Anyways, somebody came to the property and just threw rocks and broke all the windows of the property, and I had them on film. So I was like, oh, I'll just call the cops and I'll show them the tape and they'll track this guy down, and, justice will be served. And I brought it to the detective that I've been working with to do all this stuff. And he's like, what do you want me to do with this? And I was like, well, he's the guy. He's breaking the windows. You got my address. I got photos of him or whatever. He's like, oh, we can't do anything with that. Go to your insurance agency. They'll pay for the windows. And I was like, so this guy can just go around doing vandalism or whatever, and there's no repercussions. And he's like, yeah, that's not our job. So like, I was like, oh, so I went to my insurance and they came by. I showed them the videotape, they whatever, and then I filed a claim, and then I got all the windows fixed. So it's like, oh, police do fucking nothing but pull you over and give you tickets. Like,
Sure.
unless it can help them, they don't investigate, they don't track. So when you watch TV and you're watching like NCIS and like people tracking and what, that doesn't go on. So, like you said, now that they have surveillance, maybe they knew something either ahead of time or afterwards in New York City. But for the most part, my experience with police officers, if you need them for something, they're useless. And if they pull you over, just try to be nice to them so they let you go and they don't murder you.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't mean just like the NYPD. Also, I mean like something bigger than just a police force.
Yeah.
Like when he killed that guy, there was probably some like greater government entity that was able to just like tap into every single cell phone and Apple fucking location
Right.
tag and beeper and pager and just everything in the tri-state area to get like radar on this dude. But that methodology is a violation of just
Yeah.
our own privacy and also the law itself.
What's interesting is when he first got, I went on and I read a couple of articles. And one was saying that he was trying a new type of preventative medicine where he wanted to set up his insurance clients where they're trying to be safe ahead of time. So my first instinct was like, oh, the other CEOs got him killed, not that it was a vigilante that didn't get paid. So it was interesting that everybody's like, oh, some lower class guy whacked them, when my initial instinct was this was a setup, an inside job from one of the other CEOs. They're like, no, we don't cure stuff. We don't prevent stuff. We sell drugs here.
Oh, I want to address this actually because this guy mentions this FBI thing where they couldn't get into that iPhone from that shooting at the.
Oh, that's not a super chat. Take that back.
No, this is just I just wanted because this is something the FBI can get into that phone. There's no way that they couldn't crack Apple's safeguards. It's just that they can't let us know that they know how to do that. And have,
I think that came out after the fact, what you're saying.
Right.
I think they admitted that they could have got in it all the time.
They probably did get it. They probably immediately got into that phone. But there's no way that the Earth's most powerful and wealthy surveillance state couldn't get into an iPhone. There's no way that Apple is able to have fortify their device to the degree that the FBI and the CIA or whatever government entities can't get into it.
We had a big scandal up here in New Hampshire. So we have Liberty gun safes, and they have these digital safe codes or whatever. So you can, lock up your ammo, your money, your valuables or whatever. And, they're in New Hampshire, they're libertarian, and they pride themselves saying that, you can protect all your stuff and it's private. And in the past, people have locked themselves out of their safe and they said, hey, I'm locked out. I need the codes to get into my safe. And they said, oh, we can't do that. It's set up for you only. No one can get in. We don't have the backdoor codes or whatever. And then a year ago, 2 years ago, the FBI asked for it and they gave it to them and they got into somebody's fucking safe. So they did have the codes and they gave it to the government, but they wouldn't give it to individuals that gave them money. So it was a big deal up here, and it's still a big deal. I don't own a Liberty safe, but they can get into these things, and they really tarnished their reputation in New Hampshire. I can tell.
That's
I can
what
see
I
some
wonder
people
about
in the comments saying "fuck them" too. Yeah,
that's what I wonder about this like crypto thing we were talking about, where if the government wanted to seize crypto assets, they probably can get into a cold storage wallet.
So if you join that Ledger Safeguard one, then yes, because the bottleneck now becomes Ledger. even though they're stored in separate things. If you keep it on your own thing, maybe they have technology we don't know about. The guy that I follow is Jameson Loop. He used to be in a big public argument with Roger Ver, who I was mentioning earlier, who's currently in a Spanish holding jail for. He's a political prisoner, basically, because they call him Bitcoin Jesus. But that's a whole separate story. But Jameson is pretty much the face of Bitcoin now that Roger's the face of Bitcoin Cash. And he writes a lot of articles. He's on top of this stuff. And he claims that there's no way into the encryption still. And he does write articles about the quantum stuff. He has a big interest in it being safe because all his money is in that stuff, which works both ways. It works that he would be up to date on the security, but he would be up to date on hiding any leaks until they were covered up too, maybe financially, because it would hurt him if people started fire selling. I think the security route is to have multiple wallets when you have a lot of money in multiple places, and if they go after one, immediately try to convert it to another thing. That's why people like gold, because technically you could put it in a backpack and run.
That is true.
But I think we're safe for the time being.
Oh, I mean,
yeah, it's going to be a long-term issue, but I think the free market will settle it too.
Yeah, I don't think you or I are in any jeopardy of just like retail, just like regular guys.
Yeah.
So someone could even make the argument that even using cold storage is still just being like paranoid.
Well, the purpose for cold storage is like what happened with Robinhood. Like when people bought that AMC stock and then they tried to get out and they couldn't. So like
sure.
The bottleneck at crypto.com is, say crypto.com gets attacked or government says, oh, we don't want people using Bitcoin anymore. And then you can't get your money out. If you own it yourself, it does, like, you're the bottleneck. They have to come drag you out of bed and throw you in jail.
Oh yeah, I mean
that's where it is.
Look, it's like it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yeah.
So,
but I was on a site called Bittrex, like during a hard fork with Zcash, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, back when Bitcoin was like 3,600. And I was trying to do on their exchange, there was a fork, and I was riding the fork both ways and then going to sell out, which means there's a coin and it's going to get turned into two competing businesses because they couldn't decide on the route. And if you own the main coin and it splits, you own equal halves of each. So what a lot of people do is usually sell and then buy back in and they figure it out, or they just hold, or some people make the swap and they're trying to profit by when they split, they're worth the same price. And then whichever one's going to lose drops. So some people try to split and then sell all this over to double their money and tank the other one. I don't know if that makes sense. So picture you have a stock that's worth $100 and they make a fork. You have two separate coins that are at that split second are both worth 100. But as everybody sells the one they don't like, the price goes down and the other one goes up. And you can make a lot of money when these happen if you do it right. Well, I was on Bittrex and they locked trading right as the fork happened. And basically we're like, fuck you, not your keys, not your money. And so I just had to watch both my assets go to zero. And there's nothing I can do about it.
Damn.
Yeah. And what's crazy is if I had just held on to it, that token's worth like $6 now. So I would have gotten my money back. But at the time, I didn't know any better. So,
well, they say time in the market is better than timing in the market. Oh,
I made a lot of mistakes over the years.
Oh, you got to. That's the tuition fee. That's the.
That's why I said to you a couple months back when everybody's making fun of you for losing all your money in the stock market, and I said I think it's good because
still doing it.
I think you'll figure out all the wrong ways to do the stock market, and then you'll figure out the crypto
I
Like, I
see,
just
dude. I
learned a long
watch a
time
lot
ago,
of.
you can't tell people anything. They have to, you just have to support them when they find the right way and just watch them learn on their own.
Yeah, I watch a lot of videos on trading, like stocks and crypto. But like, I watch these old school trading guys who got made their bones in stock trading,
Yeah.
especially like day
Back
trading.
before the T1 lines and the computers took
Yeah,
everything.
the guys who worked
Yeah.
who did the pit, like trading
Yeah.
places.
Yeah.
One of the guys I was watching made a comment where he said, anyone I talk to or try to teach trading when they're starting out, I would what I try to do, well, like what I consider a successful like entry trader, like novice trader, is if you can break even within your first year of trading. So he was
Yeah.
like, not even making a profit, just if can you at the end of your first year get back to zero? And he was like, that
Yes.
means that's like, shows that you could probably succeed in doing this.
So poker is very similar to that. There's so much variance in poker, and you can mitigate a bunch of it by knowing strategies and odds and stuff like that. But I don't day trade, but I do lending and borrowing, which you can leverage trade, which is not that dangerous in a bear market, and it's easier in a sideways market. And if you can time it right in a bear market, you can make money because you can short the cryptos. But anyways, I first started doing it like my first week. I made like $600 a day, and I was like, the rest of the world is a bunch of idiots. I'm going to be a millionaire in
Dude,
no
it's
time.
everybody.
And I don't know why everybody's not doing this. And then the
Dude.
following month, I was like, it's that monkey meme where I don't know if you've seen the monkey that's like Pepe that trades, but it's like, it's basically your monkey brain like pushing your finger when you got to trade. Dude, I just started losing and hemorrhaging money trying to guess the and every time I shorted it, it went up, and every time it went up, I longed it, and I just lost all of it like almost immediately till I was sick to my stomach.
Yeah, dude, that was my experience. The very first stock I ever bought, I made like thousands of dollars on it, and I was like, "Why are people working? Why do people have jobs?" And then, like 2 months later, I was like, "Fuck, dude, I'm not gonna recover from this."
So I'm at the point where I have recovered from my lending borrowing positions, and I'm doing a very conservative like payoff with a strategy that slowly goes up. And instead of trying to like time the dips and the peaks, I just watch it go up, sell. When it comes back down, I borrow and then buy it at cheap and watch it go back up and just cycle that instead of like riding it down and up. And so I got caught up, but like I just got in like during like the part of the bull run that was good when it took off, and I was just making money hand over fist. And I was like, dude, I don't know why everything's technical analysis is so tough, dude. I'm a genius, dude. Everybody else is a retard. I'm gonna have Andrew Tate money within a year, dude. I'm gonna have my shirt off. I'm gonna be jacked on a Rumble live stream with Dalton. Yeah, and then I lost it all the next week. Learning. So, but I'm less than a year. I'm up on this stuff, but it took me years to get here. And poker's the same way. Like I was up like 3 years in a row in poker. And then the beginning of this year in January, I was up like 12 grand the first month. I was like, dude, I'm going to go fucking pro. I might be on television on World Series of Poker soon. And then for the next 3 months, dude, I was just hemorrhaging money, dude. I lost, all my profits from that year and started losing roll from the last year. And it wasn't literally until last month that I got all my profits back, and I'm back in the black. So yeah, it's just a mess. It's so weird how your confidence just changes from one day to the other because you're just like so delusional. You're like, dude, I'm just know how to do everything, dude. Right now, you don't think there's any luck involved when you're in that mindset. You think it's all your skill.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of people like if you took that risk and like I guess like the smart responsible thing to do is cut your losses. Is just say like I just lost a shitload of money. I'm gonna keep my head down, keep working, and never think about this again.
Yeah.
Live and learn. And then there's like the particular kind of psycho who goes, "I'm gonna figure this out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep working at this. I'll figure this out eventually. I'll make my money back, and then I can start really making money."
As you get older, what's cool when you're losing money? Well, one, you can always just kill yourself, and people are like, "Oh, he had a good run," so there's always an out. There's always an out. But you like when I was losing the money back when I was learning lending and borrowing and making stupid choices like gambling instead of like treating it like a business. I was like, well, I've lost more like playing poker, where I've lost more this time in crypto. So this is nothing. So like once you've had some really big dumb losses, when you make like when you make a calculated move and you lose, you're like, I'll make it back. Like I'm not happy about it, but I've made stupider decisions.
Yeah, it's funny.
So
Like I talked to Crack about this kind of stuff because Crack is like bought in on stuff based on me talking about it and made money before.
Yeah.
But it like sets him on edge. And I talked to him about it like last week because he's making money on like XRP and Doge and certain things now.
Yeah.
And he was like, man, I just don't like having my money still there. I'd rather just have that money in my bank account. And I'm like, well, how much did you invest? And he was like, like $200. And I go, Crack, if I lose $200, that's a good day for me.
Yeah.
Like dude, I'm like, you have total $200 invested. Just let it ride, dude.
Yeah, I can tell from listening to him on Crowded Boys that he's very conservative with his money. And I get a buddy like that too. That's like, I don't know how you sleep with overnight with your money in the lending and borrowing cycles leveraged. And you just go to bed and I just say to myself, look, tomorrow morning, if I get liquidated, which would be very difficult, but if I did, I still got a roof over my head or whatever. But I'm not going to figure this out by not taking the risk. Sure. So I would rather lose that in the attempt to learn it, and rather than just sit on the sidelines and not figure it out. And now it's been like 2 months and I feel really comfortable. My buddy like is the same way. He gets super stressed. He pulls his money out. He's opened a business similar to mine. I taught him how to do the online stuff for sales. And because he can't keep a great eye on the crypto DeFi stuff and he panicky, he pulled all his money out. It's just sitting in stables making no money. And I was like, if you just left it in the DeFi, you would be making $90 a day because that's what he was making before. But he was too scared to do it.
Paper hands. Motherfuckers got paper hands. Dude, I was talking to Drew Flores about this because Drew is a paper-handed bitch. And
it probably means you have too much money and you're putting money in that you can't afford to put in. That's if people are panicking that quickly.
Sure. I mean, I'm sure like most people that are trading probably have no business even doing it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it causes a lot of panic. But Drew was telling me that like how many years ago he put like $500 in the Dogecoin when it was like 0.0015 of a penny, cents. And he said he like sold it as soon as it like started to turn a profit. Like he made like a couple $100 on it.
Yeah.
And I was like, Drew, if you had held on to that as of right now, that $500 investment would now be worth like over $100,000.
So yeah, dude, I'm in a similar boat. So I bought Doge when it wasn't even a penny. And I bought a lot of it. I bought like 200,000 of it. And it went up. And I put like a couple $100 into it, just into a meme coin. And I ended up going up to like $5,500. And then it dropped all the way down to like 3,000. And then Elon brought it up again and I went up to like $5,000. when he was first talking about this. So I'm like, I'm out. This is a fucking meme coin. I'm taking all my money out. So I took all my money out of Doge. And now it's like 26 cents. And I just like, whatever. I've gotten out of.
It's at like over 40 cents now.
Yeah. I would have a lot of money because I did the same thing with Shiba Inu. I got into Shiba Inu really quick and then it died. And I was like, this is so dumb. And I got out at like 7,500, like maybe a year and a half ago. And that was like doubled my profits or more, maybe quadruple my thing. And then I looked at it recently and I just sick to my stomach. So, I don't hold much in meme coins, but I should just let the money ride forever.
Yeah, that's the thing about, and I have a feeling that at some point this goes on, there's going to be regulation introduced because it just like this. This does not seem sustainable. The meme coin realm, whatever's happening with meme coins, because
it's just social coins.
I know,
So,
but I'm saying like, yeah.
So when it comes to cryptocurrency, you're Elon, right? You're hard-based science. You don't want any of this social progress.
No.
In your cryptocurrencies.
I just wonder how it's tenable. If
I don't know where the money's coming from. That's what blows my mind.
That's what
where are these retards getting all this money?
When I see these people who gamble on meme coins, like those Solana blockchain coins, where they go on and they're buying like fart coin at 0.00012 cents, you know, and now fart coin is trading at like 40 cents or whatever. So you see some guy who, however many months ago, bought like $100 of fart coin, who now is like just made millions of dollars.
Yeah,
you know, on something called fart coin, and you see this like daily where these guys will go in on these meme coins, and they're trading these like dumb fucking meme coins, and they're up and down hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, regularly. Round tripping 7-figure profits.
Yeah.
Where they're investing, you know, anywhere from like a couple $100, maybe a few $1,000s, hitting 7 figures on that investment, and then continuing to gamble, going back down to zero, and then doing that again multiple times. Like that devalues currency. If that's happening regularly, then like that doesn't. First off, that doesn't make like where is this money coming from?
Yeah, I don't know where the money's coming from. So that's one thing. Unless it's like Saudi Arabian princes, like this is just what they do. They have fun, like joking around, taking each other's money. But
yeah, like if I open up the Phantom wallet and I look at the DG and shit that's going on there, I'm always just like, yeah, I mean, who is doing this? Like, who's trading this shit?
Yeah, that's how I feel with OnlyFans too. I don't understand. Like, I see how much money goes through a lot of these exchanges. So I know like South Korea and a lot of other countries in Asia use cryptocurrency. So maybe it's like Japanese men and stuff. I don't know. I don't know who's doing all this stuff. I kind of feel like it's market manipulation by bigger entities sometimes.
I wonder, because I'm seeing it. It's starting to happen now that XRP is free from this SEC thing and it's starting to appreciate in value. And now all these people suddenly just made a shitload of money on it, and they're coming out with RLUSD, their stable coin. I'm starting to see like these ledgers go live where they're starting to do like XRP meme coins. So like for the longest time, all that meme shit was on the Solana blockchain, and now I guess it's starting to happen.
It's always everywhere. I own some of a meme coin on base chain called Brett. And at one point I learned I owned a lot of it because I was staked in it for my DeFi, but I got out of it because it was too volatile. But eventually that will probably be worth money because it was the first meme coin on base chain that people know of. I don't know why, but it just probably will be. So I'm holding on to some just because I got it so cheap.
Right.
But it basically the avatar looks like a Pepe, but a frog, but like a I don't even know.
Yeah, I suppose like any blockchain is gonna have like meme coin, like like degen.
People send
Oh.
me stuff too, so I didn't buy any of this stuff. Somebody sent me 8,888,888 bento coin. It's got a blue wolf. It's
Mhm.
worth 9 cents right now. Somebody sent me wild goat coin. They sent me 200 of those. Somebody sent me Gucci Jang coin,
Okay.
50,000.
My
Toby
well,
coin,
I guess
Black
what
Angus, Minky. They send me this stuff to my wallet all the time. And like, I'll hold on to that bento because if that's so cheap right now, it's like 0.0000001. But they sent me like 8 million of them. So if that went up to $1, dude, you'll never see me again.
Yeah, I guess my thing is like if you like seeing these like meme ecosystems pop up with these like emerging utilities like XRP. I'm like, well, if you bought something like XRP early enough and got like thousands of them at
No.
under $1, and you believe that it's going to continue to go up, like it's on the uptrend. So even as it hits these peaks and valleys, overall it's going to keep going up over the years. Well, like, why would you take any amount of that and start gambling with it?
Yeah. Yeah. So they don't. Some of them are just gambling, or maybe they have so much money it doesn't matter. So they're just playing a different game.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm in the sense that I need to gamble probably a little bit more on some of that stuff that I don't, and I get out too early on some of these projects.
What a sentence to say! I need to gamble more.
Well, I should say I shouldn't be so conservative in my moves. Like I shouldn't sell all of it. Like if I held on to Shiba Inu, or if I hold on to Doge, like I could have still been riding it up. And a lot of times instead of like just pulling my profits out or like double my profits and then just saying walk away, I'm just like, this is a stupid meme coin. There's no utility. I'm selling it. And now I'm like, oh, people are retarded, and the utility to this is people are retarded. And as long as retarded people exist, they'll keep buying this
Or
because there's a frog.
until there's like some regulation that's implemented.
Yeah. And well, here's the other thing too is so depending on the market cap, right? You could be a paper millionaire, but you could never liquidate. So like you could get into a meme coin, right? And you own so much of the meme coin that the very fact that you're selling it would crash the price because you would manipulate the market that much.
A rug pull.
Not necessarily a rug pull, but yes, you wouldn't be a rug pull is when you're involved with it. But basically like if you get into a coin early enough and you buy enough of it, and then all the other similar wallets to you buy a similar amount, and then smaller wallets go up, right? But then you go to sell some of yours to get out. The people usually don't sell it all at once because one, you couldn't sell it all at once because no one's buying like $1 million of Doge. They're buying 100 to 1,000 at a time. So you have to ladder down at like 100 to 1,000 at a time. But as you start selling 100 to 1,000 at a time, other people start selling and the price goes down too. So the more you try to sell that coin, the more you manipulate the market. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you can't take all the money out because there has to be somebody to buy it. The reason the rug pull works is because you have a huge flood of people going in to buy. And so you just set all your things to sell and then they buy them all. And the price just drops like almost automatically. Whereas if I had like $1 million in Doge right now and I wanted to sell it, it would probably take me some time to sell it because I would need to find $1 million buyer, like $1 million worth of buyers to come back in, which would have to be small orders most likely. of like
Why can't
100
you
or
couldn't just sell
1,000.
that? What, you couldn't just sell it on an exchange?
Well, no, even the exchange needs somebody to buy it. So on an exchange, when you look on the left-hand side, you see the buy orders and the sell orders, and then the price on that exchange is regulated by the supply and demand that sits in the middle. So if there was demand orders for like 100K at a certain price, you could buy that order at that. If you said, yes, I want to sell these and I'm going to sell them at market price, right? What it would do is it would just start immediately filling orders at whatever the price was and keep going to the next one. And then if there wasn't $1 million in there, it would stop filling the order. But the sheer sell of that would show those sales as you bought them as sales going down, would cause other people to sell, which would lower the price, and they'd be fighting with you to find buyers. And then you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So next time you're on the exchange, look over like on the left-hand side and you'll see all the call orders for sell, like for buys up top and sells, and it moves back and forth. And then that price demand sits based on the market from that exchange. And the reason why the price is similar on Binance as it is on crypto.com, as it is on Kraken, as it is on KuCoin, is because if it gets too out of range, people just take their coins off there and sell it for a profit on the other exchange. So say Bitcoin's selling for $600 on Binance and it's selling for 500 on KuCoin. You just buy Bitcoin on KuCoin for 5 and then go over to Bitcoin, go over to Binance and sell it and make $100 for doing nothing, just transporting it over there for the demand that they have. And people do this. It's called it's just called exchange arbitrage. It's a lot harder to do nowadays than it used to be because you have to do KYC. But back when I first started, there was no. There was no. You didn't have to know your customer back in the day, so you could just sign up for all these exchanges and just look at the prices and buy and sell, and make a profit based on the differences. Now it's too hard to have multiple.
Yeah, I don't understand none of this. I still gotta. I sent a test thing to my ledger, and I still gotta put the rest on there, and just remember my PIN code and keep my seed phrase stored, and just, I still a novice at all this.
Yeah, just take your time, don't rush, and you can create. So the ledger, all the ledger is a way. It's just an app that you can. The Ledger Live is just an app that you're connecting your wallets to.
Yeah.
So you could create 20 XRP wallets and send money to all different ones, or you can put it all on one, or you can have different ones for different reasons. So like I have a Bitcoin wallet that I use to like when I'm buying and trading Bitcoin, but I also have a bull run Bitcoin bag. So stuff only goes into that bag and I don't touch it. So it's like my ass, it's entry only, Dalton, because I'm gay. No, so you just do, so you only put thing on that, and then the other one you trade with. And you can do that with all you have different reasons for different ones. So like if you had like a Twitter, you have I noticed that a while ago, I never sent it because I wasn't sure if it worked, but you did put your Bitcoin addresses on Twitter.
Yeah, that did work. People sent me some Croyd, actually. He's not here, but Croyd sent me some Ethereum.
Yeah, so you could create that wallet and just put Twitter and put those 3 wallets as your Twitter wallet. So when the money came into those wallets, you would know where it came from on your ledger. And then you could transfer it out into cold storage or whatever. The reason that's important, it's not important, but the reason you may want to do it is because then you can keep some addresses private, and then you have some addresses public that people send stuff to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Ledger, anything that comes through that Ledger Live immediately gets sent to cold storage, doesn't it?
it gets sent to cold storage, and the fact that this is what it's technically you're accessing that app with, which is the cold storage. So yes, but you just might not want to know you just might not want people to know where your money's at. So like if you have an address for uh for for Twitter, right? And people send you to that. Then you take that money out and put it into your own address. Then they just can't tell where the money is. So for instance, if like let me think of a reason. So like Chris Cantwell, for example, I don't know if you know who he is, but he's a libertarian up here. He was the crying Nazi. And
What?
you remember the crying Nazi from Charlottesville?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he was getting paid in cryptocurrency for a while, and he created a lot of different addresses, private addresses, because the government was tracking the money, and they were going after the individuals that were giving him Bitcoin too. So it was important for him to have a private address so that he could get money without being able to be tracked. That's not the only reason that you would do it. You could just do it so that you're not getting spammed. So like my wallet that's public right now, people are sending me meme coins. And so when I I log in every day, I'm just bombarded with these meme coins.
Oh, those like airdrop events.
Yeah, just airdrop events, or people just know me, so then they backtrack and then they go to my website. And if you go to my website, you can find my donation links on davewrighthethinker.com, and they see me on Twitter and they go there and they're like, well, this guy's tweeting about crypto and he has a MetaMask, so we'll send it because when they seed new tokens, they want it in multiple wallets so that it can't be rug pulled. And so they'll just send it to random people. So if you have a public address, that they'll send it to that. So I have a public address that I get sent bullshit on. But so, I mean, it's not complete bullshit. Like I have like from this month in this particular wallet, I have like 966, like 55 cents. So that's good because normally when you get a meme coin, it's worth 0. So if you're getting a meme coin that's 50,000 of them was worth 6 cents, it means that there's been some sort of movement in it. So maybe it will turn into anything. It doesn't cost me anything for them to send it to me. It just costs me to get it out of there. So I just let it sit in there because if you get out of it, then they do get fees and they get activity.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just better. I mean, I'm just gonna diamond hands all that stuff and see what happens. But
yeah, diamond hands everything.
And
that's how you lose all your money.
Yeah, you ladder in and ladder out. So we're 5 hours in. Do we want to open up?
No, dude. Hey, you know what? That's a little teaser for the next time that we do this.
Yeah.
All
right, guys, we're gonna go over to Patreon and do a 5-hour behind the scenes episode. So meet us over there in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, I gotta work in the morning.
Yeah. I mean, the original plan was to. There was no original plan, but I was suggesting we do an hour up front and then an hour behind the scenes. But this is a lot of content. Everybody knows in the chat.
You know what this does? This juices the algorithm.
Does it? Does this help you?
Yeah, because I think if you do a YouTube video that's long as shit,
and people watch it to the end,
for some reason, like long videos get more viewers from what I've seen, and it just like juices the algorithm or something. Like I don't know. I don't understand how YouTube works.
I don't mind doing this. It's a fun live stream. I think we had a great conversation. The only thing is, I think I feel a little dishonest not actually doing a Bible study. So we can do hangs when we do these, if you know what I mean, if it's going to be off topic, because I don't want to be a grifter.
We're not grifting here. Because I mean, the thing is like,
let me read one. Let me just read one too. I don't have mine up. I don't have my glasses.
We'll close with a verse. Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 15. Thus saith the Lord, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rahel, weeping for her children, refused to be comforted for her children because they were not. Thus saith the Lord, refrain thy voice from weeping and thine eyes from tears, for thy work shall be rewarded, saith the Lord, and they shall come again from the land of the enemy. And there is hope in thine end, saith the Lord, that thy children shall come again to their own border. Amen.
Amen.
So that's, place your trust in the Lord our God. Cry not, for the children will come once more to our own border.
I had fun. Did you have fun? I think we
Yes.
had a good talk. I think we went through a lot of different topics. If you guys made it this far, I see some people in the chat. Meet us over at the Primitive State podcast tomorrow at 10 p.m. We're going to be, me and Dalton are going to be meeting with Troy for a little bit. It's probably not going to be 5 hours, but, we like Troy. So even though his podcast is probably going to be 1/5 as good as this one, you should still join us over there.
Join us over there. We'll really talk. We'll talk more about crypto, which is becoming like the all-consuming force in my life lately. Because I don't like working, and so I'm trying to make a lot of money really fast without having to work hard, and then I don't have to actually work a job anymore.
We can talk about it tomorrow, but if you in Troy could tell me or figure out what your bear nut was for like what you need to spend for your budget a month to survive, we could put together plans tomorrow for you about how much you would have to save to put into a DeFi account to generate a daily income that would match what you need to survive. Because then you would have a goal, a point A to point B. For instance, I have I
love that this guy in the chat is like telling me to your health is worth more than current. Like, stop being fat. I can't do anything about that right now. So sorry.
Yeah.
I don't understand that like mentality when people are like mad at you for being overweight or whatever, and they're like, fix this. I'm like, what do I do right now?
I said it earlier. I mean, I said this off air, but basically it's all pieces to life. It's not like you just fix something. It's usually a shadow of other things. So like the guy that said that, it's like you work a lot, you know what I mean? And then when you're not working, you're on here and you're in survival mode. So trying to then manage like when you're in survival mode, eating properly and doing all this stuff, it's a big task. So you have to bite off what you can chew first. You know what I mean? One bite at a time.
Hold on.
You got to do one bite at a time, Dalton, just like the rest of your life.
Guess what? I'm putting him in a timeout. He's not getting a lifetime ban yet, but I'm putting him in timeout for being nasty toward me.
So you don't watch Real Ass Podcasts. So he's a racist live chat guy from Real Ass Podcast, and he gives Lewis the same bullshit.
Dude,
so you're in good company.
Dude.
If you met him, Lewis claims if you meet him in real life, he's really nice. And I think he actually lives in Texas.
I could be wrong. There's a lot of people who are like podcast fans and like extremely online people who are very nice, very supportive, and I love them. And then there's a lot who are also supportive, but in a way that makes me very upset and uncomfortable.
Yeah,
like that guy. And then there's like people where are like truly a problem for me, where I go, this is like this is like a negative in my life. So I guess you open yourself up to like so many just different forces when you.
Yeah, I'm oblivious to it. Like it doesn't trigger me anymore. If anything, when I'm getting trolled, I try to always treat it back to my page to get the impressions and keep them on the string for a little bit. And I'm like, and I'm sitting in my computer going, the troll has become the trollee has become the troller, and they don't really bother me. and even once in a while, I get in a little argument or tiff with somebody, and then they apologize to me like the next day, and then I feel bad because I'm like, oh, yeah, I don't know what to say because I don't really even remember that we were fighting.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
that's the
apologize.
hack. That's
And so I'm
the
always like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to be patronizing, but I don't even know what you're talking about. So, but thank you for the apology. Like, because I'm not emotionally invested in Twitter. I am
oh
emotionally invested because I'm addicted to it, but I'm not emotionally invested like anything on there affects me.
yeah. Well, that's the hack that Robbie and I figured out is just like sincerely asking people, please don't be mean to me.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah,
that sort of sincerity has been so like lost nowadays that when you reintroduce it to people, it like it throws them off. Like they genuinely unguard like throws them off their guard.
yeah.
Like
Well,
it defangs them where they go, oh yeah, I'm sorry, man.
well, here's the thing. So, like, I have a couple people that I like that always roast and make fun of me or whatever. And I don't think anything of it. Like, it doesn't even register. Like, I just go back at them. But I'm generally most of the time in a very mellow and happy, productive mood. Sometimes when people think they're joking and they're in a jolly mood, they assume you are. And you might have been getting yelled at by black people for 4 hours in a row and you're on your last straw. And then somebody says to you something like that to you, and they don't know what you're going through in real life. And it's like there's real people on the other side of like
Yeah.
what's going on. But so I think sometimes, a lot of times, they're trying to be funny, and kind of like Bobby Kelly, it just doesn't work. And I'm guilty of this too. Like I troll. I'm trolling Column Terrell right now like crazy, and I used to do Joe List. And at first they would respond to me, and then it got to a point where they just don't. Like I assume they have me muted now.
Right.
Yeah, but it's all in good fun, and it's all like so. Column. Sorry, this is the last I'll say because we're gonna call him though. All his jokes are like mean, roasty type things. Like he's that kind of guy. It's like a Boston Irish type of humor. So I figure he gets it. Whereas somebody like Zach is a little bit more sensitive, so you don't like go after him or you
You
know
know
what I mean?
the funny thing is that like any comedian, whether you want to think of it as an art or not, maybe it's more of a craft, right? But any comedian is cut from a similar cloth as any artist, which means that's just a more sensitive person.
Yeah.
Like usually people that are tuned into that sort of like creative mindset, like that space, are just inherently much more sensitive. And so it's like that's like the ironic thing with like comedians is they want to break balls and roast and be like tough guys,
Yeah.
like very ironic and detached from everything, when they're probably more sensitive than anyone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're
When you watch the regs and Bobby Kelly legitimately gets pissed, but all he does is be mean to everybody. It's like, yeah.
yeah, and I recognize that in myself, and that's why I still have fun like busting balls with the fellas.
Yeah.
But I also tend to like nowadays I don't lean too hard into like trying to be too edgy or like insulting or like tough joke, like tough kind of shit.
Yeah, but it's good. I've
Um
noticed lately in the Crowder Boys, you and Robbie have been going back to making fun of one another a little bit, and it's good. It's in a fun way. And you guys had paused that for a long time. So I assume that either one or both of you were just going through the shit mentally. So you're like, please don't be mean to me for a while.
I mean that's just like the camaraderie you develop with somebody, but
Well,
I
you
do
guys
right.
had paused it with Robbie for a while, and now you guys have been doing it more often. You know,
Oh, yeah, I mean maybe it's just an organic. It wasn't anything that was talked about.
no.
Um, I just recognize it in myself. Like I recognize that like I am a very I'm sensitive and I can have a short fuse at times
Yeah.
and I'm very like temperamental. And
I'm so
so
crazy that I think you're doing a bit usually when you get angry.
Yeah, there's definitely a performative aspect to it, but
Yeah.
it does come from like a real place where I'm like, I'm hurt.
Yeah.
That stung, and now I'm upset. But
Well,
I can't let you defeat me, so now I must attack.
well, I was making weight jokes for a little bit, and then I noticed that when Robbie would come on Cornfed, he would only make them to Sal, and then Sal would make them to himself, and they weren't doing it to you. So I was like, maybe Dalton's worried about his weight right now, so I'm just not gonna make those like
Oh
jokes
no,
on
I
Twitter or
don't know
whatever.
why. I think it's just because Sal is much more outwardly
Is that
Italian,
the
and
dinner? This is the dinner bell.
I think it's because I'm corn-fed. Like Sal's constantly eating, so
yeah.
he just appears more fat. He's
Yeah.
like a harder target for that.
Yeah.
But I mean, Sal and myself are both like trying to fix our weight. Like I've here lately, I be like eating I'm very like disciplined now.
Yeah.
You know, the last like 3 or 4 days. Where
Well, I
I'm like,
told you I'm a fat boy at heart myself, and I'm trying to lose weight too, and it's a struggle. And
yeah,
I'm not like morbidly obese. I'm like in a different mindset, and it still is just as difficult. So
but
I
the
know
most
what you guys are
important
going through.
thing, most important thing is your portions. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
Just don't overdo it on anything you're eating. That's what
Did we start the episode with this with me talking about eating a full cauliflower to myself?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But that's like,
To my head.
you could eat as much as that as you want. As a whole cauliflower, that's nothing.
It's really good. This is a recipe before we go. So I'm going to give you guys a recipe for a cauliflower that you'll really enjoy. So you get yourself a big mixing bowl and you cut up all your cauliflower until you get just the florets. So you get the little, little mushroom head florets or whatever.
Yeah, Jake Florets.
Put them in there. I put a little bit of olive oil in there to get them moist. You get the moist florets because you need the stuff to stick, right? Then you put some garlic powder in there or garlic. I use garlic powder, onion powder, a little paprika, some hot pepper, and then you put a lot of Frank's hot sauce. You drizzle them all in Frank's hot sauce, right? Then you can take a breading. I use wheat gluten because it's all protein, but you could use a white flour or something like that. You just sprinkle a little bit and keep mixing it so you get a little bit of a coating on it like it's a wing. Then you throw those bitches in the air fryer, dude, and you get like a barbecue buffalo wing.
That sounds very. I don't
But
see.
it's- but
That
it's
sounds very
cauliflower.
healthy. Like I don't see how eating a whole one of those is like unhealthy at all.
It's because afterwards you just feel sick because you've eaten a whole cauliflower head, so you're just tired and you just want to lay down.
Yeah, I don't know,
And-
dude. If I ate a whole cauliflower, I probably wouldn't even feel full. I'd just be like, oh, I just ate a bunch of salad.
It's a cauliflower head.
Yeah, I've had cauliflower.
So plus you're putting the breading on it, and then I was dipping it in a vegan cashew cheese sour cream sauce that I made with chives. So it's not gross, it's not disgusting, but there's healthier options. Like I'm trying to lose. That's why I gave the recipe out. So I'm trying to lose like my last 30 pounds. And so that one's not that bad. So like if you're trying to lose your first 100 pounds, eat a full fucking cauliflower, dude. It's really good with Frank's hot sauce. You have an air fryer? You have an air fryer. That's a good recipe, dude.
Yeah.
It gets nice and crispy. It gets soft on the inside. The breadings on the outside with the spice. You just pop them in there. Don't dip them in ranch. You fat asses in the chat. You're trying to be healthy.
Yeah. Ranch is keto. I wake up in the morning. I be drinking a glass of V8, and then and then I don't know, just throughout the day, eat like some sardines and I don't know, salads.
I've been doing a lot of oil coffee lately, which is kind of like butter coffee, and I can't get away from it. I've really been craving it. I don't know if it's the cold or what, but it's just the hot and fat. It's unneeded calories. I'm drinking calories. So that's going to come back to bite me. But I've been making the rest of the stuff's been pretty good. But anyways, that's the corn-fed recipe of the week. Everybody go out and make that I want a 100-word essay next week on how your cauliflower came out, your barbecue cauliflower, and you can all pay for a super chat to tell us how it does, and we'll read how your barbecue cauliflower came out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's
And yeah, and hey, try my recipe. Glass of V8.
I've heard this before, dude.
Oh no, no, not that one.
Worcestershire sauce, baby wiener.
That was psychotic. Honestly, it wasn't that
I've
bad.
done stuff like that before. I made a cheeseburger once with like peanut butter and egg, cream cheese, mustard, like a whole bunch of stuff, and it wasn't that bad. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah, those flavors sound like they would probably mesh together, like in a way where you go, well, this looks disgusting, but it's not that bad actually.
Yeah,
that's what that one was like when I made like basically like a Bloody Mary mix with Vienna sausages and sardines added.
The sardines is what's the weird one because it's fish in that sauce or whatever. I guess I don't know. I haven't had meat or dairy or fish in so long that it just seems weird to me.
Hey, look, all those flavors went well together. But I got a much more simple recipe for everybody. This is what I will do if I'm feeling peckish throughout the day, and instead of eating an unhealthy or eating when I'm bored, just something to fill me up real quick that's a healthy alternative. Have you just pour you a glass of V8 and hit it with some Worcestershire sauce?
Yeah, you gotta watch this. You get the low sodium one.
Oh no, I'm drinking like 40,000 milligrams of sodium.
Yeah, because I used to, before I got into like eating vegetables, I was like, man, I got to eat healthier. Like I was like in my early 30s, I was starting to put on a lot of weight, and I was like, I got to turn around. So I was like, I got to just start buying and drinking V8, like all 30-year-old men do when they're like, I got to get healthy.
Dude, when you're
my
like
feet were starting to get all swollen up because I was like, bro, this thing's got like 1,000 milligrams of sodium in it.
When you're fat and lazy, but you like really want to make a change, it's just like, all right, what can I do? And it's like, I'll just buy like a bunch of V8.
Yeah. And
I don't see, and by the way, I don't see why that wouldn't work.
The sodium, you got to get the low sodium one. Right when I started drinking V8, because my dad used to drink it, and I couldn't figure out, like, I didn't like it, but I was like, I got to do this. Was when they had the fruit one, like the V8 Twister or Fusion, V8 Splash and Fusion came out. So I was like, yeah, money. So I was pounding like 2 liters of that every day. And then I read the sign and I was just pounding like sodium and sugar, dude. Like,
there was like
sauce.
It's
basically just soda with salt in it.
people understand sugar better now, but there was like a run of years where I guess like the juice industrial complex, had everybody believing that, just like drink juice all day. And that's the path to health and prosperity. Juicers were big, and just everybody was juicing and drinking juice. And then it was like, I don't know why it was like a revelation, but like one day everybody suddenly realized like, oh, this is just like a ton of sugar.
Well, the other one that got me that was hilarious because I did the same thing was when Mullen was talking about it on Comtown years ago when he was saying, yeah, I was trying to get healthy, so I was just buying Arizona iced teas, and I was like, "Oh, this is like, it's tea, like Asian tea, dude." And I was dying laughing because like that was me. I was
when I was a kid,
like, I'm not drinking soda anymore. I'm getting healthy. I'm drinking Arizona iced teas, dude.
Dude, when I was a little kid and just a fat chubby kid, I remember like having that same thought where I was like the green can Arizona, the ginseng with the Japanese lady. I was like, well, this is like this is a health tonic. Like,
dude,
this is,
I'm basically a samurai, dude. I'm eating, drinking health potions from Japan right now, dude.
Yeah, and you're just drinking a tea with like 40 milligrams of sugar in it, 40 grams of sugar. So I've had that with Arizona, and then also like there was a time in my life where I thought like ramen because it was Japanese. I was
Yeah.
like, well, this is like a healthy alternative to everything. It's just like just start implementing more ramen into my diet.
Yeah, dude. Basically, Asians are thin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just by virtue of the fact that it's like a Japanese food, I was like, yeah, this is this is a better alternative to like cheeseburgers and pizza and shit. It's just like we do ramen.
Yeah.
So I'm just
Oh,
eating
dude.
like 6 bags of ramen a day and gaining weight. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
I still check stuff because I mean, it's really tough to know what your like diet and nutrition. And when you go to the store now, and I'm like pretty good, most of the stuff's in there is poison. Like most of what you find in the store is not healthy for you. It's not.
Here we
It's
go with
not
the
good
seed
for you.
oils.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like I have a bread maker and I was buying bread and there's like 20, 30, 40 ingredients in all the bread.
Yeah.
And I have a bread maker. So today I bought wheat flour and I'm going to start making my own bread again because I just put the ingredients in there. It's water, flour, yeast, a little bit of oil and walk away. And it's only 4 ingredients. It tastes so much better. You put a little bit of freaking butter on some fresh bread, dude. Oh, so good.
Yeah.
I think it's the chemicals that make you fat. I'm not
Yeah,
willing to give
I
up
don't
bread.
think bread is necessarily like as unhealthy as they say it is, where they go like all these keto guys are like, I gotta avoid carbs and bread and all that. I'm like, motherfuckers been eating bread since the dawn of humanity. So
Yeah, Dr. Mike Israel says all that's bullshit. The keto is bad for you in the long run, and that carb is the best fuel. The body loves carbs for fuel. So if you're doing powerlifting or any sort of like heavy exercise, you need that. What's good about it is you're not going to be, if you're doing carnivore or whatever, eating one of any item makes you sick. You don't want any more. So you get calorie reduction. And then protein takes a lot to burn in store. So I can see how Sal's losing weight on it. But long term, he's going to want to go back to get some carbs in there. He's going to start getting tired.
yeah,
Yeah.
of course, yeah. I mean, I love bread and pasta and all that. It's just like you got manage your portions and I guess eat as much. I love white like the shitty white bread. I love it
Oh, I
so much.
don't like that. Yeah,
It's
I like wheat.
it's
I know
straight
it
up
sounds good.
poison. I know it's like to go to the store and buy just like a loaf of Wonder Bread.
Yeah.
That is just straight up poison, but it's so good.
So why I don't like it is because you've had Wonder Bread hamburgers when you were a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like just the ketchup going through like onto their fingertips because it's just
Oh.
so thin and like the burger just breaks through it. Like it just that red pink, it just turns into that pink like slop
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
on your burger, dude. That's all I can think about. And it just like grosses me out.
Damn, I kind of want one of those now.
It's so
Hearing you
gross.
describe it, I'm like, damn, that sounds pretty good.
Nah, dude. What I like, get a good pretzel bun, dude. Get a good pretzel
Buns are
bun.
good.
Yeah, a little salty on the top with a pretzel bun, dude. It's got that little slick, little crisp top. Like that's where it's at, dude. Sesame seed and pretzel buns.
Yeah, I think that is like a conspiracy theory I do actually kind of buy into. I don't know, like the seed oils things, whatever, but who knows? I don't know what the poison is, but just that like our food supply, especially what you buy at like an Albertsons or a Piggly Wiggly, like any supermarket, is like being pumped full of like dog shit to make you fat, lazy, and complacent.
Yeah,
And
it's pretty
stupid.
well. So this is where the free market comes in to an extent. We have different countries experimenting with different food sources, and like Canada, Mexico, England, all has Kellogg's products, but they have different ingredients. So, like, if you buy cereals in like England, it's like 4 or 5 ingredients, and that same thing in the United States is like 32 ingredients.
Oh yeah, have you seen that thing that goes viral like every few months, where it's like a side by side of a American orange Fanta and a British orange Fanta, and the American orange Fanta looks like an orange soda, like we
Yeah.
know it. like the
Yeah.
neon translucent orange
Yeah.
that Kel from Key and Kel drank, right?
Yeah.
And then the British Fanta just
Yeah,
looks
I
like
know.
orange juice. Like it's opaque yellow.
Yeah.
And everyone like in America sees it and goes, "The fuck is up with y'all's Fanta?" And they're like, "Well, it's juice."
Yeah.
And then we're like, "Oh, our Fanta has no juice." It's like,
So I make all my own, I guess you would call it like nut juice.
yeah, me
Hey
too,
folks,
man.
pause.
Hey, I do too.
Pause. So, but I buy the almonds or I buy the walnuts and I do it in the blender or whatever. And then I have a strainer that takes the pulp out of it. And it's just 2 ingredients, water and whatever you're using, either walnuts, I used pecans once, it wasn't that good. But anyways, so when I first started drinking almond milk, it was literally just almonds and water. Now, if you go to the store and you pick up almond milk, there's like 30 ingredients in it. And sometimes it's like soy lecithin it's water, and soy lecithin is number 2, which is basically soy oil. It's not even almonds. So then you have to buy organic almond milk, and then it's water, almonds, and then sometimes it's some sort of chemical that makes it last longer. Is the third one. So even when you pay the extra for the healthier item, it's still less healthy than the same item that I could buy a decade ago when I first started, like in 2015. All the almond milk was just almonds and water. The walnut milk was walnuts and water. And now there's 20 ingredients. I don't know if it's for preservative reasons or if it's because people think it tastes better and they keep buying it, because the homemade does taste a lot chalkier and different than the store, and it separates a little bit. So you have to shake it. So I wonder how much of it is them trying to kill us, or how much of it is that people like bright purple grape soda. So they don't buy it when it's clear colored. You know what I mean? They're like,
Yeah.
wait, this is clear colored, but grapes are purple. It should be purple. So you're like, okay, here you go, you idiot. I'll color it bright purple so you drink it.
I've been getting into goat milk lately.
I heard. I drank a lot when I was a kid, and that's one thing I miss as being vegan is goat feta, and sheep feta.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good taste. I
The
like
mi-
it.
the
I liked
milk
it
of the
well better
goat.
than regular milk.
Yeah, goat milk is much more is much a greater flavor profile. You know,
Yeah.
it requires a much more
And-
refined palate.
It's also better for you. It's got less lactose in it than cow milk, so usually people can process it better in their stomachs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Everybody, thanks for tuning in.
yeah,
Merry Christmas, everybody. Hold on.
we'll be back at some point. All right. Well, yeah, I gotta go to bed. Yeah, it is a good bit to do this long, and you've been dressed like Santa the entire time.
I didn't put the glasses on, and I didn't put the boots on, or the beard. Yeah.
All right,
For no
well,
reason, too. Unaddressed, really. I just dressed as Santa, and we never really addressed.
yeah, it's the funniest way to do it. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Patreon.com/Cornfed Dalton Pruitt, the Crowder Patreon.com/Crowder Boys. Please give me more money. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Blessings be upon you this holiday season. Good night.
Good night.